a scientist in multiverse anime starting from Plundering Saitama entry. Chapter 1 Entry System, Super Founder. Emergency Report. Emergency Report. The association is determining the disaster level. Boom. Boom. A flash of white light was accompanied by a violent explosion, and the live broadcast of the TV in the distance had lost the signal. Boom. Another dazzling ball of light quickly crossed the sky, instantly raising a 10-story building to the ground. He. Humanity. Earth's virus. Xenia. An indigo figure rose from the ground and soared into the air. It was 10 feet tall, with muscular body, 2 long tentacles on its head, and it flashed with light from time to time. A stream of light passed by, and dazzling white balls of light appeared one after another beside this monster. And as this weirdo waved his arm, one after another, balls of light tore through the sky and hit the city below it like rain. In a short while, a corner of the originally prosperous and bustling city turned into a ruin. Countless citizens screamed and fled in all directions. But at the same time, there were also some figures going against the current, bravely passing through the crowd and moving quickly towards the direction of the monster. Great, it's Smiling Superman, we are saved. It's over, Smiling Superman was hit by the monster. Great. It's Lightning Max, his roundhouse kick is very powerful, he will definitely defeat the monster. Oh no. Lightning Max couldn't even get close to the monster. Spring beard. Crescent thick eyebrows. So many heroes have failed, who will save us? Tao Qian was also approaching the monster. He was as light as a swallow, walking on the ruins as if on flat ground. With the cover of the ruins, he successfully came not far below the monster. He raised his head and observed the majestic monster in the air with the help of the reflection of half a mirror. Vaccine Man. Disaster level, Dragon. Is this the destructive power of a dragon-level monster? Wow, it's really powerful. Looking at the Vaccine Man who kept firing energy bombs in the air, there was no fear on Tao Qian's face, but a hint of expectation. As a scientist, he is always full of curiosity about unknown creatures. I really want to capture it alive and dissect it to see. It's a pity. Tao Qian's eyes flashed with a haze. Although he has been in the world of One Punch Man for several months, he has also awakened the entry plundering system. He can plunder and copy entries from opponents who have been killed or defeated. However, due to objective reasons, Tao Qian's current strength is still unable to defeat the dragon-level monster alone. First, it is not so easy to encounter a dragon-level monster. Second, the entries dropped after the monster dies are not permanently retained and will disappear after a period of time. And this time, the appearance of the Vaccine Man. It is the best opportunity in the past few months. The opportunity to pick up leaks. With a burst of rapid roars, Tao Qian's ears suddenly sounded. Boom. 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 The sound was getting closer and closer until it was deafening. Tao Qian also smiled knowingly and looked over. A tall, hooded figure was shuttling through the ruins, looking for something. King. Anyone who has watched the original drama knows that King's Emperor engine is extremely powerful. As long as he is in danger, the bald devil will appear soon. Sure enough. In the ruins, a little girl holding a doll burst into tears, crying for her mother. The Vaccine Man who was wreaking havoc on the city seemed to have heard the noise here. The next moment, it fell straight to the ground. With a grin, it stretched out a ferocious claw towards the little girl. Squeeze hard. The imaginable touch and sound of blood and flesh turning into mud did not come out. At that critical moment, an extremely fast figure flashed by quickly. Saved the little girl from the crisis of death. The bald devil, here. The Vaccine Man looked puzzled. This is the first time that someone has survived from it. Who are you? The bald man had a dull expression, a person who is interested in being a hero. What? What kind of weird setting is this? The vaccine man was instantly furious, and after a bunch of self-righteous nonsense, he directly entered the second stage of transformation. Interest. You actually said it was an interest. Just because of this reason, you are against me, the apostle of the earth. Zine. Pa. The bald man stood there, with an innocent look on his face. Accidentally, I got rid of it with another punch. A hole. Just as the bald devil smashed the vaccine man with a punch, a sound of Huang Zhong de Lu suddenly echoed in Tao Qian's ears. Found lootable entries. Earth Apostle, Orange, a powerful life form born under the influence of the Earth's will, with an extremely strong physique, and has extremely fast recovery ability under the protection of the Earth's home environment. Entry effect: in the Earth environment, physical qualities are improved by 300%, and the recovery speed is accelerated by 500%. Energy Storm, Purple, can generate energy bombs with powerful destructive power and use them to destroy enemies. Entry effect: can generate up to 100 energy bombs in 1 second, and can also accumulate to generate more than one powerful energy bomb. Defender Guardian Transformation, Purple, release all energy to enter the second stage Guardian form, and continue to significantly improve physical fitness and recovery ability in the Earth environment. Item effect: in the Earth environment, all physical qualities are improved to 500%, and the recovery speed is accelerated by 1000%. Environmental Guardian, Pollution, an extreme environmental protector. Any non-natural creation should not exist in his eyes and should be eliminated together with its creator. Item effect: increase damage by 50%, but significantly reduce sanity by -90%. Orange item. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. You know, he has picked up leaks many times in the past few months, and the highest level item he picked up is only purple. This is rich now. Chapter 2, Plundering Entries and Successfully Advancing. Plunder. As Tao Qian's mind moved, several light balls that others could not see were analyzed from the scattered remains of the vaccine man, flying into Tao Qian's body. As the Earth Apostle entry was plundered by Tao Qian, a wonderful feeling also rose from his heart. Mother Earth. He stood on the ground, and the ground under his feet seemed to be a huge mother body. A broad and wide love surrounded Tao Qian from all directions. The endless energy surrounded him, wrapped him warmly, constantly widened his meridians, and transformed his neurons. In just a short moment, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 times. Name: Tao Qian. Race: Human/Evolved. Disaster level: Middle Dragon. Kill points: 8,848. Dependents: none. Entries: Earth Apostle, Orange, Energy Storm, Purple, Guardian Transformation, Purple, Horse Endurance, Purple, Ant Strength, Purple, Leopard Speed, Blue, Danger Sense, Blue, Strong Muscles, Blue, Slow Regeneration, Blue, Photosynthesis, Blue, Strong Skin, Blue. Entry Library: Environmental Guardian, Pollution, Insect Monsterization, Pollution, Plant Monsterization, Pollution, Subhuman Mutant, Pollution, I'm bald but I'm stronger, Blue, Strong Acid Spray, Blue, Mechanical Mind, Blue, Werewolf Body, Blue, Insect Face Armor, Blue, Mantis Blade, Blue. Is it dragon level? Tao Qian muttered. Some of these entries were picked up by Tao Qian, and some were obtained by killing monsters by himself. In short, all the resources he encountered were transformed into nutrients for growth. In the past few months, Tao Qian quickly gained a foothold in this world with the help of the system and built his own laboratory. The 5 major functions of the system: plunder, copy, dominate, analyze, and upgrade. Plunder, as the name suggests, can plunder the entries on the enemy by killing them. Most of the entries on Tao Qian have this origin. Copy, you need to defeat but not kill the opponent, and you can randomly copy an entry owned by the opponent. Tao Qian once competed with Saitama in cooking skills, defeated Saitama's instant noodles with Buddha jumps over the wall, and obtained I am bald but I have become stronger, blue. Domination, you can transfer the spare entries in the entry library to your followers. Tao Qian has no followers for the time being, so he has not used it. The final analysis and upgrade both require the consumption of kill points. Analysis can split the entries, and upgrading can improve the color of the entries. Tao Qian once analyzed a mechanical monster, pollution, and thus obtained mechanical mind, blue, and an intelligent AI program. And the entry colors, except for the special, pollution, are a total of 9. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, and 7 colors, from low to high. Just as Tao Qian felt the new power, the bald demon king also discovered him. Ah! Dr. Tao, we meet again. Saitama greeted Tao Qian with a flattering and expectant look. Have you eaten? The bald demon king asked with longing. Tao Qian just smiled and asked. Ah, Saitama-kun, you are still so powerful, how about it? Do you want me to study it? He crossed his arms and was not embarrassed at all. The bald demon king, who was invincible, was shocked when he heard this. Ah! Haha, the weather is so nice today. The two had met a long time ago. When Saitama first beat up a monster in front of Tao Qian. Tao Qian successfully activated the entry system, which provided him with the first pot of gold for his prosperity. After that, Tao Qian appeared near Saitama's house many times and successfully got many entries on him. After a battle, he even invited Saitama to eat ramen. For Saitama, who had to live in an uninhabited area due to his lack of money, this was like sending charcoal in the snow. The bald devil's view on making friends is very simple. If you can talk to him and are willing to treat him, you can be his best friend. Even if the other party is a monster, as long as it does not endanger the safety of mankind, he will treat them equally. Over time, the two sides also have a good relationship. But don't be afraid, Saitama-kun, it's just a blood draw, maybe I can find the reason for your hair loss. Tao Qian said to Saitama with a smile. The bald devil's expression changed, and he quickly covered his shoulder, looked around and found that no one was paying attention, and then ran away immediately. Goodbye, Tao-kun, I have something to do and I'll leave first. Hee. Tao Qian chuckled and turned back to see King standing in the pool of blood of the vaccine man's wreckage, surrounded by many heroes and flattering him. Tisk tisk tisk, what an interesting world. Then, Tao Qian closed his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. Shua! In the blink of an eye, he flew into the air. This is the power of the Earth Apostle, the wind can also be used by me. Feeling the airflow that lifted his body, Tao Qian disappeared without a trace the next moment. Z City. An underground laboratory. Tao Qian put on a white coat, stood in front of a high-power microscope, and carefully observed the body samples of the vaccine man he collected. Tisk 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 tisk, it's really completely different from the cell structure of humans. Unfortunately, after all its entries were plundered by me, even the cells completely lost their activity and became pure dead things. He then opened the experimental notes beside him and recorded. Sample, Vaccine Man. Sample type, single-celled body evolved monster. Appearance conditions, 1. The anger of the Earth's natural world against human pollution and destruction. 2. Unknown. At this time, he thought of the environmental guardian, pollution, entry in his own entry library. He added a few more words to the end of the notes. This type of monster debris is highly polluting. If it is left in place and enters the sewer, it is very likely to give birth to more monsters. Just as Tao Qian continued to indulge in the experiment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Guest number 9527 requests to enter. Tao Qian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of ambiguity appeared on his face. Please let her in. Chapter 3, As a scientist, you have to deal with any topic. Dr. Tao, I'm glad to see you are safe and sound. The guest number 9527 is an extremely beautiful lady. She wears a close-fitting uniform, a long braid tied behind her head, and technological glasses, which makes her look very neat and tidy. When she saw Tao Qian, the lady blushed, and then walked towards him with her slender waist. After coming to Tao Qian, she stroked her hair very coquettishly. Dr. Tao, about joining the Hero Association. Not considering it for now. Tao Qian refused very straightforwardly. He now has strength, a laboratory, and research topics. He is busy every day, so why does he need to join the Hero Association? Let those so-called codders who use chicken feathers as a token of authority drive him. Is it fun? 9527's face did not change when she heard this answer, as if she had expected this reply a long time ago, and it was just a routine invitation before. Well, Dr. Tao, I heard that you were at the scene when the monster disaster occurred in City A today. Do you have any new discoveries? When he said this, 9527's face showed a trace of eagerness and ambition. And about the project commissioned by Mr. Zinnier. Tao Qian stretched out his finger, gently lifted the beauty's chin, and asked. Miss Emma, what kind of project are you asking about? That wealthy investor has entrusted me with many projects, such as the Superman project, the Immortality project, the Hair Regeneration project, and even the Money Automatic Copying project. It's a mess. Which one are you asking about? Emma was stunned. After a brief thought, she blurted out, it's a project about monsters jointly entrusted with the Hero Association. Oh, that's the Superhuman project. Tao Qian shrugged and replied easily, there are certain breakthroughs. It doesn't matter if there is no progress. The association has enough patience for the doctor. What? No, doctor, what did you just say? Emma's face changed instantly, and she held Tao Qian's sleeves tightly with both hands. You just said that there is certain progress. Bingo, there is certain progress. Tao Qian snapped his fingers and said. Then he pointed to the liquid table in the center. A lavender potion flashed gorgeously under the light. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted. Jarvis, conduct the 10,086th experiment. Yes, Master. As the AI synthesized voice sounded, a mechanical arm took out the medicine from the liquid table, took out a little white mouse at the same time, and injected the medicine into the little white mouse. Then, in Emma's horrified eyes, the body of the little white mouse swelled up instantly. The bright red muscle tissue tore through the skin barrier and appeared naked in front of the lady. In less than a minute, the palm-sized little white mouse swelled into a 1-meter-tall ratman in front of the two. But soon, the mutation of the ratman seemed to fall into a state of disorder, and the second head and the third head quickly grew out of its back. Then the mutation lasted for a quarter of an hour. The little white mouse first turned into a ratman, then into a pile of flesh and blood, and finally turned into a pool of blood under the action of the medicine and was collected again. How terrible! Emma hugged Tao Qian and trembled violently, wishing she could rub herself into his arms. Tao Qian shrugged, the duration of the monster transformation has exceeded 1 minute. But there should be some catalysts missing, which makes the mutation unstable. But he changed his mind and motioned Emma to continue looking at the operating table. I saw that the collected blood was filtered, added, and boiled by the mechanical arm, and finally a few bright red and crystal clear potions were remade. Tao Qian picked up a potion and held it in his hand, introducing it to Emma. The pollution of the monster has been consumed by the filtration of the mice, and the effects of these potions are very significant. It can slightly improve physical fitness, increase the vitality of cells in the body, and make people feel excited. After being injured, taking a potion can also increase the recovery speed. And the side effects are almost zero. Although the output is very low and the duration is limited, it can also be used as a phased result. He blinked at the beauty. Would you like to try one? Emma's eyes flashed with fear and desire, as well as surging ambition. Dr. Tao, me. Tao Qian's voice rang in her ears, like the temptation of the devil from hell. Without power, you can't even keep your position as the administrator of the 7th shelter. You can only be a liaison between the Hero Association and me. If you have a certain amount of power and a smart mind, think about your future. And according to the experimental results, the potion is extremely effective in beauty. As long as you are a woman, you can't resist the temptation of beauty. Emma's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness and determination. Come on, doctor, use me to test the medicine. Bingo, a smart choice. Tao Qian smiled, then summoned a mechanical arm to inject the potion into 9527's slender white arm. Emma watched the bloody and crystal liquid enter her body bit by bit, and Tao Qian's face and voice suddenly stretched in front of her, and the sound and picture jumped past her frame by frame. Soon this feeling subsided, and Emma felt that the world returned to its original state. No, not the original state. She was more sensitive to sound, and could even feel Tao Qian's breath blowing on her skin and seeping into her pores. Come, look at yourself. A mirror was brought to Emma. Seeing her skin in the mirror as smooth as a newborn baby, and all the acne and spots caused by working late at night disappeared, Emma's eyes were almost melted. Doctor. Her voice seemed to be able to make honey. There is still time, why don't we? Tao Qian smiled knowingly, he also wanted to try the new power. Now proceed to the next research project, Miss Emma, I need your help. Doctor, your topic is really too grand, but does the topic we are studying now have anything to do with your plan? Of course, as a scientist, no matter what topic it is, it must be involved. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, fluttering, and comments, any data is support for the author. Chapter 4 Overwhelming Strength, Dragon Level Power. There are many ways for monsters to be born, including but not limited to human mutation, technology introduction, non-human biological mutation, special intelligent creatures, and the creation of a certain god out of thin air. For Tao Qian, monsters are simply full of treasures. Not only can they drop entries and kill points after death, the remains after death can also be used for experiments. Tao Qian can analyze the entries by consuming kill points, thereby obtaining other resources including entries. Especially some entries with the suffix pollution, each of which has extremely rich value. Who knows what surprises will be brought? And the upper limit of this world is very high. There are superpowers, mutations, evolutions, and aliens. It can be called a great treasure that can be dug endlessly. After discussing biological science with Miss Emma 9527, Tao Qian returned to the street. After he got most of the power of the vaccine man, Tao Qian's disaster level has jumped directly from the ghost level to the dragon level. Moreover, the effect of the Earth Apostle entry is omnipotent. As long as he is within the scope of the Earth, Tao Qian can exert his strength to more than just the middle dragon level. Even if he encounters an explosive dragon level monster, Tao Qian can use his regeneration ability to kill the opponent like zombie man. So. Kukukukuk. Tremble. Human. I am the ancient crocodile King Gustav. My defense is so strong that even missiles can't break it. Human. Become my food. A huge crocodile crawled out of the sewer and wreaked havoc in the city. The hero, Genji, who was patrolling nearby, turned the electric baton in his hand to the maximum power but couldn't hurt it at all. Instead, he was hit by its tail and flew out directly, breaking several bones. Another hero came to help from the other side. I am the Dark Flame Dragon Sword Master, let me defeat you. Ah! As the crocodile continued to destroy, one A-level or B-level hero after another who came to support was knocked down by the monster. His defense is too strong. My Gatling Death Storm can't penetrate his scales. Death Gatling said while coughing up blood. Ha ha ha. Is this the so-called hero's strength? The huge crocodile monster laughed wildly. That's all. Its thick tail swept hard and smashed half of the building on one side. The scattered rubble injured countless passers-by. Oh my god! Is there no hero who can stop the monster? These heroes are too weak. I really don't know what kind of people our donations support. Dad. Mom. Listening to the many cries, the monster seemed to enjoy it very much. His pair of malicious eyes looked directly at the injured hero. Let me taste the blood and flesh of the hero. The crocodile monster opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the Genji and others who were lying on the spot. At the critical moment, a dazzling white light flashed. Bang! With a muffled sound, the white light ball directly opened a big hole in the crocodile monster's thigh. The smelly blood splashed, making the onlookers cover their eyes in fear. Ah! Who is it? Who is attacking the great crocodile King Gustav? The crocodile monster shouted in pain. But before it could react further, more light balls shot towards it. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a short muffled sound. When many people opened their eyes, there was a loud bang. The originally ferocious crocodile monster had been beaten like a broken sack, and his half-broken body was unable to support himself and fell directly into the ruins. A group of people cheered immediately. Which hero saved us? It must be an S-class hero. Compared to S-class heroes, A-class heroes are just like trash. I told you, monsters can never beat heroes. Damn it. Long live heroes. At this time, Tao Qian had already cleaned up the mess, returned to the sky, and flew towards the next target. You killed the upper-level demon-level monster Crocodile King Gustav and got 1,500 kill points. Found lootable entries. Ancient Crocodile, purple, a giant creature left over from ancient times, with a super large body, extremely strong bones and muscles, and super strength. It can even directly withstand the explosive force generated by missile bombardment and explosion. Entry effect: transform into an ancient crocodile and inherit its power and bloodline. Super tough scales, purple, produce extremely tough scales, even high-speed machine gun bullets can be easily resisted, and even no traces can be left. Item effect: grows extremely tough scales, providing an extra layer of defensive armor, which can resist attacks from monsters below the level of demon. Note: internal injuries caused by shock cannot be avoided. Greedy Devour, blue, crocodiles have an excellent appetite and want to take a bite of everything. Item effect: by swallowing a large amount of food, you can slowly improve your physical fitness and injury recovery speed. Tisk. They are all useless. Except for Greedy Devour, blue, I will put them all in the item library. Tao Qian shook his head. Just as described in the entry introduction. Many entries are bound to a series of conditions. For example, the ancient crocodile will turn into a crocodile after wearing it. For example, the mechanical mind will lose human emotions after wearing it. Like super tough scales, insect face armor, mantis blades, etc., they are closer to turning part of the body into a monster, so as to obtain corresponding enhancements. Of course, Tao Qian can analyze the entry by consuming kill points, and there is a certain probability of stripping out entries such as leopard speed and tough skin. But there is no need to rush. Tao Qian has his own plan for how to increase strength. After all, he is still a scientist. For some reasons, now it is easier for monsters to be born, and there are more and more monster attacks. He has plenty of time to make a choice. Tao Qian looked at the edge of the city in the distance, where there was smoke, and it seemed that another fierce battle was going on. P.S. Crocodile Gustav, a rumor from the Nile man-eating crocodile in Africa, and has been adapted into many horror movies, including but not limited to Prehistoric Giant Crocodile. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, flutters, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Chapter 5, Rush to the Rescue. The Fubuki Group's Problems and First Encounter. Hold on. Don't retreat. Don't embarrass Lord Fubuki. In a corner of City B, a group of heroes in neat black suits were confronting a monster. Wild Switch. The mountain ape, ranked third in Class B, roared, and his bursting muscles burst through his suit, making him one size bigger out of thin air. But this was his best skill, but it didn't let him last a few more seconds under the monster. Across from them was a monster with a boar head and muscular body. It punched the mountain ape, which was several sizes smaller than him, and flew away. Ha ha ha! Is this a hero? Too weak. Defeat you, and the world will be ruled by me, the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar monster waved his fists and repelled the Class B heroes who came up one by one. It was about to approach the short-haired queen surrounded by the crowd. Eyelash, who was protecting the woman, shouted loudly. Damn it! The intelligence of the Hero Association is wrong. This is clearly a demon-level monster. No way! Master Fubuki, hurry up! Leave this to me! Eyelash swung his weapon, turned around and rushed forward. Eyelash transforms. Watch out! Thin membrane long cone. However, Eyelash is ranked second in B class. How much stronger can he be than the third-ranked mountain ape? The wild boar monster just waved his arms casually and hit Eyelash directly out. Damn it! There is no way to break the defense. Facing the crisis, Fubuki, who had been protected by everyone, could not hold back. All of you get out of the way, watch my ultimate move, Hellstorm. As Fubuki activated his superpowers, a gust of wind was generated out of thin air, rolling up the scattered rubble on the ground, instantly turning into a tornado, and rolling towards the wild boar monster. But this superpower trick that can make countless people's skin and flesh burst, hitting the monster is like tickling. Ha ha ha! You know I'm itchy, so you came here to tickle me. The wild boar monster even stopped temporarily, standing there and letting the strong wind roll in. Countless rubble hit it with a crackling sound, but it did not cause any damage. Damn it! The gap in strength is too big. The Hell of Blizzard was already in despair at this time. The original information given by the Hero Association was that the opponent was just a wild boar leader who escaped from the zoo, and his level was only tiger level, but I don't know what he had experienced, and his strength at this time has been steadily improved to the ghost level. The attacks of all members of the Blizzard group hit the opponent, just like tickling it. Has the support from the Hero Association not arrived yet? Blizzard asked her subordinates loudly. Her heart was bleeding at the same time. Originally, the Blizzard group relied on collective action to ensure the success of the mission, and then everyone shared the hero points together and improved the hero ranking. But the monster encountered this time almost wiped out the Blizzard group in just a few minutes. Even if the monsters were finally destroyed by other heroes who came to support them, it would be hard for the Fubuki team to accept it. After all, there were no points, and the bonuses were naturally wasted. Many members had to go to the hospital for treatment. This was all money. Fubuki glanced at the second-hand car she rented. This time she lost a lot. And she might not be able to afford such a broken car in the future. When will she be able to defeat her sister? Master Fubuki, the association said that Master Metal Bat is shopping in the nearby city and will arrive in half an hour at the fastest. Although Pig God lives in City B, there is no car that can take him here. It takes him an hour to run here. Fubuki was almost mad when she heard this. The fastest one will take half an hour? Are you coming to collect our bodies? However, even if the situation is already so dangerous. The heroes of Fubuki's group continued to go up and block the monster. After all, this place is not out of the downtown area. If they run away and let the monster cause huge casualties to the citizens, they should stop being heroes. Being a hero is both a profession and a responsibility. No way. Fubuki saw that the telekinetic trick could not break the monster's defense, so she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She took out a utility knife. Fight. However, even the mountain ape, who was proud of his physical strength and the eyelashes with special weapons, could not break the monster's defense. What damage could her small utility knife cause? She could only try her best. Go. Block it. The wild boar monster punched again and knocked the mountain ape that rushed again away. You should give up. Its green bean-sized eyes were fixed on Fubuki. Seeing this female hero with short black hair, tall stature, fair and tender skin, pretty face, slim waist and big breasts, and curvy figure, it swallowed subconsciously. The changes in its body seemed to change its aesthetics. I haven't tasted human women yet, hee. Bang! The monster punched like the wind, smashing the surrounding buildings and throwing cement blocks to block the street. He surrounded the entire Fubuki group by himself. Let's have some fun, hee. You are dreaming. Fubuki's face suddenly changed, and she rushed up with a utility knife. If you dare to touch me, my sister will not let you go. But the monster obviously hadn't heard of the reputation of the trembling tornado. It even laughed wildly. It would be better if the sisters come together. The battle had been going on for a while. Thanks to the efforts of the Fubuki group, the nearby civilians have been evacuated. But the monster's behavior just now made it difficult for the Fubuki group to escape. Do I have to rely on my sister to save me again? Fubuki was full of reluctance. But the huge gap in strength made her unable to have other ideas. Just as the monster was laughing and trying to catch Fubuki with his hands. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by. Ah! My hand! The monster's hands disappeared, leaving only a bloody wound on his arm. Whoosh! 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 More white light shot out. Just like the crocodile monster before. No, it was even worse than the crocodile monster before. The boar monster only took 4 or 5 energy bombs before his head was pierced. Then, a tall and majestic figure slowly landed on the ground. Dr. Tao, Tao? Fubuki asked in disbelief with her eyes wide open. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Hell's Blowing Snow. Do you think I'll owe you a favor? Tao, Dr. Tao, is this your latest invention? The hellish Fubuki stood beside Tao Qian. Her body movements and tone of voice were a little restrained. This was a mixture of worship, fear, admiration, and self-ashamed emotions, making her very uncomfortable in front of Tao Qian. Also, are you the hero assigned by the association to reinforce? While asking, Fubuki peeked at Tao Qian shyly, looking him up and down, trying to find the device that fired the energy bomb. That kind of high-tech weapon must be very expensive. Maybe one shot is enough for me to rent a luxury car for a day. Hee. Tao Qian knew what she was thinking with his little head. I haven't joined the Hero Association yet, I'm just a specially appointed researcher of the association. I just passed by this time and came to collect experimental equipment by the way. As Tao Qian answered, Fubuki's eyes suddenly lit up. Without joining the association, killing monsters naturally won't get the corresponding points. Then, as the main force to resist the monsters, the contribution of her Fubuki team can also be testified by a large number of citizens. The points of this monster can be counted on you. Tao Qian said. Fubuki's smile became even stronger. Then I won't be polite, Dr. Tao. After that, she pointed at the heroes of the Fubuki team who were supporting each other, and her eyes rolled around. That. Dr. Tao, you see we are seriously injured and need to go to the hospital immediately. Want to run away after getting the benefits? Tao Qian smiled and stretched out his hand to block Fubuki's towering chest. What's the hurry? I haven't allowed you to leave yet. Fubuki's face was stunned, and she subconsciously wrapped her fluffy coat tightly. I won't let you do experiments. After that, she thought about it and added, my sister is even less likely. Tisk, it's as if I really want to use you for experiments. Tao Qian pouted. He really wants to. Although this world has been polluted in various ways, mutant monsters are emerging endlessly. But superpowers are still extremely rare. As far as Tao Qian knows, there are people with similar powers. In addition to the trembling tornado and hell-blowing snow, there are only psychs in the underground of City Z, and Gory Yuganshup in the Boros Pirates. Sea-level hero gear. In addition, the Uedu organization, which once imprisoned tornado and blowing snow for research, hoping to create a telekinetic person. The universe is so big, but there are very few people who use telekinesis. Tao Qian thinks that he can't suppress tornado yet. He doesn't have enough strength to catch psychs alone. Gory Yuganshup is still on his way to die. The Uedu organization is extremely mysterious, and it is difficult for him to catch its tail. Then his goal of studying telekinesis naturally fell on blowing snow in front of him. Who made her weak? Tao Qian reached out and took out a bright red and crystal medicine. It was the product of the previous laboratory, the oral version. He shook the medicine in front of blowing snow. I have recently developed a drug that can improve thinking activity, physical strength, and beautify the skin. But absent-minded Fubuki only heard the word beautify the skin. Using this to test a woman? Which woman can withstand the temptation of beauty? Fubuki took the potion without thinking and drank it all. She accepted all the benefits given by Tao Qian. She didn't want to pay the price at all. At worst, I can give him the Fubuki group as compensation. Who? Fubuki's reaction and changes were slightly different from those of Miss Emma 9527 before. I saw a wave of waves around her body. A breeze was rolled up, and many fine gravels floated up from the ground without her active control. I feel like I'm a little stronger. Fubuki looked at Tao Qian with a fiery look in her eyes. She subconsciously crossed her arms and showed her proud advantages. Dr. Tao, I won't let you use me for experiments. Even if you tie me up and whip me, I won't agree. But I really need this medicine. What do you want me to do? Tao Qian shrugged. I want to tie you back, but I have to consider your sister's attitude after all. Damn, if he hadn't been unable to beat them, he would have tied the sisters back and studied them day and night. Tao Qian thought for a while and said, in this case, I have a commission for you. He nodded at the second-hand car rented by the Fubuki group. Your Fubuki group is short of money. Fubuki looked serious. Who said that? We are just thrifty. Tao Qian glanced at the precious fur on her body. Then you can wear this and ride in a broken car. Fubuki blushed and stroked her hair. What commission does the doctor want to give to the Fubuki team? Tao Qian looked at the dried monster blood on the road. Monster. To be precise, the remaining tissue of the monster. Collect the remaining body tissues of the monsters you have conquered and send them to my laboratory. I will buy them at a fair price. Fubuki frowned and muttered in a low voice, damn crazy scientist. Obviously, she thought Tao Qian wanted to use the body tissues of monsters to carry out some kind of horrific conspiracy. In fact, in this crazy world, such scientists are not uncommon. Whether it is the former genius scientist, Dr. Kinos, the head of the House of Evolution, or the Uedu organization mentioned above. They are all typical representatives. Even the Hero Association itself is secretly cooperating with the wealthy consortium to raise monsters. Compared with them, Tao Qian is as pure as a little white rabbit. Fubuki didn't think about it for long. Maybe she thought that the Lost Monster organization would not cause much harm. She nodded, I know. Tao Qian raised a sly smile, don't underestimate the monster organization. The potion you just drank was extracted from it. Fubuki's eyes widened. Her chest rose and fell. Ugh. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7 The Hero Association's Plan. Contact Emma. Your report says that Dr. Tao Qian used the cells of dead monsters to make a potion that failed to turn animals into monsters, and used the failed monsterized animals as raw materials to extract this strengthening potion, right? A serious meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A. All the participants were high-level officials of the Hero Association. The person being questioned was the beautiful staff member number 9527, named Emma. Even though this staff member had made sufficient preparations, she was still a little dry-mouthed due to nervousness when facing so many high-level officials of the association at the same time. I am willing to take responsibility for every word I said. As soon as the voice fell, the high-level officials of the association who attended the meeting began to discuss enthusiastically. I think Dr. Tao Qian's research is extremely dangerous. His irresponsible research will lead humanity into the abyss. I ask the association to immediately dispatch S-class heroes to eliminate Tao Qian and his laboratory. I agree. I remember that decades ago, Dr. Kinos also conducted similar research, and now Dr. Kinos has become the head of the monster organization, the House of Evolution. I agree that monster cells have unknown dangers. No one can guarantee whether the medicine made with monster cells as raw materials has unknown dangers. What if, if, the medicine he produces can turn normal people into monsters? Some people agree, and naturally some people oppose. I object. With the current situation of the monster disaster getting worse and worse, it is almost impossible to completely eliminate the monsters, and the losses caused by the monster disaster are astronomical every year. But we still haven't found the reason for the birth of monsters, nor have we found a way to completely eliminate them. The financial situation of many cities is already overwhelmed, but I think Dr. Tao Qian's research topic provides us with a new idea to solve the problem. Instead of hoping to completely eliminate monsters, why don't we consider how to use monster resources? I second the proposal. At present, the association has cooperated with many wealthy people to jointly develop monster resources, but so far there are only functions such as hunting and collecting. However, drive. Tao Qian has provided us with a more effective and promising direction. I think the association should increase the allocation of resources. Let drive. Tao Qian develop safer and more functional medicines. I don't agree. This kind of research is too dangerous. We can't put our hopes on Dr. Tao Qian alone. We should put the entire research project under the full supervision of the association, so as to ensure that the research results are used by us. These high-level members of the Hero Association, who are usually well-dressed and righteous, are arguing red-faced and unwilling to give in to each other. Nothing else. Profits. Although the Hero Association was established only 3 years ago. But because of the help of the monster disaster, the power of the association has expanded rapidly and has become one of the important organizations that influence human society. How do these mortal high-level people in front of us command those S-level heroes who can defeat dragon-level monsters and C-level heroes who have just passed the assessment and are not much stronger than ordinary people? It depends on money and resource allocation. Heroes also need to eat, live, and have family and friends. At least most heroes are like this. The Hero Association relies on various measures such as hero rankings, hero points, and hero assessments to organize a group of powerful people, under the slogan of protecting humans, but there are some dirty deeds behind the scenes. But no matter how much profit these high-level people have made and how many powerful heroes they can command, they are still mortals. Mortals are afraid of death. The Hero Association almost always commands an S-level hero stationed at the headquarters. At the same time, just like the wealthy Xenier, who secretly funded other organizations to research combat uniforms, these mortals also desire power and desire to prolong their lives. Then, when Tao Qian can use monster cells to bring them hope of gaining power and prolonging their lives. Whether these high-level officials agree or oppose, their essence is to control Tao Qian in their own hands. While these high-level officials are fighting for the power to absorb or imprison Tao Qian, the latest intelligence is sent outside the conference room. According to different witnesses, many people in City B, City D, and City Y have seen a hero who can fly and defeat monsters everywhere. And according to the heroes present, the so-called hero who can fly is Dr. Tao Qian. It is said that Dr. Tao Qian has an unknown technological creation that can emit energy light balls and completely destroy ghost-level monsters in just an instant. Hearing this news, the voices in the conference room were solemn. Almost everyone's face became serious. After a long while, someone broke the silence. Haha, it seems that our specially appointed researcher still has many secrets. The arrival of this information completely eliminated the voices of the faction that detained Tao Qian. The ability to instantly destroy a demon-level monster is also an outstanding existence among S-level heroes. After thinking about it, a group of senior executives also felt that only Blast, Tornado, and Metal Knight could win. At this time, King had no record of fighting giants and had not yet been officially recognized as the strongest man on the surface of the earth. But Blast Shenlong was nowhere to be seen, and only wanted to finish the earth with the chairman of the Prophecy Countermeasures Committee Ziki, a single line of contact. As for Tornado, it was used as a bottom-line weapon, and there were rumors that Tao Qian had a good relationship with Tornado and Blowing Snow Sisters. As for Metal Knight, this person would not act until he saw the benefits, and he always acted on his own, and the Hero Association could not drive him. So what to do? If you can't beat him, just invite him to join. For a time, many eyes were focused on Miss Emma, number 9527. Personnel Assessment Officer Cortez cleared his throat and announced to her. Ms. Emma, after discussion, the directors unanimously approved the appointment of you as the director of the meeting room for contacting Dr. Tao. I hope you will take the interests of the association as your first choice and invite Dr. Tao to become an official hero. The Hero Association is willing to cooperate with him in all aspects to develop monster resources together. P.S. New author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 8 Term Analysis, Steady Improvement of Strength. Tao Qian didn't care what the people in the Hero Association thought. He patrolled several cities in succession, eliminated monsters, and was currently counting his gains. Super tough nerves, purple. After being injured, the nerves at the wound will not break, but will remain connected. The neural memory will help the new muscle tissue to be stronger. Effect of the entry: nerve toughness increases by 50%, nerve regeneration speed increases by 50%, and memory integrity increases by 100%. Electric Shock Boy, blue. I won't be electrocuted, absolutely not. Effect of the entry: lightning attribute damage increases by 20%, and lightning attribute damage immunity is 20%. Big Eater, blue. Able to eat a large amount of food at the same time and store it. Effect of the entry: the stored food can be used as a reserve energy, replaces its own energy consumption. Bristle, blue. Hair is the symbol of masculinity. Item effect: generates dense hair on the body surface, and physical damage immunity increases by 20%. Donkey, blue. The donkey in Pan Donkey Deng Xiaoxian, you know. Item effect: due to regulations, it cannot be displayed here for the time being. Advanced beetle transformation, pollution, transformed into a crustacean insect, with higher defense and environmental adaptability. Tao Qian. Tisk, the harvest, is average. In fact, the item explosion rate is not actually high. Monsters below the demon level will hardly explode purple or even higher items. Tiger level and wolf level monsters can basically only provide blue, green, and even white items. Well, it's better to use them as raw materials. In normal times, most of the monsters handled by the heroes of the Hero Association are Tiger and Wolf levels. After all, Demon level monsters require at least 4 A-level heroes or 1 S-level hero to deal with. Most B-class and C-class heroes are usually only responsible for maintaining public order, hunting wanted criminals, and helping to find cats and dogs. A-class heroes have fixed patrol tasks, and they don't encounter monster disasters every day. Like Tao Qian, he encountered a dragon level and 3 ghost level monsters in a row on this day. The probability of this was negligible before. And Tao Qian also smelled a hint of danger from this unusual probability. In addition to the Vaccine Man, the Crocodile King and the Wild Boar King, as well as other monsters, are likely to have suddenly mutated after entering the sewer. Tao Qian narrowed his eyes. It looks like the work of the Monster Association. According to his experimental results, the success rate of refining potions from the raw materials collected a month ago is very touching. But in the past month, the reactions produced by many raw materials during refining have converged, which has also made a significant breakthrough in his experimental progress. To put it bluntly, the reason for the birth of these raw material monsters is the same. The monster cells of the Snake King. Tao Qian began to get excited. A monster that can create monsters. In Sykes' hands, it would be nothing more than a tool for her to destroy humanity. But if I hold it in my own hands... Damn, do I still need to wander around and fight monsters? If I want any entry, can't I just let the Monster King produce cells and make it myself? Hiss, this is really a crazy idea. Tao Qian himself wondered if he was too crazy. You know, the Monster King is not a cat or dog raised at home. It is at least a monster at the top of the dragon level, and it may even be favored by the so-called god and produce unknown mutations. We need to think long-term. At least we need to have enough strength. Add Bristly, Blue, to the entry library, and plunder other entries. As Super Tough Nerve, Purple, Electric Shock Boy, Blue, Big Eater, Blue, and Donkey, Blue, were plundered by Tao Qian. He felt that his body had undergone certain changes. The nerve strength has increased a lot, and the energy bomb happens to be electromagnetic damage. Tao Qian casually fired an energy bomb at a ruin. Boom! The half-remaining broken wall was directly evaporated by a light ball. The demolition efficiency has also improved a lot. Then he cast his eyes on advanced beetleization, pollution. 2 attributes, beetleization, environmental adaptation. According to his experience, this entry is likely to bring him surprises. Analyze advanced beetle transformation, pollution. The system prompt sounded, do you want to consume 3000 kill points to analyze the entry advanced beetle transformation, pollution? Yes. Then, in Tao Qian's sight, a translucent progress bar appeared, and the progress was completed in a flash. Analysis successful. You have obtained a new entry. Advanced environmental adaptation, purple. It has super strong environmental adaptability and can survive in various extreme environments. Entry effect: increase resistance to toxic, acidic, and alkaline substances by 100%, and can generate corresponding resistance in a short time, and be immune to damage from toxic substances. Hidden effect: environmental concealment rate increases by 50%. Beetle transformation, purple. Transform into a giant beetle, greatly improve the strength of bones, and generate shell armor on the body surface, with extremely strong defense resistance. Entry effect, transformation time 900 seconds, pressure bearing capacity during transformation increases by 1000%, physical defense increases by 150%, and strength increases by 300%. 2 purple entries. A small top-grade item, a transformation type. Integrate advanced environmental adaptation, purple, and add beetle transformation, purple, to the entry library. As the entry effect merged into the body, Tao Qian's perception of the surrounding environment also improved. The broken wall there just forms a triangular stable structure, which can be used to hide. Dig a hole below, the temperature should be suitable, and the concealment is also very strong. What is going on? Tao Qian shook his head and cleared his messy thoughts from his mind. This time the harvest was good, which made Tao Qian have higher expectations for the future. Go home first. After reaching a cooperation with the Fubuki group, you can just lie at home and receive the goods in the future. For Tao Qian, before getting the limiter on Saitama, strength can only be used to protect his own safety. Scientific research is the foundation of his existence in this world. This must not be relaxed. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to collect, send flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is a support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 9: The Ambition of the Monster Association. What? Many new monsters were killed. Z City No Man's Land. 1,500 meters underground in the house of a bald devil. In a dim room, Sykes looked at the information sent from the Monster Association and fell into deep thought. Has the speed of monster generation been noticed? Oh, I want to accumulate more strength. Sykes has long blue-purple wavy hair, delicate face, and graceful figure. She leaned on the sofa and shook the red wine glass in her hand carelessly. When she wanted to make up her mind, give up the plan to continue accumulating strength and launch an attack on the Hero Association in advance. The puppet with a big embarrassed eye above 100 meters above his head received another piece of information. Is this inside information from the Hero Association? Dr. Tao Qiantao, a genius scientist and pharmacist who suddenly appeared a few months ago. He once assisted the Hero Association in developing a series of medicines such as healing spray and painkillers. Most of the new monsters recruited by the association this time were killed by him. Sykes's face was neither sad nor happy, but the more she looked down, the more interested she became. He collected the cell tissues of monsters, and used the cell tissues of monsters to develop strengthening medicines. Seeing this, Sykes's face began to become serious. There was an inexplicable surprise in his eyes. Using monsters as raw materials, develop medicines that can improve human physical fitness and thinking activity. What a genius idea! This kind of talent must be used by me. When Sykes was a student, she was a good friend of Fubuki and the vice president of the Superpower Research Association. Fubuki was the president. She is also a natural superpower user. However, when she used superpower prophecy once, she saw a future that made her reshape her worldview. For this reason, her thinking became more radical, and she even clamored to destroy humans and reshape the world with superpowers. Therefore, she also parted ways with friends such as Fubuki. And a few years ago, she used the near-death evolution theory to successfully create the Monster King, Orakai. And she occupied the sewers in the uninhabited area of Z City, which was gradually abandoned by humans in the increasingly severe monster disaster. Use it as the base of the Monster Association and continuously create monsters. She has only one purpose in her life. Use monsters to destroy humans. Establish a new ecosystem for monsters on the Earth. What a grand goal! However, in the process of achieving the goal, she still feels a little lonely. It is too difficult to create and command monsters with a human body. She had to hide deep underground and usually show people the puppet big embarrassing eyes. Although he is still a little immature compared to me. As the creator of King Orakai, Sykes is arrogant and conceited. Tao Qian's use of monster cells to make medicine only made her feel like a fellow traveler. His intelligence should not be wasted on meaningless things like strengthening humans. Monsters. Evolution is the only future of the Earth. In a trance, Sykes saw the horrific scene she saw in the prophecy 10 years ago. Ah! She held her head, trembling all over, and recovered after a long while. Human! She gritted her teeth, as if with infinite hatred. Monster Association. De Jianjian, who was trapped in the sofa, summoned his subordinates with telepathy. Meow meow. Here, De Jianjian, the chief of staff. A thin cat-shaped monster who walked silently appeared in front of her. Meow meow raised his head, but did not look at De Jianjian's one eye, but looked around at De Jianjian's pink and purple body with a scattered look, as if considering where to start the claws. Don't have any bad thoughts, you don't have any chance to make a move in front of me. De Jianjian warned. Meow, De Jianjian, the chief of staff, you misunderstood me, I am very well behaved, hee hee. Meow meow raised his paw to cover the corner of his mouth and laughed. Humph, you'd better not have any bad ideas. You should know that since the Monster King can create you, he can also eat you. Meow meow was immediately shocked. Ah! No. Big staff officer, if you have any tasks, just tell me. Big blinked his eyes with satisfaction. She snapped her fingers, and a photo rose out of thin air and was sent to Meow Meow. I have a secret mission. You need to go to City Z and bring this person back to the association alive. I will let the Insect God and the Cutting King cooperate with you. This mission can only succeed, not fail. Big paused, still felt that it was not safe, so he continued to hand Meow Meow a meatball that seemed to be alive. Take the monster cells with you. If he resists violently, force him to eat. As long as he becomes a monster, he can't want to come. Kukukuku. Big staff officer is really wise. Meow Meow promises to complete the task. Meow Meow took the monster cells with his claws, and a grim smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Sykes attaches great importance to Tao Qian. For this reason, he even sent the future to recruit Garu's monster team. Meow Meow, disaster level dragon, with extremely sharp claws, the body can be deformed at will, and can pass through a gap of only 3 mm. He has a poor fighting will and likes to run away halfway through the fight. He is extremely cruel and likes to bully the weak. Insect God, disaster level ghost, a humanoid insect monster with a strong body and shell, and a second stage transformation. Cutting King, disaster level ghost, a humanoid monster with strong physical fitness, flexible skills, and the ability to reconnect the body as long as the bandage is not broken. Use 2 long swords to cut the opponent's flesh and blood with extremely fast attack speed. 1 dragon level, 2 are infinitely close to dragon level. They are all top masters of the fighting school. Sykes is confident that as long as they don't encounter unreasonable and powerful superpower heroes like Tornado, these 3 monsters are enough to deal with most enemies in the world. There is no possibility of accidents. At the same time, Z City, Laboratory. Tao Qian, wearing blue goggles, watched the experiment humming on the experimental table. The experimental machine flashed with a bright blue light, and operated the mechanical arm to inject the remaining tissues of the Crocodile King and the Wild Boar King into the mice. Tang! 2 violent energies were stimulated from the mice. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the mice was torn apart by the wanton growth of muscle tissue. Although these experimental subjects still could not escape the fate of failure. But Tao Qian had already got what he wanted. 3 minutes and 35 seconds, the shape of the monsterization is more stable. The more powerful the monster, the more energy the remaining cell tissue contains, and the higher the probability of ordinary animals becoming monsters. I really want to get a cell of the Monster King and study it. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Crisis. Whose crisis is it? 4 more. City Z under the night. There is a small area that is always in darkness. This is an uninhabited area. It is the home of the bald demon king. It is also the lair of the Monster Association. At the same time, it is also a dangerous place in the monster legend. There is no other reason, because the bald demon king will slap the monsters passing by every time he enters and exits this area. But because there are also monsters like vampires in the Monster Association that feed on monsters. Therefore, almost all monsters think that someone is causing trouble inside. They don't even know the existence of Saitama. Because those who have seen him are dead. But over time, the monsters have also mastered certain rules. That is, there is almost no danger in going in and out here at night. Who told Saitama not to go out at night? At this moment, Meow Meow took the insect god and the cutting king and tiptoed to lift the cover of the sewer. Jumped out from underground. Where is that Tao's laboratory? Hey! Meow Meow kept scanning the insect god and the cutting king with a look of infinite malice. Then the two subconsciously moved closer together. Meow, Meow Lord, we are on your side. The insect god forced a smile and said flatteringly. Humph, does that matter? Meow Meow said lightly. It stretched out its tongue and licked its claws gracefully. When it looked at the two ghost-level monsters, its eyes were full of teasing. Insect God, I heard that your armor is indestructible. I have long wanted to use it to sharpen my claws. And you, Cutting King, I have always been curious about what is wrapped under your bandages. Meow Meow shook his claws, and his voice became ethereal. It always reminds me of the rolls of paper in the human bathroom before. To be honest, I miss those days. The insect god was so scared that his face twitched and his voice trembled. Meow. Lord Meow, should we focus on the mission first? But what responded to it was a sharp cold light. Sizzle. After a few harsh sounds, a deep wound was left on the armor that the insect god was proud of. A few broken bandages also fell from the body of the cutting king beside him, revealing a dark patch inside. I don't know what it is. Lord Meow. Spare my life. The insect god was scared out of his wits. You know, his armor is as hard as steel, and even the sharp blade of the cutting king can't leave a mark. At this time, it was split by a claw, and almost cut into the flesh. Tisk boring, you are right, it is better to focus on the mission. The moody Meow Meow seemed to have suddenly lost interest in the two of them, and turned around and walked towards the Tao Chien laboratory surrounded by the downtown area. In the world of monsters, strength is respected, and no one cares if you die without strength. Even though they suffered such harm and humiliation, the Mushikari team dared not act rashly and had to follow obediently. Meow Meow, I like to bully the weak the most. As a cadre member of the Monster Association, Meow Meow's hobbies are extremely unique. It retains the personality of a cat. It is extremely cruel and likes to torture and kill opponents by playing with them. The more miserable the opponent screams, the more excited it is. Because of its personality, Sykes has always confined it underground. This time, Sykes felt that Tao Chien might be difficult to deal with, and it was easy to attract the attention of the Hero Association if they attacked the laboratory. So he hoped to use Meow Meow's skills in stealth and sneak attacks, and take people away by surprise. But what she didn't know, or what she knew but didn't care about, was Meow Meow has its own ideas. I hope you can let me play for a while longer. Meow Meow looked at the laboratory in front of it, which looked like a steel fortress, and chuckled. Then, it walked around the building and easily found an entrance for exhaust gas. It turned into a thin sheet, rolled into a ball, and sneaked in along the pipe. Only the insect god and the cutting king were left outside, looking at each other. Master Big Eyes' mission is to let us meet Master Meow Meow outside, right? The two ghost-level monsters looked at each other and decided to paddle. Anyway, Meow Meow is a dragon level, and the possibility of failure is theoretically close to zero. Are there any experimental materials that are delivered to the door? Tao Qian in the laboratory looked at the surveillance with interest. In fact, the three monsters were captured by the hidden surveillance when they were 1 mile away from the laboratory. Dr. Tao attaches great importance to his own safety. At this moment, he looked at a cat, and followed the pipe he deliberately left, and soon he came to the reserved room. Just the next second when Meow Meow jumped out of the pipe. Click! With a muffled sound, the pipe mouth behind it closed directly, leaving almost no gap. Hey, where did this little cutie come from? Is it a homeless stray cat? The dark hall suddenly became as bright as day. Under the illumination of countless lights, Meow Meow's shadow on the ground was only a vague outline. This is not good news. And the entire room, even the integrated cast steel cage, the entrance it just entered, was blocked by the carved door, and the gap was almost invisible to the naked eye. This time, Meow Meow's proud stealth skills were directly abolished. But it was not panicked at all. Just like Tao Qian who was sitting opposite it. Humph! Pointless struggle. Meow Meow swayed her cat steps and slowly approached Tao Qian. I'm a cadre of the Monster Association, and I'm here to invite you to join us. How about it? Let's go, don't make me waste my energy. Meow Meow raised his head and licked his claws slowly. Come on, I just poured cat food, let me see if you're sterilized. Tao Qian patted the chair under him, raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a mocking smile. You're looking for death. I don't know which sentence made Meow Meow break his defense, and the claws on his hands grew directly, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Swish! The next moment, it flashed directly behind Tao Qian, and its sharp claws quickly slashed out. In its eyes, it seemed to have seen the scene of Tao Qian's body and head being separated. But Tao Qian was faster than it. Hee, interesting. In nature, cats are actually known for their sensitivity, not speed. Therefore, Tao Qian, who possessed the two entries of Earth Apostle and Leopard Speed, had already firmly suppressed Meow Meow in terms of absolute speed. In Meow Meow's eyes, this human whose profession was scientist appeared beside him in just a blink of an eye. Snap! A snap of fingers. Danger! Meow Meow's heart was alarmed. It retracted its claws without hesitation, turned around, and quickly rushed to the other end of the room. But how could Tao Qian's attack be so easy to avoid? Go! Following the command of his fingers, several light balls with lightning flashing on the surface followed Meow Meow tightly like a thorn in the flesh. Damn it! How can humans have such ability? Hunter and hunted. The identities were instantly exchanged. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11 Come on stage, the test bench has a big seat, 5 more. Meow. Meow Meow roared, and its two claws instantly lengthened and blocked in front of it. The claws swung rapidly and even formed a shadow screen in front of it. This is Meow Meow's favorite move. Its power is so great that it can cut through concrete buildings and ground like cutting tofu. But at this moment, it only gave Meow Meow a certain amount of breathing time. Crack! Crack! With a few crisp sounds, Meow Meow shattered the energy bomb. But several of its long claws also broke. So strong! I can't fight. Just like the trembling tornado is not as good as a sea-level physical hero without superpowers. Meow Meow is a dragon-level monster that ranks among the top in agility and lethality. Its weaknesses are also prominent. Its defense is relatively weak, and its endurance is even worse. This is also the fundamental factor of its poor fighting will. At this moment, Meow Meow just wants to escape. Escape back to the sewer. Who the hell wants to complete the mission? As long as it is alive, it is still a cadre of the Monster Association. There are only so many dragon-level monsters in the Monster Association. Meow Meow doesn't believe that Big Eyes is willing to let King Snake eat him. Run! Run! But where can it run to? Looking around, the entire hall of hundreds of square meters is cast in steel and integrated. Meow Meow scratched the wall with his claws. Although it can be cut, it takes a lot of effort. But how thick is this wall? Tao Qian tells you, at least 5 meters. For his own safety, he is not joking. Haha, come again. Tao Qian snapped his fingers. He released several more light balls. He even sat back in his chair comfortably. The scene reappeared. Electric Shock Boy, although it is just a blue entry. But Tao Qian likes this simple and crude attribute of adding damage and immunity. Directly let his electromagnetic energy bomb damage to a higher level. By the way, that entry can be upgraded. Enough of small talk. Meow Meow usually likes to play cat and mouse games. Especially the state of mouse that can't live or die, which makes it unforgettable every time. But today, at this moment, this is the first time that it has been teased as a mouse by others. Not only is it aggrieved, but it is also aggrieved. What's more terrible is that Meow Meow feels that the energy used to regenerate claws is about to run out. If it goes on like this, it will definitely die. If you dare, fight me head on. In order to survive, Meow Meow even used the method of provoking. Humans should be very face-saving, just like my previous master, who ate bean sprouts every day and said he was very good to his family. It thought so. Okay, play with you. Tao Qian stood up and moved his limbs. I haven't moved for a long time, and I'm rusty. Meow Meow was ecstatic. Meow Meow went up. Exciting cat punishment. Meow Meow used the last of his strength. He burst out with the most powerful move in his life. Zine. 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 The extremely sharp claw suddenly stretched a few more inches. With Meow Meow as the center, the area within a 10-foot radius was filled with dense claw shadows. The huge force broke through the air, and even drew a series of strong winds towards Tao Qian. At this moment, Meow Meow had already forgotten the capture alive order from Big Embarrassing Eyes. If he didn't kill the other party, he would be the one to die today. It took only a moment for Meow Meow to enter the violent mode. The claw shadows all over the sky even blocked his own vision. Meow Meow was confident that no one could escape this move. What's more, what about a so-called human who was at most similar to Wandering Emperor? In just a blink of an eye, the chair that Tao Qian was originally sitting on was torn to pieces by Meow Meow. The violent slashing lasted for more than 5 minutes. Huff huff, it's over. The mission failed. If Big pursues it, I will just run away. Anyway, I am not a weirdo created by Wang Dashi. Meow Meow leaned on his waist and looked around the room. No, why is there not a drop of blood on the ground? When he thought of this, Meow Meow suddenly felt a warning in his heart. It was too late. I saw a big hand reaching out from behind Meow Meow and grabbed its neck. Little cat, you are having fun. Meow Meow's hair stood on end, but with his neck grabbed, his whole body was stiff for a while and he couldn't make any movements at all. Even if he had become a weirdo, he was still a cat after all. However, it was a weirdo after all, and it quickly adjusted itself. Don't underestimate me. It turned from a cat to a sheet of cat in an instant. Its body became as thin as a piece of paper, and it broke away from Tao Qian's control. Then Meow Meow turned in mid-air. Xenia. In a split second, Meow Meow used up all his strength and launched another slash. It was useless. Tao Qian's figure seemed to be weightless, and was swayed by the airflow broken by Meow Meow's claws. Even though Meow Meow's attack was in a critical moment, Tao Qian still easily dodged it. Then, a big hand grabbed Meow Meow's neck again. Tao Qian's playful voice came into Meow Meow's ears, "Have you had enough fun? Is it my turn?" Meow Meow was so scared that his soul left his body. You are definitely not a human. Hee hee. Tao Qian did not answer again, but twisted it hard. Crack. With a sound, Meow Meow's neck was twisted into a knot, and her whole body instantly became soft and heavy, and she lay limply on Tao Qian's arm. She looked deader than dead. But Tao Qian's eyes were a little subtle. The system hadn't prompted that the entry had been detected yet. Life-replacing technique? Or fake death technique? Want to fake death and escape? You wouldn't have thought, I have a cheat. Tao Qian didn't waste any words, threw Meow Meow into the air, snapped his fingers, and condensed several energy bombs on his side. They hit Meow Meow's body hard. Ah! You! Meow Meow only had time to make 2 calls before his entire head was hit by the energy ball and evaporated. Ding! Found lootable entries. 9 lives, purple. It is said that cats have 9 lives, but in fact, cats just don't die that easily. Entry effect: after being severely injured or actively entering a state of suspended animation, the body's toughness increases by 200% and the recovery ability increases by 50%, but if it suffers a fatal attack, it will still die. Gap wandering, purple. Meow Meow's special skill, which can freely pass through or hide in cracks that many people can't notice. Entry effect: it can turn itself into a thin sheet and freely pass through a gap of about 3 mm. Hiding technique, purple. When a cat hides sincerely, you may find it difficult to find its trace even if it is close at hand. Entry effect: reduce its own presence by 50%. Increase its own concealment by 50%, and can easily hide in shadows and cracks. Cat's grace, blue. Cat's walk is known as a symbol of elegance. At the same time, when a cat is dropped from mid-air, it always lands on its feet first. Item effect: temperament is improved by 100%. Increase flexibility by 200%, and be able to make more unexpected postures. When walking in complex terrain, the jump height is increased by an additional 100%. Brutal mind, gray. Cats are cruel hunters. Even if they are not hungry, they will instinctively hunt and play with their prey until they die. Item effect: when the prey is identified, the concentration and damage are increased by 50%. However, if the prey is not killed, it will fall into an extremely depressed state for 48 hours, and the physical attributes and mental state will be reduced by 50%. Tao Qian's eyes flickered. Although this dragon-level monster did not explode with orange items, its 3 purple items have their own characteristics. Except for brutal mind, plunder all. Cut King, how long has it been? Outside the laboratory door, the insect god and the Cut King have been waiting impatiently. Especially the Cutting King, with bandages flying all over his body. It was written on his face that "I'm losing my patience." Meow Meow had been in for more than a quarter of an hour, and there was no movement inside. "Should we fight our way in?" the insect god said and punched the laboratory wall. "Damn, my hand hurts." Forget it, let's wait a little longer." The 2 weirdos waited there for nearly a quarter of an hour. When the insect god wanted to dig a hole in the ground to get in, the door of the laboratory finally moved. With a rumble, a tall and slender figure walked out of the laboratory slowly with an elegant step. But the 2 weirdos always felt that something was wrong. He is not Meow Meow. Meow Meow walks without making any sound. Accompanied by the somewhat panicked voice of the insect god, Tao Qian also appeared in front of the 2 weirdos. "I say, there are still empty seats on my test bench, why are you two in such a hurry to leave? P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is a support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12, Terrified Tornado, Don't Try to Get My Sister. One more. There was a problem with the network yesterday, so I should have added more. I will try to make up for it today. You killed the middle-level dragon monster Meow Meow and the upper-level ghost monster Slicer King, and you got a total of 9,000 kill points. Tao Qian was very satisfied. 1 dragon and 2 ghosts, the experimental materials were delivered to the door. Even the kitten specially brought the monster cells that he had been thinking about. What a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. He then looked at the insect god who was stripped of his armor and was dying but still alive. Jarvis, conduct the 71st regeneration experiment. Accompanied by the horrified eyes of the insect god in the large experimental dish. A bucket of strong acid was poured in. Ah! The poor monster immediately struggled and wailed. On an ugly insect face, many places had rotted into a pool of rotten flesh, blood and flesh turned into mud, and it was still bubbling and smoking. But Tao Qian only observed carefully and recorded the experimental data. The number 83 mixed formula strong acid increases the inhibition of the flesh and blood regeneration of the insect god by 15% and the damage by 13%. If it can be mass-produced and equipped, I believe that most insect monsters below the demon level will find it difficult to cause too much damage to heroes in the future. Provide such weapons to the Hero Association? Or other organizations? Tao Qian was distressed. Well, but this strong acid is also a huge threat to humans. It is better not to leak it out for the time being. For scientists, the value of living monsters far exceeds that of dead ones. Therefore, Tao Qian, who was not interested in the insect entry, deliberately spared the life of the insect god to experiment with new weapons. As for the abstract creature like the Cutting King, Tao Qian accidentally killed it because it resisted too violently. Only the entries such as Madness in Reason, Purple, Blade Cutting, Blue, Bandage Regeneration, Blue, and Maintaining Human Form, White, were left. Tao Qian collected them in the entry library and put them aside for the time being. Sanity in Madness, Purple, who says madmen can't think. Item effect, sanity is reduced by 90%, thinking activity is increased by 100%, and damage is increased by 100% when fighting. Blade Cutting, Blue, hold 2 knives and attack like a storm. Item effect, increase the damage of knife weapons by 50%, and increase the attack speed by 100%. Bandage Regeneration, Blue, the bandages wrapped around the body can be used as armor and part of the body. Do you want to see what is hidden under the bandages? Item effect, when the body is wrapped with bandages, it can provide an extra layer of armor. The bandages have a regeneration effect and increase the blood and flesh regeneration effect by 50%. Maintain human form, White, humans are a besieged city. Some people don't want to be human, and some creatures try their best to be human. Item effect, you can maintain human form when you become a monster. During the experiment, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! The ghost-level upper monster insect god is convinced by you and is willing to be loyal to you. You can accept him as your follower. Do you agree? Note, after accepting the other party as a follower, you can unconditionally copy the other party's entries. And you can also unconditionally give your own entries to the other party. Tao Qian blinked his eyes and saw the insect god in the large experimental dish, who was recovering his body in the nutrient solution, looking at him with a pleading and submissive look. No. Tao Qian refused without thinking. He had not studied the function of followers, but it was obvious that insects were not worthy. It seems that you have recovered well. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, prepare for the next experiment. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The insect god immediately struggled violently. It was useless. But when Tao Qian was immersed in the experiment, there was a BG sound at the door. Boom! The 5-meter-thick special steel door was directly opened by a huge force. Tao Qian! Come out! This voice was childish and crisp, and it would be pleasant to hear if it was spoken properly. It's a pity, he has a big mouth. I'm coming. Tao Qian went out to greet them without changing his clothes. When he arrived at the door, 2 figures, one big and one small, one tall and one short, one plump and one flat, appeared in front of him. Tornado, what's wrong with you? The people who came were Tornado and Blizzard. The trembling Tornado, ranked second in the Hero Association. She was also the elder sister of the queen next to her. Her green curly hair floated upwards, and even her whole body was floating in the air under the strong spiritual pressure. At this moment, she looked at Tao Qian with an angry face. Tao Qian! Did I warn you not to hit my sister? Along with this fierce shout, Tao Qian immediately felt a strong suction coming, trying to drag him around. Fortunately, he had previously obtained the Earth Apostle entry, which would be fully strengthened within the scope of the Earth. Except for the rustling of his white coat, Tao Qian stood on the ground, motionless. A trace of doubt flashed in Tornado's eyes. The man in front of him could actually withstand half of his strength? You know, she twisted an ordinary ghost-level monster into a twist, and at most used 10% of her strength. Subconsciously, she wanted to increase the output of her superpowers. Sister! At the critical moment, the blizzard of hell stopped her. I've told you that Dr. Tao didn't threaten me to help him do the experiment. We, the Fubuki team, are here to deliver goods to him. Tao Qian followed her words and looked outside the door. Sure enough, a half-old pickup truck was parked outside the door. Several members of the Fubuki team carefully huddled aside, fearing that they would be seen by Tornado. Shut up! Tornado immediately interrupted his sister's speech. What are they planning? Don't I know? Have you forgotten when you were young? In short, I won't allow you to contact him alone. My stupid sister, I can't watch you all day long. Fubuki's face darkened, and she made a helpless gesture towards Tao Qian. Tao Qian also had a headache. He just wanted to do a simple business and get close to the 2 sisters, so how did he attract the big boss? But his mind turned quickly, and he took out a potion after patting his pocket. Miss Tornado, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Did you get the news of my latest invention? He raised the potion in his hand. You've come at the right time. This potion is very effective and can promote human redevelopment. It can not only increase height and beautify, but you can also use it to grow bigger if you want. As soon as these words came out, Fubuki's face changed drastically, and she stretched out her hand to grab at her side. Tornado, who was originally beside her, had long disappeared. She floated on the top of the laboratory, her green curly hair stood upright, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tao Qian, you are looking for death. Everyone has a reverse scale, and Tornado's reverse scale is her sister, and her own height. In a flash, Tornado directly activated telekinesis and wanted to grab Tao Qian from the ground. Rolled him into a round shape, flattened him, and then slapped him to pieces. But what she didn't expect was, even though the entire laboratory began to crumble, Tao Qian still took root under his feet and did not move. He even had the energy to blink at her and pout at her, a complete provocation. When did he become so strong? At the critical moment, a sound came from outside the door. Miss Tornado, I am a senior cadre of the association. I will contact Emma, the director of the conference room, with Dr. Tao. Dr. Tao is an important partner of the Hero Association. Please stop the attack. Ms. 9527, who got the news, hurried over. She changed into a more expensive suit at this time, full of confidence. Tornado was a little nervous, and when she heard this, she took advantage of the situation. She landed on the ground, looked at Fubuki and said sternly, "I don't care what business you are doing, now. Immediately. Stop. Let's go." After that, regardless of whether Fubuki agreed or not, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Fubuki out of the laboratory with her superpowers and left. Fubuki had no power to resist, so she had to signal Tao Qian with her mouth. The transaction continues. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Chapter 13 The Association's Cooperation Intention, Assistant, 2 more. Doctor, the association is very interested in your research. Confident women are the most beautiful. Emma was at her peak and most confident at this moment. Just yesterday, she was just a small liaison. One night later, she hugged Tao Qian's 3 legs and jumped directly to the end of the senior quarters. It was like riding a rocket. You know, after becoming a coder, not only will you have a large salary, but also a luxury car and a super large flat floor residence that will serve you specially. As for various hidden benefits, they are too numerous to list. The most important thing is that the project she is responsible for is Tao Qian. Tao Qian is also a scientist. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If Tao Qian has any inventions, what if the association doesn't like it, and there are other rich people or organizations that are interested? Right. Tao Qian only occasionally carried her on his shoulders, but now she holds Tao Qian in her heart. Therefore, as soon as she heard the news that Tornado came to find Tao Qian, she hurried over. Coincidentally, it can be regarded as helping Tao Qian resolve this crisis. Doctor, the association is willing to provide sufficient resources. I hope you can provide 100 bottles of water of hope immediately. Emma stretched out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth gently. Yesterday she brought back a sample. After being tested in the laboratory of the Hero Association, the effect was significant, and no obvious side effects were detected. It immediately caused a sensation. Both the association's senior executives and the wealthy investors wanted to get this medicine immediately. First, they wanted to use it. Second, they wanted to imitate it. Doctor, the wealthy Xenokin wants to make additional investments in your laboratory. In return, he wants to order 100 bottles first. Emma leaned close to Tao Qian's ear and whispered. Her warm breath gently stroked the fluff on Tao Qian's ear, which was itchy. Oh, you just became a coder and you started to dig into the association? Tao Qian looked at the radiant Emma and felt a little funny. However, it was a sale anyway, and it didn't matter who it was sold to. After all, this medicine was only the most basic result. After killing Meow Meow and Cut King and capturing the insect god alive yesterday, Tao Qian has gained more through experiments. Now the most pressing problem is not enough manpower. It is not easy for him to conduct research on several projects at the same time. He needs an assistant. And now, most of the scientists in the world are in the hands of various consortiums and organizations. There are very few wild ones, and they can be counted on one hand. Kinos from the House of Evolution. Or the Fako who developed the King of Biceps. Tao Qian originally wanted to choose. But, Doctor, I have some new ideas about yesterday's topic. Why don't we discuss it? Ah? Tao Qian was a little stunned. It's not appropriate this early in the morning. But at this time, Emma's slender waist has leaned against him. The elastic buttocks are constantly rubbing against him. Power is the best catalyst. After tasting the taste of power, Emma has completely fallen. Her eyes were full of passion, reflecting endless ambition and desire. Forget it, who made me a good person? Snap. Tao Qian snapped his fingers, and the spare door fell down with a clang. I have a new idea. Emma, have you heard of the theory of near-death evolution? It can tap your potential with great efficiency. Let's try suffocation first. Sage time. By the way, Emma, I want the Hero Association to help me find someone. Tao Qian thought for a long time and decided to find Fokker first. In the world of One Punch Man, there are actually quite a few crazy scientists or high-level research talents. For example, Dr. Bafoy, the Metal Knight. He has an extremely powerful metal army and can create super-large robots. After the destruction of City A by Boros in the future, it took only 7 days to rebuild the new headquarters of the Hero Association on the ruins of City A. Tao Qian can't see through him. For example, Child Emperor. As the former assistant of Metal Knight, Child Emperor is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Unfortunately, this child's mind is full of humanity and justice, and it is estimated that it is difficult for him to accept Tao Qian's weird experiment project. Another example is Drive Knight. This person is more mysterious, and Tao Qian suspects that he is related to an unknown organization. Untrustworthy. There are also people like Dr. Kunos, the financier behind the funding warrior Genos. Well, as a victim, he is very suitable. The above people are all high-level talents on the mechanical side. What about the biological side? Sykes is naturally the leader. After all, she created the Monster King Orokai and created the so-called Monster Association. Although her purpose is a bit far-fetched, there is no doubt that her research on monsters is more in-depth than Tao Qian. It's just that the two sides have different research focuses. Sykes wants to create monsters to eliminate humans, while Tao Qian studies the use of monster resources. I have to say, they are quite complementary. Unfortunately, you have to break into the Monster Association to find her. Excluded. Dr. Genos of the House of Evolution. This doctor focuses on using technological means to make humans monsters. He calls it evolution. 10 years ago, Zombie Man, who was the number 66 experimental subject, escaped from the House of Evolution. This current S-class hero has an extremely exaggerated regeneration ability and can be called immortal. Well, he is only immortal, and he is useless in other aspects. It is worth mentioning that the theory about the bald devil breaking the limiter was also proposed by Dr. Kinos. Tao Qian originally wanted him as his assistant. Unfortunately, Dr. Kinos is a senior in the research community. It will not be too late to invite him after the House of Evolution is destroyed. Then in the end, the only known researcher is Fako. This inventor of the King of Biceps turned his brother into a giant hundreds of meters tall. After destroying City D, he was killed instantly by Saitama, and his fallen remains fell to the ground and destroyed City B. Tisk tisk, awesome. Therefore, Fako can barely be regarded as Tao Qian's colleague. Mainly because he is crazy enough. His name is Fako, and he has a younger brother who should live in City D. Find him and tell me. Tao Qian instructed Emma, who was dressed. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to collect, send flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is a support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 14, Amazing Wisdom. Attack on Titan. 3 more. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. While Tao Qian and Emma were studying new topics, Sykes, deep underground in City Z, was a little confused. Meow Meow did not return all night. It is normal for cats to like to run around. But the 2 subordinates of the Insect God and the Cutting King did not return either. Sykes had to send out surveillance eyes during the day to find out. As luck would have it, he saw Tornado and others waiting at the door of the laboratory. I didn't expect that this doctor was still connected to Tornado and blowing snow. Sykes took back the surveillance eyes and bit his silver teeth. We can only make long-term plans. Tornado was there, needless to say, Meow Meow and others must have died tragically. Sykes was open-minded. Anyway, they are not my direct descendants. Her beautiful eyes looked at the roof, and at the same time, the big embarrassed eyes on her head also looked at Wang Dashi in the shadow. As long as there is Wang Dashi, as many monsters as you want can be created. I just hope that Meow Meow dies faster and doesn't alert the enemy. Sykes collapsed back into the sofa and raised the red wine. Tornado, blizzard, sooner or later, I will. Plans cannot keep up with changes. When the Hero Association started to search for Fokker in a procrastinating manner. On the outskirts of D-City. In a dilapidated building. Yo, finally done. The ultimate steroid preparation biceps king. With a chicken coop hair and dark circles under his eyes, Fokker excitedly rushed out of the simple laboratory. Holding a colorful potion, he shouted to his brother Maljury. My dear brother, drink it and you will get the power you dream of. As Maljury raised his head and drank the potion, the surging energy stimulated his body to grow continuously. In the end, he grew into a giant with a height of hundreds of meters. The setting is 270 meters, and the animation is at least tens of thousands of meters. Anyway, it is a comic, so there is no need to worry too much. Brother, your strength plus my wisdom, let us conquer the world together. The giant brothers began to wreak havoc. The Hero Association has not found anyone yet. Tao Qian could only make the trip by himself. Damn, I hope Saitama moves slower. But he had just flown to the scene. From a distance, he saw a bald-caped man with a reflective head standing on the giant's left shoulder. Then, pa! The giant slapped his right shoulder. It was like killing a mosquito. Found lootable entries. Amazing wisdom, purple, genius is 99% sweat plus 1% inspiration. Entry effect, in scientific research, the probability of inspiration increases by 100%. Genius? Madman? Purple, abandon all bottom lines, just for the goal. Entry effect, after wearing it, you will lose your humanity in scientific research. Research expansion increases by 100%. Bottom line. Tao Qian frowned. Does he have this thing? How can I reduce it if I don't have it? Let's put this aside first. Tao Qian saw that the giant had gone mad. He knocked Saitama to the ground and swung his fists to create a big hole in the ground. Saitama was unscathed. He even jumped into the air, ready to kill with one punch. Saitama-kun, please wait. Tao Qian hurriedly shouted. Ah! It's Tao-kun, are you here to kill monsters too? Saitama was stunned, touching his bald head and asked hesitantly. How about I leave it to you? When Saitama saw Tao Qian now, he subconsciously wanted to escape. Although Tao Qian had treated him to many big meals. But he also drew a lot of blood from him. He was a good guy when he treated him, and a bad guy when he drew blood. Saitama was a person who clearly distinguished between hate and hate. Don't. Tao Qian hurriedly stopped him. He looked at the giant who was hundreds of meters tall, and he didn't know how many people would be crushed to death after he fell. Although he didn't care about the lives of these people from other worlds. But he didn't want to take the blame for nothing. Let's leave it to King. Anyway, Fu Kjo is dead. Tao Qian's eyes turned, and he immediately thought of an idea. Saitama-kun, I'm here to treat you to a meal. Kill the monster first, and we'll talk about the rest. When Saitama heard that Tao Qian wanted to treat him, his demeanor changed in an instant. Weijiu, Skiyaki, I want 10 servings. The two immediately started a heated discussion about what to eat. Obviously, they overlooked something. You. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. The giant brother was instantly furious. Two mountain-sized fists hit the two fiercely. By the way, Saitama-kun, be more serious. If the monster's remains are too big, secondary disasters will occur. Saitama slapped his forehead. Ah! It has to be you, Tao-kun, you are such a good person. Then, use this trick. Continuous normal punch. The bald devil rushed up to the giant's fist. With a flurry of punches, the giant was smashed to pieces in an instant. Compared with the original plot, at least most of the blocks in City B were spared. Found lootable entries. Super Giant Transformation, Orange, Size is Strength, with unparalleled attack and defense. Entry Effect, transformed into a 270-meter tall giant, muscle tissue and bone strength are greatly strengthened, weight increased to 1 million tons, strength increased by 5,000%, defense increased by 5,000%. But because the body is supersized, the nerve network is more dense, the speed and efficiency of nerve signal transmission are reduced, the body flexibility is reduced by 90%, and the thinking delay is increased by 90%. Super * muscle potential, purple. You don't think that just anyone can become bigger by taking that kind of messy medicine, right? No way. No way. Entry Effect, possess the potential to become the strongest in the world, muscle growth speed and efficiency increased by 100%. Muscle indicators, toughness, elasticity, extensibility, increase efficiency by 100%. Loot all. Tao Qian was quite satisfied with today's harvest. Giantization is a transformation term, which can only take effect after transformation. But wisdom and potential, these two terms, one can improve R&D efficiency, and the other is full of potential. Earn money. Tao Qian has already forgotten the idea of recruiting Fokker. After all, the person is dead. Besides, if this wild mad scientist is really recruited, it may cause greater losses. Tao Qian was still thinking, and suddenly found a dull face coming towards him. It was Saitama. Tao Jun, let's go to eat. It is obvious that Saitama is going to let go and have a big meal today. P.S. New author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 15, Saitama-kun, do you use shampoo or facial cleanser to wash your hair? For more. I'm starting. In the luxurious restaurant, Saitama looked at the beef slices stacked at least 30 centimeters high, and his eyes were full of stars. Since Tao Qian wanted to draw his blood for research, he avoided Tao Qian. He hasn't eaten so much meat for a long time. Tao Jun is really a good person. It would be great if he didn't always draw my blood. But now I think about it, if I can eat so much meat every day, it doesn't seem unacceptable for him to draw some blood. Saitama was feasting while his thoughts were flying. Tao Qian sat opposite him and looked at him with interest. Saitama is a very strange protagonist. It can't be evaluated with simple good and evil. If you have to evaluate it, it's unique and pure. The world of One Punch Man is a world that is terminally ill. Heroes and monsters are often just a thought away. For example, the police dog man in Q City. Tao Qian once observed the other party closely. He or it has been quietly staying in the center of Q City. If it weren't for the face that looks like Saitama in the doll costume. This hero doesn't look like a human at all. More like a pet dog with strong beliefs and strength. In addition, is Zombie Man a human? As a test subject of Dr. Genos, he is clearly a weirdo. But Zombie Man, who adheres to the human identity and beliefs, has become a hero. Another example is Sweetheart Mask. Sweetheart Mask was originally an ugly person. In order to make up for the external defects, he required himself to be beautiful and upright inside, and would do good deeds in obscurity. Under the influence of extreme justice in his heart, Sweetheart Mask changed and became a weirdo. But he has always taken the elimination of ugly monsters as his action purpose. Let's talk about humans, let's talk about other species. Are those aliens in the space pirates weirdos? According to the standards of the Hero Association, they are. But in reality? Who cares? Even Tao Qian himself doesn't think he is a pure human being now. Only this simple and pure bald man in front of him is indeed 100% human. Tao Jun, what are you looking at me for? Saitama, who was eating with his head covered, suddenly stopped and looked at Tao Qian in confusion. Suddenly, he covered the beef with his hand. Don't pay attention to my beef. But then, he seemed to remember that this meal was invited by Tao Qian. He reluctantly let go of his arm. This, that. If you don't have enough, you can take some from me. Tao Qian smiled. What's wrong with this guy's brain? How could he think that he couldn't afford this meal? Eat slowly, if it's not enough, you can add more. He replied. Saitama's eyes lit up instantly. Waiter! Add another serving of ramen and pack it up. He looked at Tao Qian a little embarrassed. That. I'll take it back for dinner, okay? Tao Qian shrugged. Whatever. Look at how hungry the child is. Living in an uninhabited area, water and electricity are free. I don't have much money on me at ordinary times. Such a person, but he has the most powerful force in the world. But maybe it is because of such a person that he is qualified to keep the most powerful force in the world. Of course, I am not from this world. Tao Qian thought so. Mr. Tao. Saitama's tone and expression suddenly became serious. Saitama, now I formally challenge you. He, Saitama, my defeated general, are you going to humiliate yourself again? Tao Qian put his hands in his pockets, and infinite momentum burst out instantly. His tall body directly blocked the weak Saitama in the shadow. Humph! Mr. Tao, don't underestimate me. Saitama put his hands on the table, raised his head, and his eyes were extremely sharp. I have found the reason why you defeated me last time. I put the water in that bowl of ramen 10 seconds earlier. Now, after 49 days of hard training, I will never make such a low-level mistake again. Tao Jun. Accept the challenge, I must defeat you. And take back the title of the King of Ramen in the uninhabited area of my Z city. Facing such a serious Saitama, Tao Qian couldn't help but get excited at this time. Okay. I'll give you another chance. Tao Qian stretched out his hand to check the time. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will bring hot pot base, lamb, steak, crab sticks, live shrimps, and kelp to your house. At that time, I will let you taste the taste of despair again. He. Saitama Jun, you can't beat me. Gurgle. It was obvious that he swallowed his saliva. Saitama's momentum was a little low in an instant. It's lamb, steak, crab sticks, live shrimp, and kelp. What a strong opponent. But I will never give up. Tao Kun, I will definitely beat you. Verb. The second-year painting style instantly returned to normal. Saitama scratched his scalp. Sorry, I ate too much. Ha, Tao Qian laughed heartily. Saitama-kun, just wash yourself and wait for failure. But before the game, you have to answer me a question. Saitama instantly became serious again. What question? Can I refuse to answer? Of course not. Then ask it. Tao Qian touched his chin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Saitama-kun, when you wash your hair, do you use shampoo or facial cleanser? Hey? What's the question? Is it important? Of course, this is probably one of the fundamental reasons why you are so strong. Can't you answer it? Saitama scratched his head, and pieces of scalp fell off. But I don't wash my hair. The next morning, Tao Qian packed up his things. Carrying a big bag of food, he walked on the way to Saitama's house. P.S. I am a new author. If this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collection, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16, Saitama's Thoughts, Frustrations, Fighting Spirit, and Weaknesses, 5 more. This is impossible. Saitama stared at the ramen in front of him in a daze. I lost again. How could this happen? Saitama, who lost the cooking competition again, grabbed his head hard. He caught nothing. My ramen, compared to hot pot, it's really so bad. Tao Jun, is my cooking skill really that bad? Saitama looked at Tao Qian with a pitiful look. Of course not. Tao Qian's answer made the bald man smile, but he changed the subject. It's because I'm too strong. The bald man scratched his head again. Oh, is that so? In that case, the honor of the king of hot pot in the no man's land will be awarded to you. Saitama soon became inexplicably happy again. Tao Qian shrugged. Saitama-kun, do you want shrimp paste in your ramen? Yes. Give it to me. Aha! I declare that I invented shrimp paste ramen. It will be a big hit if I sell it. I won't have to eat bean sprouts anymore. The soup is enough and the rice is full. Both of them leaned on one side. Tao Qian asked casually. By the way, Saitama-kun, have you felt any changes in yourself recently? What? The bald man pricked up his ears and stared at Tao Qian. By the way, Tao-kun, are you up to something bad again? Let me make it clear in advance that I will never, ever let you draw blood again. Saitama took a defensive posture and stared at Tao Qian vigilantly. Don't worry, Saitama-kun, I don't need your blood anymore. Tao Qian was also helpless. After all, no matter how he tested, it showed that Saitama was immortal, and he was going to give up. It would be better to honestly defeat Saitama to copy the entry on him. Unfortunately, the talent contest can only be effective once. Otherwise, he could have spoiled Saitama just by cooking. What to do now? What else to compete for? This bald guy hasn't met King yet, so he hasn't developed the bad habit of playing video games. It's a headache. Saitama-kun, I mean, you often acted very depressed before, are you better now? Hey! Saitama thought hard. It seems to be true. For a long time before, I not only didn't feel fear and tension, but even emotions like joy and anger seemed to disappear. I always thought that this was the price I paid for my power, exchanging the most important thing for a person. But, Tao Jun, after you appeared, I felt that some of the lost things were coming back. Saitama's expression was extremely serious. I am full of fighting spirit now, Tao Jun, listen, I will not admit defeat. He said loudly, next time, the next challenge. I believe that my instant noodle skills will definitely surpass your hot pot. He got off his seat with a click. Please, Tao Jun. Tao Qian. Damn, if you stay at the level of instant noodles with boiled water, how can you beat the long-standing Dragon Country cuisine? Isn't he looking for an excuse to eat for free? Tao Qian felt that he had seen through Saitama's true face. What a cunning idiot. I can't do anything about you. Just when the two were bored, the half-old TV started to push news. What is the reason for the large number of mosquitoes this year? We have invited an expert who has published several books to explain it to you. An urgent news interruption. A large number of mosquitoes are currently rushing towards Z City. The bitten livestock have turned into mummies. Please take shelter, citizens. Damn, our Z City is really full of disasters. Saitama made a simple comment and started watering the flowers. But soon, his attention was drawn away. The buzzing of small insects sounded in the room. Buzz. A mosquito swaggered and landed on the back of Saitama's hand. Snap. Buzz. Snap. Buzz. Snap. Right in front of Tao Qian, Saitama quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why can't I hit it? At the same time, accompanied by a shrill alarm, the radio in the distant downtown area also began a disaster alarm. Emergency evacuation alert. The disaster level is ghost, please don't go out. Repeat, citizens of Z City, please don't go out. The noisy downtown area soon quieted down. Large groups of mosquitoes flew by. Many citizens who didn't have time to evacuate were sucked into mummies in the blink of an eye. Snap. Buzz. Saitama was still hitting mosquitoes. Tao Qian sat quietly, watching this funny scene. So there are things that Saitama-kun, who has the world's strongest force, can't handle. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tao Jun, you are still talking nonsense, come and help me kill the mosquito. Tao Qian smiled mysteriously, no hurry. If you kill it earlier, won't you miss that important person? What? Tao Jun, what are you talking about? Buzz. Snap. Buzz buzz buzz. Damn mosquito, I must kill you. Ah. Ah. Target locked. On a street not far from the no man's land, the Fund Warrior officially appeared. Vern. 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 How arrogant the Fund Warrior was when he appeared, how embarrassed he was now. Ah ha 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 ha. After absorbing countless mosquito swarms, the second stage of the mosquito girl officially appeared. Ah ha 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 ha, Baka, the reason you can destroy the mosquito swarm is of course because I don't need them anymore. After all, I'm already so powerful. The voice coming from the air was extremely tempting. But the words she said were extremely terrifying. With such a weak fist, even a mosquito can't be killed. You are really weak, I will chop off your head with the next blow. The Fund Warrior was instantly in a desperate situation. Are you going to die? Then, self-destruct, Dr. Kunos. I'm sorry. Pa. Saitama stood there, in a good mood. Mosquitoes, hate it. The mosquito girl who was so arrogant just now instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Saitama looked at Tao Qian who was walking towards him and raised his palm. Tao Jun, look, I killed that mosquito. Really? Tao Qian nodded and looked aside calmly. There was no system prompt sound. Probably, it was just a body that was blown up. Then, his expression changed. He quickly grabbed his hand to the side. When he opened his hand again, a half-dead mosquito was lying quietly in his palm. This ability is almost close to the transformation of a vampire bat. Tao Qian thought quickly. Let's go back and study it. He waved at Saitama. Saitama-kun, see you tomorrow. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17 The Mosquito Woman and Her Relatives, Gal 1. Z City Laboratory. Tao Qian stared at a petri dish with burning eyes. In the large nutrient pool that was as tall as a person, a small mosquito was slowly growing bigger. Jarvis, increase the concentration of the nutrient solution. Tao Qian instructed the AI assistant. As the lavender, more concentrated nutrient solution was transported into the pool, the mosquito mutated and its growth rate increased accordingly. I don't know how long it took. It finally turned into a huge embryo. With the sound of a thumping heartbeat coming from inside, a sharp bone blade cut the embryo. The naked and beautiful mosquito girl also officially woke up. Ah, doctor, I died so miserably. Ah? What? You are not Dr. Genos, who are you? The awakened mosquito girl was big where it should be big and small where it should be small. After an evolution, many places that did not look like humans at first, such as the legs that were torn off by Genos, have evolved into the appearance of human legs. But the hands are still two sharp blades. On the top of the head is a long horn transformed from a beak. There is a meaningless organ on each side of the head, a compound eye. There is a long bone horn on each shoulder, which acts as a barb. The whole body is covered with a layer of fine scales. It looks about 70% like a human. Tao Qian nodded and said, although it is a failure of the House of Evolution and has reached the technical limit of Kinos, I am still willing to give you a chance. I hope you can cooperate with me in research and forget about Dr. Kinos. My last name is Tao, you can call me Dr. Tao. From now on, I will be your master. The mosquito girl in the petri dish had a face full of question marks. What? Do you know who Dr. Kinos is? Who gave you the courage to speak like that? Let me out, I will suck your blood dry. After all, there is still a fight. Tao Qian laughed. Jarvis, let her out. As the AI program was running, the lid of the upper layer of the petri dish was rumbled open. The mosquito girl leaped up, wielding a sharp blade with a sneer on her face, and slashed at Tao Qian. No matter who you are, if you dare to mess with me, you're dead. Haha, is that so? Facing the sharp blade, Tao Qian had no intention of dodging. Just when the sharp blade was about to hit him, his two fingers came first and gently pinched it. What? Let me go. Even if the mosquito girl tried her best, she couldn't pull the sharp blade out of Tao Qian's fingers. At this moment, she finally realized the huge gap in strength between the two. How can a human have such a powerful force? You are not a human, you must not be. Haha. Tao Qian smiled contemptuously. Although Dr. Kinos is a genius, he has been complacent for too long. Tao Qian gently pulled, and no matter how the mosquito girl resisted, he pulled her over. His other hand directly grabbed the mosquito girl's neck. At the same time, the mosquito girl's other sharp blade slashed at Tao Qian with all her strength. But he only chopped his clothes to pieces, not even leaving a white mark on him. Ugh! Let me go! She was a little panicked. Tao Qian ignored her and continued to talk. Dr. Kinos has been researching in the House of Evolution for decades. He didn't know that his every move was under the surveillance of the Hero Association. It's just that he didn't release the monsters to cause trouble before. And the Hero Association also wanted to obtain his research results. Hehe. Although he is a genius, he is also just a smart fool. There are at least 10 S-level heroes in the Hero Association who can kill you single-handedly. He has long been out of touch with the times. A mere dragon-level insect is his most perfect creation. That's wrong, it's just a stink bug. In my eyes, the insect that can't control the desire to kill is a semi-finished product. And you, who have the ability to regenerate clones, can be regarded as a result. But you are far from being immortal. Let me guess, if you die here now, and no mosquito inherits your genes, even if there is still a copy of you in Kinos, is it still you? The mosquito girl's face finally changed when she heard this. Tao Qian's words hit her sore spot. Yes, even if Drive Kinos still has a copy of her genes. She can continue to produce herself. But is the remade self still herself? She didn't know how many cruel studies she had gone through to become what she is now from an ordinary woman. Is she willing to be destroyed like this? Drive. Tao. Tao, please let me go. I am willing to assist you in your research. The mosquito girl couldn't resist the fear in her heart after all. She lowered her eyebrows and expressed her submission. Ding! The ghost-level middle-level monster mosquito girl is convinced by you and is willing to be loyal to you. You can take her as your dependent. Do you agree? Yes. The moment Tao Qian made his choice, A name was refreshed in his dependent column. He can also check the current status of the dependent by selecting this name. At this moment, the mosquito girl suddenly felt a trance. When she came to her senses, the look she gave Tao Qian was completely devoid of hostility. There was only obedience and tameness. "Master, please put me down," she said delicately. As soon as Tao Qian let go, she knelt on the ground. "Please give me your orders, Master." Subordinates, 1/3 Mosquito Girl. Possessing entries: Clone Rebirth, purple, control of mosquito swarm, purple, sucking blood to resuscitate, blue, flying, white. Clone Rebirth, purple, when the energy is sufficient, a clone can be split to store genes. If the main body is killed, it can be reborn through the clone. Control of mosquito swarm, purple, it has a natural suppression on mosquitoes, can be used at will, and can quickly recover by absorbing the blood sucked by the mosquito swarm. There is a certain probability of continuing to evolve and mutate. Cooling down. Blood-sucking resuscitation, blue, quickly recover from injuries by sucking blood. Flight, white, possess the ability to fly without wings. The entry can be copied without consuming kill points. Tao Qian nodded with satisfaction. He copied Rebirth of Clone, purple, casually. But he found that he couldn't use it. Rebirth of Clone, purple, requires insect genes to use. Damn, it's a waste. Tao Qian's eyes turned cold, and he wanted to kill the mosquito girl directly. Why didn't you say it couldn't be used earlier? It wasted one of his dependents in vain. He just found out that more places need to consume kill points to open. The mosquito girl seemed to have noticed something and trembled all over. "Master, spare me, I am willing to lead the way. Dr. Kinos has more information that may help you. Before I was transformed, I also had a doctorate in biology. And I will definitely be able to help you." Tao Qian took a deep breath. That's right, Kinos seems to have cloned many of himself. This shows that this technology probably has development potential strength. And this woman has survived countless transformations, and she is also a doctor of biology, so she is useful. But this image is not convenient to show to others. He thought about it. He took out Maintain Human Form, white, from the entry library. In a flash, he sent it to the entry of the mosquito girl. The mosquito girl was suddenly shocked. There was an incredible look in her eyes. Then she trembled all over. After a long time, she twisted and turned in place like a snake shedding its skin. With the scratch of the claws, the skin was scratched. A big crack. Then, a pair of snow-white thighs slowly emerged from inside. Then, a naked body was placed in front of Tao Qian. "Master, your greatness is beyond my words. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points." Chapter 18 Excited Kinos, Attack of the Evolutionary House, +2. House of Evolution. Mosquito Girl lost? And it was just one punch. Kinos, who is already 70 years old but still maintains a young figure, sits in front of the monitor. He looks at the surveillance footage from City Z with a solemn expression. Forget it, she is just a test subject. Why was the man who beat her to death naked? Is it a unique hobby? Kinos clicks on the heroes he focuses on one by one. Black Light, Metal Bat, Pig God, Dogman. The world now makes me more and more confused. Can a simple human body do this? Forget it, catch him and study him carefully. Anyway, he is not affiliated with the Hero Association, and no one will care even if he disappears. Another me, what do you think? Opposite Dr. Kinos's desk, there stands another Dr. Kinos. Dr. Genos nodded upon hearing this. I'm right, that's what we should do. Then do it, send our most proud product and bring him back. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Z City No Man's Land. Saitama's house. Hello, good morning, Saitama-kun. Aha, are you the biochemical cyborg who was beaten to half by the monster yesterday? Tao Qian stood at the door of Saitama's house, smiling at the mechanical cyborg in front of him, and Saitama who came out from behind him. Genos looked at Tao Qian in front of him, and the information he looked up last night instantly came into play. Tao Qian, a doctor of biology and medicine. Although he is not on the list of heroes of the Hero Association, he is suspected to have a good cooperative relationship with the Hero Association. It is said that he has deep friendships with many large conglomerates and wealthy people. In short, he is a scientist as mysterious and powerful as Dr. Kunos. The teacher is worthy of being a teacher. Any friend has this quality. It is worth learning. Genos was thinking frantically, and at the same time he reached out to Tao Qian. Hello, Dr. Tao, my name is Genos, and I am the disciple of Saitama teacher. Hey, Genos, I didn't accept you as my apprentice. Saitama protested behind him. The protest was invalid. Ha, since you are Saitama's disciple, then you are my friend. Tao Qian laughed and laughed. It's a pity that I came in a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts. How about this, you can go to my laboratory when you have time to see if I can help you. If it were an ordinary person, such as Fubuki, he would be secretly happy to hear Tao Qian's promise, and would carefully calculate to maximize the use of this promise. But the straightforward Bobi Genos shook his head. Dr. Tao, I appreciate your kindness. You are a doctor of biology, and I am a biochemically modified person. The implication is that he is almost 90% mechanized. What can Tao Qian, a doctor of biology, do to help him? And you still know that you are a biochemically modified person. Then why are you rushing to worship Saitama as your master? You know, the strength of biochemically modified people basically depends on transformation technology. The training methods of ordinary humans are completely useless to him. No, you can't be so sure. Combat awareness and experience are still very useful. The funding warrior in front of him is actually very strong in hard power. After all, it has a transformation ratio of up to 90%. If King is given a handle and allowed to control it, maybe he can compete for the top 3 positions in the Hero Association? Tao Qian nodded at him, and then carried a bunch of ingredients into Saitama's house. Hey, come if you want, what else do you want to bring? Saitama looked at the steak and mutton, and his saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. But on the surface, while holding the bag tightly, he still had to be polite. Then he turned his head. Genos, hurry up. Take out the pot, and have sukiyaki for lunch. Saitama shouted loudly. I still have to eat meat. I am full of strength now. Saitama put down his chopsticks and said comfortably. The budget warrior's eyes condensed, and he immediately took out his notebook to record it. Saitama turned back to look at him. By the way, Genos, where were we just talking about? The budget warrior's expression became serious. You just said that you only started training 3 years ago. I have experienced continuous and rigorous training that ordinary people cannot endure. I sweat profusely every day, and I feel like I have died once when I lie in bed at night. Saitama was a little stunned. What? Did I really say that? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Now I will pass on my powerful secret to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the budget warrior turned around. Teacher, something is approaching at high speed. Boom! The wall of Saitama's house was cut open by a pair of sharp blades. A mantis-like monster jumped in. My name is, The intruder was hit by a ball of light from Tao Qian and evaporated directly. Ding! Detected lootable entries. Skilled swordsmanship, blue, in nature, mantises are natural masters of swordsmanship. Entry effect, skilled in using dual swords to attack, and the damage of holding swords increases by 20%. When holding dual swords, the flexibility increases by 20%. Master of Mimicry, blue, mantises are born with the ability of mimicry and can increase the success rate of hunting through camouflage. Entry effect, environmental concealment increases by 20%, and when pretending to be other people or animals, they get closer to the person or animal, and the probability of being discovered and exposed is reduced by 20%. You killed the tiger level middle level monster Mantis Man and obtained 150 kill points. Tao Qian threw 2 useless entries into the entry library. He turned his head and smiled at the bald man. Saitama-kun, a guest is here. But Saitama just looked at the big hole in the wall seriously. Damn it, I have to fix the ceiling again. P.S. I'm a new author. If this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19, Destruction of the Orcs of the House of Evolution, Part 1. The Mantis Man who led the charge seems to have been killed. He disappeared in my hardpoint sensing. Outside the Saitama family building, a slug said to the toad beside him. Then, boom. Nothing else happened. Telepathy, blue, can actively sense energy reactions and biological reactions within a certain range. Sticky skin, blue, can actively secrete hallucinogenic mucus on the skin surface, which has a certain degree of defense. Long tongue, green, can actively extend the tongue as a weapon to capture small targets or attack enemies. Tao Qian shook his hands. Sometimes he was too lazy to deal with such ghost-level and wolf-level monsters. His vision was high, and he looked down on the mere blue items and a few hundred kill points. However, telepathy is also a good item. Although Tao Qian himself has the corresponding ability, after wearing it, it is like playing a game and opening a small map in the fog of war. The white ones are mortals. Tao Qian subconsciously glanced at Saitama. How the hell does he look like a mortal? The green ones have energy reactions, but they are safe targets for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. The closest one is Genos, the one approaching underground should be the groundhog, and the 2 approaching on the ground are the armored gorilla and the beast king. Tao Qian has a hunch that this should not belong to the function of telepathy, blue. It is probably the advanced effect produced by wearing it at the same time with Earth Apostle. It must be said that the term Earth Apostle contains a lot of secrets. When paired with many terms, it will produce a 1+12 effect. Well, of course, it is limited to the range of the Earth. Tao Jun, you move so fast. When Saitama jumped out, the monster had been evaporated by Tao Qian's 2 energy bombs. The bald man envied this ability. After all, although he is very strong, he can kill the monster with 1 punch. But it is still inevitable to have physical contact with the monster. If I know this trick, will I not get my clothes dirty in the future? Saitama's thoughts were scattered, and he didn't know which dimension he had floated to. Suddenly, a pair of claws stretched out from the ground, grabbed the bald man's legs and pulled them hard. An armored giant beast walked out from the street and smashed Genos who was blocking it. Ha ha ha, well done, Talong. A burly lion-headed monster walked up with a grin. When he arrived in front of the bald man with only a boiled egg left on the ground, he stretched out his claws and pressed it. This is called being at a loss. Accept the reality, boiled egg. Facing the sudden opponent, Genos felt full of pressure. Teacher. While fighting with the armored gorilla, he shouted to Tao Qian, Doctor, you must have a way. At this time, Tao Qian leaned against the corner of the wall, watching the show leisurely. Instead, Saitama, who was dragged into the soil and unable to move, replied as he watched the boiled egg about to be blown up. Yawn, Genos, you don't have to worry about me. The soil is cool and a little warm. I ate too much before and I'm a little sleepy. What? Boiled egg, do you want to understand what's going on before you speak? The Beast King laughed disdainfully. It seems that I have to make you understand what's going on now. Listen. In order to make you unable to resist, I'm going to destroy your eyes now. I, the Beast King, am not the kind of soft-hearted weirdo. No matter who I treat, I will not show mercy. But just as the Beast King was lying on the ground and saying harsh words to Saitama, the boiled egg came out of the soil as if it was on an automatic elevator. Hey, put aside the jokes. You guys, it's not too late to apologize now. I just remembered that my ceiling was broken by you guys. Faced with this sudden change, the Earth Dragon and the Beast King present were not prepared at all. The Earth Dragon knew how difficult this was, and he couldn't help but tremble and sweat. The Beast King was fine, and continued to speak harshly, then let me show you the power of the Beast King. What? The soil fell into a strange place. Hey, are you listening? Don't worry, wait for me to pour the soil out. Oh, have you finished pouring it? The scene that was originally a bit solemn suddenly changed the style and became a funny one. The Earth Dragon dared not move. After a while, Saitama tied his belt. Okay, let's start. The Beast King's eyes condensed. A very dangerous red light burst out of his eyes. Then let me show you the power of the Beast King. Tremble under the overwhelming power. Lion slash. Like many animal monsters, the Beast King stretched out his claws a little bit, swung his arms, and launched a violent attack on the boiled egg. But his speed was still a little slow. The boiled egg in front of him always dodged lightly in the gap that was just a hair's breadth away. Only the ground, buildings, and public facilities were left in the place where they were chopped by the lion's claws and the airflow. The strong prey on the weak, which is the most basic law of the world. Under the power of my Beast King, no one can escape. Facing the slippery boiled egg, the Beast King was furious. Lion/flow group. This is the unique skill that the Beast King is proud of, which can launch multiple lion slashes at the same time at a superb speed. It's useless. Saitama even had time to chat with Tao Qian on the side. Mr. Tao, you once said that you should exercise properly after a meal. I just tried it and it really feels much better. You are worthy of being a famous scientist. And Tao Qian, who was talking to him, took out a mobile phone from somewhere and was recording the scene at this time. A little to the right, yes, put a more serious expression on your face, show a sense of urgency. Little cat, can you work harder? You're almost there. Push harder. Break that bald head, and I'll give you cat strips tonight. Beast King. Ouch. Seeing that he couldn't hit the boiled egg in front of him, the Beast King looked to the side, and his courage was rising. Stop talking nonsense, look at my lion chop. Looking at the lion claws slashing towards him, Tao Qian was as calm as the boiled egg before. Just gently extended 2 fingers. Shua. The sharp claw blade was caught in the air by just 2 fingers, unable to move. How is it possible? This is destined to be the moment when the Beast King reshapes his worldview. It is the second-ranked combat power in the House of Evolution. It has always believed that Azura is the first and itself is the second. If it weren't for the constraints of Dr. Kinos, it could have conquered the world with its own strength. But it has only been out for a short period of time. Surprisingly. Bang. After a muffled sound, the Beast King's head was directly evaporated by the energy bomb. No more surprising. Disobedient kittens will be beaten to death. Ding. The pleasant system prompt sounded immediately. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20, Saitama Group's first team building trip, Crisis at the House of Evolution, Part 2. Beast King Body, Purple, a fusion monster image formed by the fusion of several beast genes, dominated by the image of a lion, with strong physical strength and vigorous vitality. Item effect: transformed into a 1-foot-tall Beast King body, strength, defense, speed, toughness, and recovery speed increased by 100%. Fury, Purple, when the beast is attacked or strongly stimulated, it will involuntarily enter a furious attack state, greatly increasing strength and speed, and slightly reducing flexibility and defense. Item effect: after the target is locked, the damage to it increases by 100%, the strength and speed increase by 100% again, and the flexibility and defense decrease by 20%. Lion/Flow Group, Blue, a fast attack technique. Item effect: use weapons to swing shock waves at an extremely fast speed, with a range of up to 50 meters, and all objects within the range may be shattered. Earthwalker, Green, a technique to advance in the land by digging quickly. Item effect: increase the speed of movement in the soil by 50%. Tisk, it's useless. At Tao Qian's current level, ordinary purple entries are no longer enough for him to continue to improve, and the entries owned by these assassins are obviously of low quality. Tao Qian casually put it into the entry library and turned his head to look at the street on the other side. The battle between Genos and the armored gorilla there has also come to an end. The armored gorilla collapsed in the corner of the wall is still unruly. It is threatening the funding warrior with a robot-like tone. My strength can only rank 3rd in the House of Evolution. With your ability alone, you can't defeat the second-ranked Beast King. Just sit here and wait to die. At this moment, Tao Qian dragged the remains of the Beast King and appeared in front of it with Saitama. Which Beast King are you talking about? It. The armored gorilla was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes immediately became clear. Su, forgive me for being rude just now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please let me go. Hey? Aren't you a robot? You didn't speak in that tone just now. Sorry, I pretended to be cool because I thought it was cooler to speak like that. So can we talk properly now? Tell me your origins and purpose. Genos raised his hand, and the transmitter in his palm began to accumulate energy. There was a genius scientist in the past. He made a lot of contributions to mankind. People think of him. But therefore, Saitama, who had been bombarded with nonsense by Genos early in the morning, was speechless. Too long. What does this have to do with me? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Do you understand? Genos raised his arm again, and the incinerator was ready to go. Baga. Stop talking nonsense. The teacher asked you to summarize it in 20 words. Saima, in short, our boss is very interested in your body, bald head. Saitama. Saitama-kun, it seems that I am not the only one who is interested in you. Tao Qian said sarcastically. Okay, let's go and eliminate them. Saitama said. I don't want to miss the big sale in the supermarket tomorrow. At this time, he suddenly found that Tao Qian walked directly in front of him. Tao Jun, are you going too? Tao Qian shrugged. It's rare to meet a colleague, I am quite interested in him. Is that so? Then let's go together. Oh, by the way, Tao Jun, did you use superpowers just now? No, what's wrong? Oh, it's like this, I'm usually troubled, my hands are always sticky every time I go out, but I only have this set of clothes. So, Saitama-kun, do you want to learn? Tao-kun, can you? Please. Tao Qian took a deep breath. How should he explain to this boiled egg? He turned his head to look at the shiny bald head, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Of course, Saitama-kun, I think this move is very suitable for you. It's called the Spirit Bomb, which requires the spirit of all righteous people to launch. The more evil the opponent is, the greater its power will be. For a beginner like you, just raise your hands every day and shout to the sky, "Friends on Earth, please, please give me spirit energy." If it doesn't work, just keep shouting, "I really need everyone's help now, raise your hands to the sky." Practice like this 100 times a day, and in time, you can use this trick to defeat the bad guys like me. Ah! Tao-kun, don't you feel ashamed to say such a thing? Saitama-kun, don't you live in an uninhabited area? The two walked on the street facing the dazzling sunlight. Genos behind him pricked up his ears and wrote furiously with a notebook. The armored gorilla, who was lucky enough to keep his life, looked at the people going away and breathed a sigh of relief. "No, we need to inform the doctor quickly." Then, its skull opened, revealing a small radio transmitter inside. "Send what just happened back to the House of Evolution." "Doctor, I tried my best." Outside City Z. In the vast mountains. A building stands abruptly in the forest. In the building, a group of doctors Kinos who look exactly the same are arguing fiercely in front of a large display screen. What? The elite troops used to destroy the old human army were annihilated. And the enemy is rushing here. If they come, the previous achievements will be destroyed. There is no other way, force me to use my trump card. In that case, release the Azure Rhinoceros Beetle. Ah! Kinos, you can't be so irresponsible. That madman, once released, we will all die. But how can a group of clones compete with the original body for authority? Humph! You are all just my copies. As long as I am alive, I can have as many of your things as I want. For the survival of the House of Evolution, I have made up my mind. If you want to blame someone, blame that bald guy. With a command from Kinos, the gate of the underground base of the House of Evolution was closed. The bloody killing also began. At this time, Saitama and others had just arrived by helicopter. Yawn. Saitama sneezed. Is someone scolding me? By the way, this is my first time riding a helicopter. It feels so novel, Mr. Tao. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Chapter 21 Azure Rhinoceros Beetle, 3 more. I never thought that there would be such a magnificent building in such a deep forest. Where did he get the water and electricity? Saitama stood at the door of the House of Evolution, amazed. Mr. Tao, do you scientists like to conduct evil research in places like this? Tao Qian. No, I like to conduct evil research in downtown areas. Tao Qian thought about it, the insect god who was entrusted to the mosquito girl to do experiments. That should also be considered evil research. But why do I have the illusion that the insect god has gotten used to it? Tao Qian pushed his frameless glasses and decided to go back and increase the dosage. Anyway, monsters have no human rights, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wow, a total of 8 floors. As soon as Saitama finished speaking, Genos next to him got ready. Boom! A heavyweight incineration cannon was fired, instantly hitting the building on the ground of the House of Evolution. The thick smoke produced by the violent explosion could be seen even dozens of kilometers away. When the smoke cleared, the original 8-story building had been razed to the ground. Even the mountain behind the building was razed to the ground. Master, I want to use this method to catch all the enemies. You searched the inside thoroughly, Genos, you are really smart. No matter, it's all thanks to Mr. Saitama's teaching. Tao Qian didn't want to listen to the two of them flattering each other. So he pointed to a door embedded in the ground somewhere. It seems there are underground facilities, let's go. The endless underground corridor was very bright. It's completely different from what I thought. The underground is very spacious. It feels like an adventure, which makes people feel a little excited. Lu Dan looked around in the underground passage, as if he wanted to find some hidden compartments on the white walls to get the treasures hidden by the monsters. As the few people walked, Genos suddenly stopped. Teacher, Dr. Tao, there is a biological reaction ahead. 2 guys are approaching us quickly. Before he finished speaking, a huge body suddenly appeared at the other end of the corridor. Oh. Found it. There are 3, which one are you talking about? Ah, right, the one on the right. Yeah, then the other 2 are not needed. The huge body passed through the group of people directly. Boom. Crack. A muffled sound, followed by a crisp sound. Ah, Genos? What happened? Tao Jun, what are you holding in your hand? Genos seemed to be hit by some huge force, and his whole body was embedded in the wall. Tao Qian, who was closer to the wall than him, was holding something in his hand, which looked like the shell of some insect. Oh. It turns out there is a master, it seems I can play for a while longer. An extremely arrogant and annoying voice came from behind Saitama. Lu Dan and Tao Qian looked back. A huge weirdo was constantly scanning the 2 people with a cruel look. Saitama was sharp-eyed and just saw that the monster's left hand seemed to be missing a finger, but the flesh there was regenerating rapidly and would soon be restored. My name is Azure Rhinoceros Beetle. There is a laboratory dedicated to fighting here. Let's go there to fight. The monster's eyes paused on Tao Qian for a moment, then turned to look at Saitama. The person who made me said that you are a very rare experimental material. Experiment, material. These 2 words seemed to bring back some bad memories for Saitama. He subconsciously glanced at Tao Qian. How dare you turn Genos into modern art? I'll beat you up. The weirdo looked at Tao Qian again. What about you? Are you coming too? Ah. Tao Qian sighed. He wanted to say that he was actually here to recruit assistants. He didn't really want to steal the highlight moment from the boiled egg. But since this weirdo wanted to die faster. Saitama-kun, how about leaving this to me? Tao Qian asked the boiled egg. Ah? Tao-kun, do you want to fight in person? Indeed, you killed all the garbage this morning. Hey? In that case, why should I come? Saitama once again fell into the abstract painting style that appeared out of nowhere. Ah. That's right, they tore down my roof, and I'm here to claim compensation. Hey! Big guy, call out the person in charge here. Azure Rhinoceros Beetle. Are you sick? I want to fight with you, and you want me to ask someone to repair your roof? Then, the ugly face of the rhinoceros beetle began to smile sinisterly. He, it seems that you are quite confident. Or you are using changing the subject to cover up your timidity. Okay, I don't care who goes up first. Today, none of you can leave here. I said. This is the largest room in the base. The test subjects will fight here. To test whether they can serve as combat power. Now, let's start fighting. The Azure Rhinoceros Beetle looked at Tao Qian with a grim smile. I can't wait. Then. Boom. A burst of flames shot out from the door. Unfortunately, this high-temperature flame that can melt gold and iron did not cause even the slightest damage to the monster. The Rhinoceros Beetle looked at Genos, who appeared at the door with interest. Are you still alive? Under its teasing gaze, Genos, with cracks on his face, leaped up. With full firepower, he attacked the monster at a very fast speed. Machine gun fire punch. But, faced with such a fierce attack, Azure Rhinoceros Beetle just spit out 2 words with disdain, idiot. Pa. It just slapped Genos away like a mosquito around it. Even in one breath, it blew back Genos's attack that flattened the ground building. He, this is my power. The monster's cruel eyes locked onto Tao Qian tightly. Next, it's your turn. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22, Tao Qian has something to say about how to become stronger. 4 more. Feeling the prying eyes at the door, Tao Qian sighed. He didn't want to stay here for too long, but he also wanted to show off his strength in front of Genos. In this case, it's better to fight quickly. He looked at the azure rhinoceros beetle. Come on. Before he finished speaking, the azure rhinoceros beetle disappeared in front of him in an instant. In the eyes of different people, the monster at this time is different. Genos looked at a group of afterimages and couldn't help shouting, so fast. Saitama looked at the circling insect with interest. Ma, is this a special fetish? Or is it the starting move of some strange moves? As a mortal, Kinos could not see anything, and only thought in his heart. Azure Rhinoceros Beetle, the most terrible demon in history created by the House of Evolution. As a human being today, how would you deal with this final product of artificial evolution? Which of you two will become the opportunity to trigger human evolution? Let me wait and see. And Tao Qian just stood there bored. In the small map in his mind, what he saw was a green dot representing Azure Rhinoceros Beetle. What's so terrible? In a flash, Azure Rhinoceros Beetle keenly noticed the moment when Tao Qian seemed to be distracted. Pow! It flashed behind Tao Qian, grinning and raised its fist. The winner is determined. Kinos turned his eyes away from Tao Qian in disappointment and looked at Saitama. But what he didn't expect was, in the next moment, the wings behind the Azure Rhinoceros Beetle suddenly opened. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the most powerful creature in the history of the House of Evolution flew directly to the other end of the hall. What? The Azure Rhinoceros Beetle retreated. Genos felt absurd and shocked. Who was that man? Standing still in the same place, could he scare off the Azure Rhinoceros Beetle? Could it be? A terrible possibility appeared in Genos' mind. Is he too fast and I didn't see it? Sure enough, although my body has regained its youth, is it still too weak? What does that feel like? The Azure Rhinoceros Beetle, who pressed himself against the wall, was sweating profusely from all parts of his body. If I had made a move just now, I would have been killed. The Azure Rhinoceros Beetle's heart was pounding. This terrible premonition made him simply unacceptable. My intuition has never been wrong. Who is this guy? He's full of flaws. But my intuition gave me the most serious warning. This is the first time since it was born that it feels that it is really possible to die. Fear arouses anger, and anger breaks through reason. The Azure Rhinoceros Beetle roared loudly. Baga! Where did you get such a powerful force? What? Everyone's eyes were focused on Tao Qian. Saitama's eyes were confused, he didn't know what the meaning of coming here was. Genos' eyes were inquiring, he recalled the moves that Tao Qian taught Saitama on the road. Does that kind of shameful practice method really work? And Genos was shocked by his broken worldview. I have been a genius among geniuses since I was a child, and I even thought that I was the only true scientist in the world. But, are the young people nowadays ahead of me? Genos recalled the information he got from the outside network. The tall, handsome, and well-mannered young man in front of him is also a doctor of biology. He must have mastered more advanced evolutionary technology. If I can get him. Genos' heart was burning. What he had been pursuing for decades was right in front of him. Powerful method. Tao Qian had a sly smile on his lips. Do you want to know too? Tao Qian looked around and found that except for the boiled egg, everyone, including Azure Rhinoceros Beetle, had a look of desire. Okay, I'll tell you. By the way, Saitama-kun, you can share your thoughts later. Saitama, who was called, was stunned. Ah? Is there any part for me here? Okay, I'll share my thoughts after you finish sharing. From Saitama's perspective, I got the power after hard training. Tao Qian, of course, must be similar. And since I can do it, then others can do it as long as they train in their own way. Right? Ahem, then I'm going to say it. A great philosopher once said this. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. When this was said, everyone's faces were different. Mutation? Technology? Is it really the power of technology? Kinos looked excited. I am a biochemically modified person, so I should rely on technology, but I am not rich. However, is it really appropriate for Dr. Tao to say this in front of the enemy? Genos looked tangled. Lu Dan looked puzzled. He was a complete poor guy, could it be? He blurted out, ah? Did I mutate into a weirdo, but I didn't know it. Ahem, Saitama, you are different. Tao Qian quickly comforted him. He then added, and this is nonsense. In my opinion, it is actually very simple to become stronger. As long as you have the determination to become stronger and strong execution. The most important thing is to have the perseverance to stick to the arduous training plan. Training. The expressions of everyone were different. It is neither a body modification nor a gene modification. How can it be possible to rely on training alone? Genos narrowed his eyes and became suspicious. Is it actually training? What kind of training is it? If I can master this training method. Azure Rhinoceros Beetle was still sweating, but it was already interested. Tao Qian crossed his arms and exuded a terrifying aura. Listen carefully, I will only say this once. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23. Yes, this is the spirit bomb. 5 more. And this way of training can also cultivate a powerful move. I named it, Spirit Bomb. Spirit Bomb. Just hearing the name, it feels full of vitality. Everyone on the field had different expressions. Ah? Mr. Tao, is the method you said during the day true? Saitama scratched his scalp and asked with a little surprise. Tao Qian ignored him. But continued. And practicing Spirit Bomb requires certain prerequisites. This is the secret I summed up after countless failures. You know, it took me 6 months from the beginning to now. What? 6 months? Are you kidding? This time even Saitama was a little surprised, and even a little ashamed of himself. You know, he has been practicing for 3 years. First. Tao Qian raised a finger. You can't miss 3 meals a day, and you must keep up with nutrition, even if you only eat a banana in the morning. Second. Regarding the training of willpower, I have 2 ways. The first one, if you are a pauper, then I suggest you don't turn on the air conditioner regardless of winter or summer. Although it will be uncomfortable at first, as long as you get used to it, it won't matter. Genos, Azure Rhinoceros Beetle. What are you talking about? Saitama, what? Did Tao Jun have the same difficult period as me? Also, why do I feel so familiar? Is he talking about my words? Genos, teacher, you. Tao Qian continued to talk. The second way, if you are a scientist like me, that is, a rich person, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just go to KTV every day, find a large group of PR ladies, let them flirt in front of you, but you can hold back. Friendly reminder, this can also make you calm. Everyone, tisk. Only Saitama thought, what? Tao Jun has never been poor, right? I have an inexplicable sense of loss. What's going on? Finally, Tao Qian shouted loudly. Raise your hands high every day and shout to the sky, friends on earth, please, please give me your vitality, I really need your help now, raise your hands to the sky. Just shout it 100 times a day, and keep doing it for at least 100 days. You will become stronger. A whole. What are you kidding? Can you become stronger with that kind of shameful slogan? If you can become stronger like this, what's the point of my decades of hard work and research? Unexpectedly, the first person who couldn't stand the outburst was Dr. Kinos. That's right. The azure rhinoceros beetle on the side was already furious at this time. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I'm not strong anyway. Accompanied by the sudden alarm sounded in the underground base, the azure rhinoceros beetle's form began to change dramatically. The horn instantly lengthened by more than double. The carapace and muscles all over the body began to expand continuously. It was originally only 10 feet high, but it grew to 3 feet in just a moment. The original yellow beetle armor also turned purple and green after releasing energy. Ah! Ashura mode. Genos blurted out, his tone full of panic. It's over, I'm dead. In this mode, he will lose his mind for a whole week and attack all creatures he sees indiscriminately. Kinos smiled bitterly. Originally, I still had a copy hidden deep in the base, but looking at the current situation, he may not be able to escape. The House of Evolution is probably going to become history. He looked at the azure rhinoceros beetle who had completed the transformation and was attacking Tao Qian with all his strength, his tone full of desolation. Oh. I don't care what means you used to deceive my intuition before, now I want you to die. The rhinoceros beetle entered the azure mode, probably because the animal instinct has failed. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its eyes were full of cruel murderous intent. After killing you, I will kill the boiled egg. Then I will go to the nearby city and kill all humans until next Saturday. The azure rhinoceros beetle suddenly jumped up at a speed more than twice faster than before. The violent fist smashed towards Tao Qian with all its strength. Die! Bang! The deafening explosion sounded in everyone's ears. The smoke cleared. The azure rhinoceros beetle half knelt in front of Tao Qian. Boom! Its huge body fell to the ground. Ah! This! How is this possible? Genos's 3 views were overturned too many times in a row on this day. Maybe he has gotten used to it. Among the crowd, only Saitama saw clearly what happened just now. Facing the violent fist of the azure rhinoceros beetle, Tao Qian just stretched out his hand and lightly tapped. An extremely huge ball of light fell from the ceiling above his head. It evaporated the head of the rhinoceros beetle in an instant. It was easy and carefree, far from needing to punch like himself. What? Could he be telling the truth? Can the spirit bomb really be cultivated like that? It's really embarrassing. But if it's to avoid washing clothes. Anyway, I live in an uninhabited area. Tao Qian stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. The entry was activated. A ball of light slowly formed in the air. He pointed casually and hit the wall directly, blowing a big hole. It's not technology, nor is it a superpower. This is the spirit bomb. How is it? Saitama, fighting spirit. It's burning. I want to learn this. Genos, should I try it too? Genos, what has humanity become in the decades since I left? But at this moment, no one really believes it anymore. Tao Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I gathered 100-fold energy bomb under the cover of speaking. Otherwise, with the current strength, it would take more effort to kill that bug. Just then, the pleasant reminder sound sounded again. Ding! Found a lootable entry. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to collect, send flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is a support for the author. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24 Upgrade, Fusion Items, Golden Legend. One more. Animal Intuition, Purple, through the comprehensive perception of airflow, chemical signals, bioelectric reactions, etc. in a certain environment, it can predict danger a short time in advance. Entry Effect. The biological perception distance increases by 100%, and it can easily obtain the hostility of other targets towards oneself. Azura Fury, Purple, release all the energy in the body to enter the second stage of transformation, and all attributes except reason are temporarily enhanced. Entry Effect. Strength, defense, toughness, and speed are comprehensively improved by 300%, and rational thinking ability is reduced by 90%. The effect lasts for 168 hours. Iron Ingot Heavy Armor, Purple, super strong armor born from the genes of the Iron Ingot Beetle, with extremely high defense. Item Effect. Possess a layer of armor that can withstand physical pressure 30,000 times its own weight. Super Strong Warrior, Purple, able to drag weights exceeding 800 times its own weight and lift weights exceeding 300 times its own weight. Rhinoceros Fighting Technique, Blue, a fighting technique learned with the horn on its head. Aggressive, Blue, aggressive by nature, the probability of fighting with other creatures increases by 50%. You killed the middle-level dragon-level monster Azura Rhinoceros Beetle and gained 7,500 kill points. Azura Rhinoceros Beetle has many items. It's just that most of them don't mean much to Tao Qian. Merge Animal Intuition, Purple, and Super Strong Warrior, Purple, and store other items. At this time, Tao Qian found another new message. Found a fusionable item. Fusion. Tao Qian casually opened his own attributes and took a look. Name, Tao Qian. Race, human/evolved. Disaster level, Dragon. Kill points, 34,856. Subordinates, Mosquito Girl. Entries, Earth Apostle, Orange, Energy Storm, Purple, Guardian Transformation, Purple, Horse Endurance, Purple, Ant Strength, Purple, Super Tough Nerves, Purple, Advanced Environmental Adaptation, Purple, 9 Lives, Purple, Crevice Wandering, Purple, Hiding Technique, Purple, Amazing Wisdom, Purple, Super * Muscle Potential, Purple, Animal Intuition, Purple, Super Strong Warrior, Purple, Strong Muscle, Blue, Strong Skin, Blue, Donkey, Blue. Expand. Entry Library, Expand. Among them, the fusion entries that can be used are Slightly Shining, Animal Intuition and Telepathy, Dangerous Smell, Super Strong Warrior and Ant Strength. Oh! There are also the Super Muscle Potential and the Horse's Endurance, Strong Muscles and Tough Skin that were previously ignored. A&D. Fusion is a sub-function of the upgrade function. It means to fuse the same type of entries, which is a disguised replacement for using kill points to improve the attributes or colors of the entries. After all, the attribute bonuses given by the same type of entries cannot be superimposed. For example, the power of an ant is to lift 400 times its own weight. The Super Strongman is in the range of 300 to 800 times. If you ignore it, then Tao Qian's actual attribute is to drag 800 times his body weight and lift 400 times his body weight. It's really too complicated. Then let's fuse it. As Tao Qian made a decision. In his mind, many entries turned into light spots of different colors. And the light spots of the same color or similar colors approached each other, attracted each other, and merged. I don't know how long it took. Maybe it's just the next moment after making a choice. Ding! Fusion is successful, you get the following entries. Extreme Survival, Orange, resistance to continuous damage is increased by 200%, and presence and hiding are increased by 50%. You can actively enter the turtle rest state, in which energy consumption is reduced by 90%, and presence and hiding are reduced by an additional 50%. This state has a cooldown time of 72 hours. After receiving a fatal attack, you can enter a suspended state, and the recovery speed is increased by 200%. This state has a cooldown time of 1 year. Super Strong Warrior, purple, go all out, every attack can exert maximum strength, and the strength is increased by 600%. Superman Potential, purple, black iron body, physical attributes are enhanced by 150% in all directions, and the enhancement efficiency is increased by 100%. Environmental Perception, purple, can perceive biological data and hostility values within a certain range. Note, hostility values are for reference only. Unexpectedly, the second orange entry is a survival entry. Forget it, it's better than nothing. After a series of fusions, Tao Qian's entry column was cleared. Entries: Earth Apostle, orange, Extreme Survival, orange, Super Strong Warrior, purple, Superman Potential, purple, Environmental Perception, purple, Energy Storm, purple, Guardian Transformation, purple, Crevice Wandering, purple, Amazing Wisdom, purple, Electric Boy, blue. The effect of the fused entries is indeed significantly improved. What about upgrading? Tao Qian cast his eyes on Earth Apostle, orange. This is his most powerful entry at present, no one else. Its strength lies in the fact that the attribute increase in the limited Earth environment can be superimposed with other entries. Although the universe is huge, no matter which anime world, most of the plot actually takes place on the Earth. Upgrading is definitely worth it. Make up your mind. Do you want to upgrade the entry Earth Apostle, orange? This upgrade will consume 10,000 kill points. Yes. As Tao Qian's mind moved, he only felt an incomparable energy surging from his feet. A blinding white light covered the entry Earth Apostle, orange. Wait until the light fades. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the entry Earth Moon Apostle, orange. Earth Moon Apostle? Tao Qian looked at the entry attributes with expectation. What? Entry effect: in the Earth Moon environment, physical qualities are improved by 300%, and the recovery speed is accelerated by 500%. Damn, a full 10,000 kill points, just expand the effective range a little bit. Tao Qian's face turned red instantly. I don't believe it. Give me another upgrade. Do you want to upgrade the entry Earth Moon Apostle, orange? This upgrade will consume 20,000 kill points. Yes. In an instant, a blinding golden light enveloped his eyes. Golden Legend. P.S. A new author. If this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, The Secret of Saitama's Power, Recruiting, and Genos's Cognitive Collapse, Part 2. Earth-Moon Guardian, Gold. In the Earth-Moon environment, physical qualities are increased by 400%, and the recovery speed is accelerated by 750%. Well, that's it. Although it is only a small increase from 300% to 400%. But don't underestimate the increase in physical quality by one time. After all, this is locked to Tao Qian's own attributes. If he was just an ordinary person, the increase of 3 or 4 times would only be the level of a C-level hero. But he is not an ordinary person now. Black iron body, stabilize my attributes. Even if there is only 1 drop of blood left, I can still exert 100% of my strength. Black iron body is just an orange upgrade item. Will there be silver body? Gold body? Diamond body? Or even eternal body? Whether it is the world or the system itself, there are so many secrets. Tao Qian's body was surging with surging power, even Saitama noticed it and looked over. What's wrong, Saitama-kun? Can't wait to share the powerful secret. Tao Qian smiled. Saitama was stunned, and then he saw Genos and Kinos's expectant eyes. Teacher Saitama, please teach me the secret of becoming stronger. The biochemical robot, who obviously cannot be improved by training, is already a little impatient. Kinos also held his glasses and looked at the target he originally wanted to study. The training plan of the other Dr. Tao sounds ridiculous. I want to know if there is a more normal training method. Don't worry. My training plan is absolutely normal. Saitama answered confidently. But no matter how hard it is, you must stick to it. Liu Dan looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. It took me 3 whole years to practice to the current level. At this point, Liu Dan suddenly turned into a strong man. He shouted loudly with an unwavering tone. 100 push UPS. 100 sit UPS. 100 squats. Ah! Except for Tao Qian, the two people were all confused. Another thing is to run 10 kilometers every day. Saitama raised his mouth and raised a finger in front of the two people with infinite confidence. Every day, no matter it is windy or rainy, no matter it is summer or winter. As long as you have the determination to persevere, you can't give up even if you train hard to vomit blood. Finally, no matter how poor and hard it is, you must maintain 3 meals a day. Even if you only eat a banana in the morning. Saitama glanced at Tao Qian quickly. He was about to blurt out banana, but he remembered that the other party seemed to have just said this sentence. So he had to temporarily change his words to sausage. Next. Of course, I agree with what Dr. Tao said before. Whether it is summer or winter, not turning on the air conditioner is a very effective way to exercise willpower. In short, even if your legs are heavy, you must continue squatting. Even if your arms make a sound, you must continue push UPS. After I trained like this for a year and a half, I noticed changes in my body. I'm bald. I'm getting stronger. I'm training myself to death with the momentum of not caring about baldness. This is the only secret to being strong. You bunch of idiots are talking about new humans, people who pin their hopes on evolution. You will never reach my level. Becoming stronger by relying on yourself is the real strength of humans. Genos. Genos, are you kidding me? Genos, teacher, you really, stop kidding me. Hey? Saitama instantly changed from a strong man back to a boiled egg, and made a sound of doubt. Genos stood up with difficulty. That's just a very ordinary exercise. And the intensity is not high, it's a normal level that everyone can do. Even if you let us ask for people's vitality like Dr. Tao. Teacher, I have reasons to become stronger, I'm not here to listen to your jokes. Saitama just felt a little puzzled. Genos, but this is the fact, I have said everything I should say, there is nothing else. If you don't believe me, ask Tao Jun. After we met, he watched me train. Suddenly, Saitama turned his head to look at Tao Qian with a subtle expression. Well, I remember, Tao Jun. You said poverty before, you are not talking about me. Hey, this kid is not stupid. But how could Tao Qian admit that he was in yin and yang? Decisively ignore this problem. He saw the inquiring eyes of the fund warrior and nodded in disappointment. Yes, Genos, Saitama-kun does only do these training every day. But don't be discouraged. After all, scientifically speaking, everyone's body is different. And you don't understand the true meaning of Saitama-kun. What he wants to say is that persistence is the key. Even a bald young man like him can gain powerful strength through perseverance. And after I went through the shameful training you call it, I mastered the spirit bomb and the practice of spirit. Instead of saying that everyone has to go through cruel tests and painful experiments before they can gain strength with the help of things other than humans. Persistence and hard work are the only secrets to being strong. Tao Qian talked freely in front of several people. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Lu Dan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, that's what I want to say. Genos also looked convinced, is that so? It seems that I have wronged the teacher. Teacher Saitama, I'm sorry, I shouldn't doubt you. Only Dr. Genos, who is also highly intelligent, still expressed doubts about this. But Tao Qian's next sentence broke down his psychological defenses. And you, Dr. Genos? Although you have used the power of technology, look at yourself. Can the process and experience of regaining your youth be extended to everyone? Sometimes, as long as you think about the problem from a different angle, you will get a different answer. Ah. So that's it. Dr. Genos looked down at his hands. He was once a super genius among billions. He has also led projects with trillions of funds. But looking back, he suddenly realized it at this time. I don't know when it started, but I seem to have walked into a dead end. Too persistent to place hope on physical and genetic modification. Instead, a lot of things are ignored. I know. Thinking about this clearly, Dr. Genos felt that he had entered a state of seeing through life and death, and felt relieved. How are you going to deal with me? Kill me? Or send me to the police station? Tao Qian looked at Lu Dan after hearing this. Saitama-kun, what do you think? Saitama scratched his scalp. It seems that your people broke the ceiling of my house. You have to fix it for me. Tao Qian asked Genos again, Genos, what about you? Genos thought for a while, what I want to know. The gorilla has already told me before. Genos. Such a big fanfare, is it just for such a small matter as repairing the roof? He took a deep breath and looked at Tao Qian. Dr. Tao, how do you want to deal with me? Tao Qian took out a gold-stamped business card in front of him. Dr. Kinos, please allow me to reintroduce myself. My last name is Tao, and I claim to have a doctorate in biology and medicine. But I don't. But it doesn't matter, I came here for another purpose. At present, I own a state-of-the-art biological laboratory, and I have cooperation projects from several large organizations including the Hero Association. Ahem, my laboratory is short of staff, and I came here to ask the doctor to come out and assist me in my research work. I apologize for the offense before. Why didn't you say it earlier? Kinos took a deep breath and wanted to refuse. What qualifications do I have? You want me to be your assistant? But when he was about to speak, he saw the spirit bomb in Tao Qian's hand. Kinos took the business card with both hands. I am honored to work with Dr. Tao. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to collect, send flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is a support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26 Doctor, let us work together for the evolution of mankind. 3 more. City Z. Laboratory. Seeing the door open, the beautiful mosquito girl saw Tao Qian and immediately left the laboratory table and greeted him with a charming smile. Master, you are back. I want to eat delicious food tonight. She saw Kinos coming in with Tao Qian and swallowed her words. Dr. Kinos, when did you come? Did you and the master? Her eyes swung between the two of them, and a trace of suspicion appeared on her face. You are Erica. You, what? Kinos looked at the mosquito girl and asked uncertainly. The mosquito girl smiled and clenched the folder in her hand. Are you wondering how I recovered my human form? She looked at Tao Qian, her eyes full of admiration. All this is the master's gift. Ahem. Tao Qian interrupted their reminiscence. Since we are all acquaintances, there is no need to introduce ourselves. Your original name is Erica, right? You can show the doctor around the lab and the projects that are currently underway. It's embarrassing to say that Erica has been employed for a few days and has ridden a rocket before, but Tao Qian doesn't even know her name. It doesn't matter anyway. Yes, Master. Dr. Kinos, please follow me this way. Mosquito Girl Erica brought Kinos to the lab. When the two came out again, Kinos still had a serious look on his face. Dr. Tao, I thought you were really focused on developing human potential. He looked a little unfriendly. But I didn't expect that you were studying monsters like me. This makes me suspect that your power was also obtained through studying monsters. I have to say, this is very disappointing. Tao Qian ignored his little complaint. Instead, he just quietly flipped through the experimental records. How is the longevity potion? He asked lightly. Erica's face straightened and she immediately put away her charm. Master, I will continue to experiment with the regeneration ability of the insect god according to your original plan. The drug has been iterated to the 3rd generation. Experiments on mice show that it can effectively maintain the health of organisms. And the cell state shows that the mice injected with the longevity drug have all shown the characteristics of secondary development without exception. The main parts of development are concentrated in the head, brain, and limbs. Tao Qian nodded. This female monster is not just a bedding. At least the doctor of biology in her self-introduction is real. Although her brain was damaged a lot when she became a monster, it also happened to remove the moral restrictions related to humans. Although she doesn't have any fancy ideas, she does things in a methodical way. In short, it can be used and is very smooth. If necessary, you can contact the Hero Association and ask them to provide materials for human experiments. Tao Qian said lightly. The longevity drug project is the most concerned project for many old rich people. Although as far as Tao Qian knows, his laboratory is not the only one conducting related research. But overall, it is his laboratory, which is a fake, that has made the most gratifying progress. Originally, he only intended to extend the lifespan of cells to help people break through the lifespan limit. But as the research continued, it was found that the lifespan of monster cells was not longer than that of humans. It's just that the half-life limit of human cells is 40 to 60 times. Monster cells are similar to cancer cells and can divide almost infinitely. Therefore, from a certain scientific perspective, monsterization can also be called disease and mutation. In short, after a series of professional research, with the help of entries, Tao Qian successfully analyzed a substance that seemed to be harmless from monster cells. Well, it's just that the production process is bloody. After all, it's for science. Tao Qian turned his head and looked at Dr. Kinos. What you just said is wrong. I am not a crazy scientist like you before, who will do anything to achieve evolution. Everything I do is for the future of mankind. Tisk, I used to think so too. Kinos mocked. Hee. Tao Qian smiled lightly. But your so-called research, gene editing, is not so much evolution as it is the use of technology to promote mutation. For example, Ms. Erica who assisted you in the experiment. He pointed at Mosquito Girl, who immediately responded with a sweet smile. You simply merged human genes with those of other animals, plants, and insects. But you call it evolution. What a joke. We humans are the final winners of the entire natural world after countless natural eliminations. In our DNA, there are already countless redundant gene fragments from other organisms. Those ancient genes are of no use at all. Why do you think that the genes of modern animals and plants are effective for us? Excuse me, Dr. Kinos. If it is really possible to create a new human in that way. At present, our roles should at least be reversed. This speech made Kinos silent for a long time. He was a little unconvinced at first, but as he thought about it and everything he had experienced before, he had to admit it. Dr. Tao, I admit that what you said makes sense, but I still have reservations about my project. Kino's stiffened his neck. No matter whether he admitted it in his heart or not, he would never surrender completely. Whatever you want. Tao Qian shrugged and put the topic aside. Then, Dr. Kinos, as your future employer, I will make the following arrangements for you for the time being. First, please cooperate with Ms. Erica's work temporarily and assist in the research and development of longevity/evolution medicine. This is the laboratory's first project in the future and cannot be lost. When the mosquito girl heard that she could ride on Kinos's head, she immediately smiled. And Kinos, on the other hand, rarely raised any objections, as if he had tacitly accepted his position in the laboratory. Only Tao Qian's eyes were playful. Has the hostility value increased from 18 to 25? It seems that this assistant is still a little dissatisfied. But he did not show any clues, but just stretched out his hand again and shook hands with Kinos. Dr. Kinos, let us work together for the true evolution of mankind. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27 The Laboratory's Achievements, Fubuki's Sense of Crisis, 4 more. In the next few days, in addition to going out to sweep monsters, Tao Qian mainly focused on research. He is still a scientist after all. On the experimental table, several volunteers sent by the Hero Association or the Foundation are waiting for the injection of longevity/evolution potions. Evolution and longevity are the eternal dreams of mankind. But for a long time, humans have been restricted by the Hayflick limit. Until the appearance of monsters. Although the reasons for the mutation of monsters are strange, some are even very abstract. But long-term research has shown that monsters have actually broken through certain restrictions that bind humans. It's just that this breakthrough cannot be actively controlled by people. And monsterized humans are often full of various violent desires. Therefore, until now, most of the capture and research related to monsters have only remained at the viewing attribute and collection attribute. Until Tao Qian came through. He was surprised to find that the monster cells whose entries he had plundered had almost no pollution and uncertainty. Based on this principle, he continued to study and found that the pollution in monster cells can also be filtered through various scientific means. It's just very dangerous, because turning the experimental subjects into monsters will lead to many unpredictable consequences. This is also the fundamental reason why Kinos is almost the only one in the world that has made certain progress. Now, Kinos has officially joined the laboratory. It's time to open a new chapter in human evolution. Tao Qian is full of confidence. Full of talent like endless falling trees. After a while, Erica climbed up on tiptoe, her neck moved, and then she tidied her clothes and went back to work with her slender waist. But then, there was a quarrel at the door outside. Who are you? What are you doing in Dr. Tao's laboratory? Fubuki's slightly cold voice came from outside. Tao Qian went out to take a look. After not seeing her for a few days, Fubuki has become much more fashionable. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a precious fur coat, with huge pearl jewelry on her slender neck, and even rings on the 10 fingers of both hands. She looks like a nouveau riche that Tao Qian has seen. At this moment, Fubuki stared at the gorgeous Erica in front of her with full vigilance. Her mouth was like a machine gun, and it kept firing. You said you are Dr. Tao's employee? Why didn't I see you last time? Also, this truck of goods was requested by Dr. Tao himself. How can you put it wherever you say? Is Dr. Tao here? I want to see him. Erica opposite her did not give in at all. As the life assistant, personal secretary, and chief experimenter of Dr. Tao, this lady, I have the second-ranking authority in the laboratory. I can handle the transaction between you and the doctor. Please don't shout here and disturb the doctor's rest. 2 women, 1 show. 3 women equal 100 ducks. The originally quiet laboratory now seemed to have dozens of ducks in. Chirping and noisy. Even Kinos, who had been monitoring the state of the insect god, poked his head out to enjoy the scene he had not seen for decades. He was still muttering, fight her, grab her hair, tear her clothes, and even better, destroy the entire lab. Tao Qian. He had already vaguely seen that the corner of Fubuki's clothes floated out of thin air. And Erika's hands were also slightly bulging, as if a sharp blade would pierce out of them in the next moment. Enough! He shouted to stop the impending fight. Researcher Erika, Miss Fubuki is an important partner of our laboratory. You must show some respect to her. Erika responded with a lowered eyebrow. As a dependent, she could not refuse any request from Tao Qian. Even if she was asked to commit suicide immediately, she would do it without hesitation. Cluck, cluck. Fubuki was like a hen that had just won a battle. When she looked at Tao Qian again, a look of surprise flashed across her face, followed by a series of brilliant colors. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? At this time, without Tornado by her side, Fubuki was no longer careful, and looked at Tao Qian carefully, becoming more and more fascinated the more she looked. The cat's elegance that Tao Qian got from Meow Meow, plus the increasing temperament of a superior and researcher, combined together. In addition, he was also a senior consultant of the British Association and the honorary chief scientist of many consortiums. It was perfect in line with any expectation in Fubuki's heart. But she didn't come here just to see the handsome guy. After a while, he stammered, Dr. Tao. I feel my skin is a little dry recently. Tao Qian understood immediately. She came to ask for medicine. It seems that after a few days of psychological construction, she no longer cares about eating weird blood. Beauty and improving strength are the top priorities. You came at the right time. Our laboratory has just launched a new product. Do you want to take a look? What? Take a look. Don't worry, it's not a bloody experiment of a weirdo, but an experiment on the effect of health products. Back to the laboratory. The light green medicine disappeared into the body of the old man on the stage bit by bit. The loose skin on his face began to tremble slightly, and soon, it was like water waves, wriggling and trembling. And deep inside his body, a more wonderful change was happening fiercely. The gene chromosomes in the cell nucleus collapsed and were rapidly reorganized under the action of the drug. Some of the excess waste, like a pile of shit, was obviously excluded in this rapid reorganization, and even slowly melted away. Dr. Kinos controlled the test bench and slowly immersed the old man in the nutrient solution to continuously provide nutrients for the mutations in his body. The old man's body seemed to be experiencing a war. His skin was constantly rolling, but in this constant rolling, it shrank, became smaller, and became smooth and tender. Time passed quickly, and Fubuki opened her mouth unconsciously because of surprise, and could not close it for a long time. God knows what she saw. Regain youth. Even when this old man came out of the nutrient solution, the speed of recovery began to slow down, and even began to regress. But when everything calmed down, he still changed from an old man who had difficulty walking to a young old man who looked at most 50 or 60 years old. Even as time continued to pass, he was still slowly changing back to his original state. But this was enough to shock this big-breasted, brainless woman. What is this? She couldn't help but ask out loud. Tao Qian smiled. This is the key to the future. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, Saitama wants to take the hero exam? 5 more. Did Tao Qian come here to do good deeds? Of course not. Whether people in this world live or die is none of his business. So, his research is destined to be bright but never fulfilled. But he is proficient in defrauding funds, and he also knows that if you want a horse to run fast, you have to feed it grass. So it is inevitable to launch phased results step by step. Anyway, the materials are all some tiger and wolf level monsters. After rounding off, it is almost like getting something for free. But then again, even this kind of phased result is still an unimaginable great invention for people in this world. Fubuki left with the secret weapon that surpasses her sister with satisfaction. Tao Qian plunged into intense research again. Occasionally, he would go to Ludan's house to relax and enjoy the pleasure of hitting the world's strongest one-punch man. Genos shamelessly moved into Saitama's cramped apartment. Tao Qian once suggested that they move to an uninhabited area near the laboratory. But Saitama refused because he didn't want to be seen in the embarrassing state of training. When he said this, the face of Ludan changed subtly. He dodged and didn't dare to look at Tao Qian. Damn, he is not really practicing the spirit bomb. When he thought that Ludan would not be solved by a punch in the future, but would become Ludan Kong, Tao Qian wanted to laugh. But, with his ability, maybe he can really practice something. A few days passed like this. During this period in F-City, the hard-headed hammerhead stole a warehouse of combat uniforms from an unknown organization, and used them to wreak havoc. Unlocked a new plot mission, Sonic the Speed of Sound. In the end, Ludan, who was inexplicably involved in the incident, unlocked a new title, Egg Dismantling Expert. And Tao Qian also attracted the attention of more organizations and wealthy people because of the great success of his phased results. There are more and more robots and monitors around his laboratory. If his laboratory had not been strong enough, it would have been infiltrated long ago. And the Hero Association has repeatedly invited Tao Qian to join officially. They even offered to directly become the 7th S class. One place higher than the king, the strongest man on the surface they have been promoting. But Tao Qian still refused. He is not interested in being a dog. Until this day. What? Saitama-kun, why do you want to take the hero exam and become a professional hero? Tao Qian asked knowingly while chewing steak. Saitama took the opportunity to put the last piece of steak into his bowl, and then he sighed. My popularity is too low. You know, I've been a hero for 3 whole years. I've eliminated countless evil organizations. I've never seen a hero more active than me. Logically, many people should know me, not everyone. It's not surprising to have 1 or 2 beautiful female fans. But guess what someone said today? He said he didn't know me at all. The residents of the town even regarded me as a saboteur. You know, it was me who defeated the monster before. Ludan slammed his fist on the table and said sullenly. You're so stupid, Saitama-kun, so you've missed a lot of hero benefits in the past 3 years. Tao Qian opened his mouth and almost made Ludan jump up with excitement. He opened his fingers and counted them one by one. The Hero Association will give corresponding points and bounties according to the hero's performance. The higher the level of monster disasters eliminated by the hero, the more points and bounties he will get. Not to mention some other security benefits, such as many investors in the Hero Association have large hospitals under their names. If a hero is injured and treated during a mission, as long as he goes to a designated hospital for treatment, he will also receive corresponding discounts. There are also high temperature subsidies in summer, heating subsidies in winter, year-end bonuses, regular mission subsidies, emergency mission subsidies. After becoming an S-level hero, you can also apply for free housing. Every time Tao Qian said something, Ludan's face became uglier. Not to mention your accumulated contributions in the past 3 years, even if it's just the heroic deeds you have done since I met you, according to the calculation, how much have you lost in the past 6 months? Let me see. at least several million yen. Enough. Stop talking. Lu Dan was about to cry at this time. No one had ever settled accounts with him like this. Millions of yen. Lu Dan reached out and took out his bank book, tremblingly opening it. On it was a dry number, 20 yen. Well, I can't even afford the drinks in the roadside vending machine. What a life. Endless regrets kept stimulating Lu Dan. Why didn't I know? Tao Jun, Genos, have you registered? Tao Chien straightened his collar and took out his business card. I am not talented, but I am a senior consultant of the Hero Association. As for heroes, forget it. Genos also replied, my purpose is only revenge, and I have never thought about such things. Oh, is that so? Lu Dan suddenly stood up, let's go register together. Genos, if you go with me, I will accept you as my apprentice. Tao Jun, if you go with me, I will let you draw blood again. With the attitude that you can't lose face alone, Lu Dan invited the two to go together. Tao Chien and Genos looked at each other. No problem, do you need me to help you open the back door? Teacher, what are you waiting for, let's go. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. I have to go out to do things early tomorrow morning, so the update will be later. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29. During the examination, the examiner is Tao Chien. 1. City A, the headquarters of the Hero Association. In the solemn meeting room, the well-dressed directors are meeting. The unlicensed knight who ranked first in C level is still unwilling to upgrade to B level. There is really nothing we can do about him, let's move on to the next topic. In this 55th hero test, the number of heroes participating in the assessment has reached a new high, reaching 11,684, an increase of 22% over the previous session. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations in the meeting room. But the senior director sitting in the front seat was not optimistic. Don't be happy too early. Although the number of heroes participating in the assessment is large, the quality has not increased significantly. For this reason, the association's test must be more stringent. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room was pushed open. A staff member walked in quickly. Chairman, there is important news from City Z. Tao. Dr. Tao appeared at the assessment site. Wow! The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became enthusiastic. It turns out to be Dr. Tao, the inventor of the immortality potion. Does he also want to become an official hero? Many investors were dissatisfied with the relationship between Dr. Tao and the association before. If Dr. Tao can officially join the association this time, I believe they will definitely increase their donations. Yes, and I heard that Dr. Tao's research progress is very encouraging. If he officially joins the association, can the association get the potion at cost price? It's no wonder that these directors are so excited. If Tao Chien is just an ordinary mechanical doctor, the Hero Association is not short of such talents. Whether it is the Metal Knight who does not obey orders or the Drive Knight who has ulterior motives, they are all top talents of this kind. Not to mention the S-Class Hero Child Emperor who is the actual advisor of the Hero Association. These heroes are powerful, but they don't have a close relationship with these directors. But Tao Chien is different. During this period, the news about the evolution potion was widely circulated in the association, and almost everyone knew it. Oh, except the heroes. Many rumors indicate that the potion produced by Tao Chien has in fact unlocked the key to evolution of ordinary people. This is of course the result of rumors. But isn't this the case with human beings? The more they hide, the more mysterious the rumors that spread outside. Not to mention that Tao Chien's potion does have an effect, even Fubuki feels that it can be used to enhance superpowers. But when everyone was still imagining the future, the staff who came to report poured cold water on them in public. That, the association did not receive Dr. Tao's hero assessment application. He claimed to be accompanying someone. Among the people traveling with him, there happened to be a key observation target of the association before. In any case, Dr. Tao is a talent that the Hero Association urgently needs to attract. For some of his not excessive requirements, the association should try to meet them as much as possible. The chairman finally set the tone for the meeting. Z City, the sixth special venue for the Hero Association's certification test. The place, which usually serves as a refuge, was now crowded with volunteers who came to take the hero exam. After Tao Qian and his companions handed in their registration forms, they were taken to different rooms. Lu Dan, squeezed into a long line with a group of people. Genos, was taken to a meeting room. Tao Qian, on the other hand, went directly into the VIP service room. Naked difference in treatment. The person who greeted Tao Qian was very interesting. Emma, the head of the conference room that contacted Dr. Tao. Acting head of the Hero Discipline Supervision Section, Akusma. Head of the Subordinate Hero Enhancement Department of the Armament Department, Gerbridge. Dr. Tao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Mr. Chairman is rushing to City Z. Several people had been waiting in the room before Tao Qian came in, but they still had to talk to him in a low profile. Well, don't bother, I'm just accompanying my friend to take the exam, Tao Qian said. Several people looked at each other and felt that they seemed to understand something. We understand, Dr. Tao, please rest assured, we will definitely arrange the test for your friend. Hey? Did they misunderstand something? However, Tao Qian had no doubt that Lu Dan passed the test. The other party's physical fitness was off the charts. The reason why he was only a C-level hero in the plot was actually not difficult to understand. The author did it on purpose. But when the plot enters reality, there will naturally be a corresponding logical explanation. For example, the written test score in cultural aspects is too poor, and he did not flatter the Hero Association like others. For example, if the test paper asks why do you want to be a hero? You can at least write I have dreamed of becoming a hero since I was a child and I want to contribute to the Hero Association. Lu Dan will definitely write out of interest. If the test paper asks what should I do if I encounter a monster disaster that is difficult to solve? At least write use your life to hold the enemy back and ask for support. Lu Dan will definitely write solve it with one punch, and if it doesn't work, hit it again. It would be a pity if he could get a high score. Don't get me wrong, Tao Qian didn't want to open a back door for Lu Dan. He was just idle. Time passed quickly. Tao Qian dealt with Emma's flirting while ignoring Akusma's flirting, and chatted with Gablek. Until the door creaked open. The chairman walked in quickly with a group of directors. The uncle extended his hands enthusiastically from a distance. Dr. Tao, welcome to guide the work of our association. I wonder if you have any requirements? We will do our best to meet them. Requirement? Tao Qian's eyes turned and he thought of a good idea. It's not a requirement. Since the association is so sincere and I have time, why not help the association to check it? What? Check it? The chairman was stunned, but soon recovered his smile. You are most welcome. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 30, How to Save a Pig Teammate, 2. While Tao Qian was receiving the grand reception in the conference room, Genos's interview was also coming to an end. The middle-level person in charge of the interview took out a photo, which was the ruins of the evolution house that had been razed to the ground. This is the evolution house, a certain unstable organization that the association has been detecting. Originally, the association had found their hiding place, but it turned out that it had been destroyed without a trace. According to the trace detection on the scene, this was caused by a huge fire attack. Mr. Genos, did you do this? Genos looked at the photo and found that he had indeed flattened the surface. Yes, what's wrong? Several middle-level people looked at each other and nodded. In this way, it's correct. And this person seems to have come with Dr. Tao. The leading interviewer shook hands with Genos politely. Mr. Genos, your interview is over, thank you for your cooperation. Then, he directly stamped the S-level certification mark on Genos's interview record. On the other side, Tao Qian, who was a guest interviewer, also really saw the diversity of species. Mr. Wild Boar Boxer, please take off your headgear. Several staff members said to a tester wearing a wild boar headgear. Impossible. The headgear is the source of my power, and heroes should also have privacy. You have no right to ask me to take off the headgear. Hearing such an answer, several interviewers shook their heads at the same time. On the other party's 20 plus 30 points report card, a failed stamp was stamped. Dr. Tao, I'm sorry to make you laugh. In order to prevent Tao Qian from getting bored, Akusma, who was specially accompanying him, deliberately smiled. The Hero Association's recruitment work has been going on for the 55th time so far. The association holds an assessment almost every 3 weeks on average. In order to protect the safety of all mankind, the association has made a lot of efforts. But so far, the association has only actually registered more than 600 heroes. Among them, 399 are C-level heroes. This ambitious woman seemed to have noticed some kind of relationship between Emma and Tao Qian, so while introducing them, she approached Tao Qian intentionally or unintentionally. Oh! Tao Qian casually perfunctorily said. 55th session, more than 600 heroes, 6 test sites. That is to say, 99.99% of those who came to the hero test in large numbers failed the test. On average, only 2 people passed each time in one site. And the qualified candidates of this session were obvious. Genos, and Lu Dan. Speak of the devil. The next person who pushed the door in was the dull-looking Lu Dan. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Dan shouted. Ah! Didn't you say that we could wait for the news? Why do we need an interview? Akusma, who was standing by, looked a little embarrassed. There was no interview session in the hero qualification test. Unless the other party had already entered the site of the Hero Association. This time, it was because Tao Qian asked to be the interviewer that this session was added. At this time, Lu Dan, who had just entered, also saw Tao Qian. Tao Jun, you are here too. He greeted Tao Qian casually. The expressions of the staff in the meeting room immediately became much more solemn. Acquaintance. Interview. This is clearly an open backdoor. It's just. The staff saw Lu Dan's score sheet. The full score for the physical test was 50 points, and the written test was 21 points. I've seen people with biased scores, but I've never seen such a biased score. These 21 points are probably given because of the full score for physical strength. However, no matter how much you complain, you still have to go through the procedures. Both parties sat down. But Lu Dan suddenly stood up again. Ah! Mr. Tao, why are you sitting opposite me? This fool, I thought Tao Qian was also here to apply for a hero. Tao Qian adjusted his glasses, and a smirk flashed across his mouth. Saitama-kun, please let me introduce myself again. I am a specially appointed senior consultant and researcher of the Hero Association, and the judge of the hero qualification this time. Saitama-kun, you have to perform well. When Tao Qian said this, everyone in the conference room except Lu Dan was startled again. Could it be that Dr. Tao didn't come here to take the back door this time? Is he trying to cause trouble for the boiled egg in front of him? Otherwise, why can't he hear familiarity from his tone? Damn, what is Dr. Tao's attitude? Why does he want to be an interviewer? For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. They were afraid that they could not understand Dr. Tao's attitude, which would cause him to have a bad impression of the Hero Association. Who can bear this responsibility? Ahem, Mr. Saitama, first of all, congratulations on your full score in the physical fitness test. Ah? Isn't that very simple? Ahem. The staff member almost spit out a mouthful of water. Easy? That's the difficulty that the association deliberately raised. Well, the association still has some questions about your answers in the written test. I wonder if you are convenient to answer. Excuse me, you wrote in your answer that being a hero is completely out of interest, so what kind of interest is that? What? This question made the boiled egg confused. Interest is interest. Lu Dan replied indifferently. Ahem, Saitama-kun. Tao Qian spoke. Their question is, what kind of reason or mentality did you have to come up with the idea of becoming a hero? Just say it directly. Well, interest is interest, why so many whys? Lu Dan still looked dazed. He didn't understand why they asked so many questions when they were just filling out a form. Staff. It was a waste of time to ask. Ahem, then the next question, I saw that you filled in fist in the skill column. Excuse me, do you just use your fists to fight? Yes, what's wrong? Saitama was still confused. Then, in the self-introduction column, you said that you wanted to be the most famous and popular hero, this. The staff was a little embarrassed. The question clearly asked about the other party's special qualities, and did not ask about the other party's dream. Yes, that's right, it's precisely because I don't have any fame that I want to become a formal hero. By the way, I heard that after getting rid of the monster, the Ying Association will issue a bonus. Can it be reissued? Staff. Even Tao Qian sighed secretly. What a bad teammate. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31 Sweetheart Mask, Warning, Don't Let Me Catch You, 3. Sea level? Is there a mistake? I'll complain to the association. In the lounge, Genos got the result and looked at the result that he was S level and Lu Dan was C level. He looked incredulous. Ah, forget it, that's too embarrassing, as long as he passed it, it's fine. Lu Dan didn't understand the difference between S level and C level at all, anyway, he passed it. All the troubles are just random thoughts. And Lu Dan, as long as he is stupid enough, there is no such thing as trouble. By the way, I still don't know what Tao Jun's purpose is. The questions he asked me today are weird. Ah? Genos, do you mean you didn't see Tao Jun during the interview? Damn it. I knew he must have deliberately made trouble for me. I must teach him a lesson some other day. Lu Dan felt that he was being targeted. Tao Qian on the other side encountered other unexpected things. As soon as he walked out of the assessment venue surrounded by the people of the association, someone immediately came to greet him. The visitor was a tall and handsome man with an almost perfect face. Sweetheart Mask, the top hero in A class. Dr. Tao? Let's talk somewhere else. Although Sweetheart Mask's tone was light, it carried an irresistible tone. Tao Qian shrugged and followed the other party to a corner of the alley. Dr. Tao, I've known you for a long time. Sweetheart Mask smiled and stroked his hair. I also know that the research project you are conducting is using weirdos to do research, right? And, I also heard that there seem to be living weirdos in your laboratory. Please don't get me wrong, I'm not here to accuse or report you. The big star put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Tao Qian. In fact, I welcome your research, Doctor. If those ugly monsters that should be completely eliminated can be used to contribute to the world, it seems to be a way to recycle waste. The purpose of my visit this time is just to remind you of one thing. Please be sure to keep an eye on those experimental subjects. If they get out and cause harm to society, it will cause considerable damage to both the Hero Association and your reputation, Doctor. The most important thing is, don't let me catch you using monsters to do anything bad. No, how can you say these words without blushing or beating your heart? As if you are not a monster yourself. Tao Qian did not show his inner criticism. Facing the kind reminder of Sweetheart Mask, he showed good qualities. Mr. Sweetheart Mask, please rest assured. I have full confidence in myself and my research. As a big star, you don't seem to know that humans have already stepped into a new era. Whether it's a weirdo or a hero, have you noticed that there are more and more people with special abilities? Tao Qian leaned close to Sweetheart Mask's ear. For example, you, Mr. Sweetheart Mask. I'm very curious about what you look like under this mask. Hee. Sweetheart Mask's face changed. The person in front of him was really scary. Even the Hero Association knew that he was wearing a mask. He suddenly realized that he was careless and didn't dodge. It's just that Tao Qian is a time traveler. He has only been in this world for more than half a year. All the information about him in the organization can only be traced back to half a year ago. It's like suddenly jumping out of a crack in a stone. In this situation, it was indeed too careless to rashly find the other party. Sweetheart Mask looked at Tao Qian's gentle smile, and this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. But he remained calm on the surface. Dr. Tao, if you want to see it, I can make an exception and take off the mask for you to have a glimpse. Okay, take it off and let me see. Why don't you play by the rules? Shouldn't this kind of presumptuous request be declined and then given up? For a moment, Sweetheart Mask was verbally blocked by Tao Qian. It's not right to take it off, and it's not right not to take it off. Taking it off means exposing it, and if it's not taken off, how can it be rejected? Tao Qian seemed to see his dilemma and reached out to pat Sweetheart Mask's shoulder. Haha, just kidding. Mr. Sweetheart Mask, I will seriously consider your advice to me. But at the same time, I also have advice to tell you. Tao Qian leaned close to the other person's ear and whispered, the real ugly people are ugly inside. The beauty and ugliness on the surface are just the superficial impressions of ordinary people. Don't go to extremes, Mr. Sweetheart Mask. After that, Tao Qian walked away on his own. Behind him, Sweetheart Mask's eyes flickered. You seem to have a hint, Dr. Tao. He subconsciously clenched his fists. What do you know? Hey, it seems that I really underestimated these crazy scientists. When he thought of the other party's repeated rejection of the Yingzi's recruitment, Sweetheart Mask seemed to have an illusion in his heart. The Hero Association doesn't seem to be a great organization in the other party's mind. Is my level too low? P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 32, Mecha God G3, The Raid of a Mysterious Organization, Supplement 1. In the beginning, except for the fixed major events, the original plot of the animation will not be so fixed and detailed. The protagonist has already had an impact on the world. Tao Qian encountered an accident on his way back. In the downtown area, a fully armed robot blocked Tao Qian's car. I am the G3 machine god. Dr. Tao, you are a talent that our organization urgently needs. I hope you will cooperate with my work. Please don't resist to avoid unnecessary casualties. As the robot spoke, it fired a shot directly at the building next to it. A building with more than 10 floors and the parking lot at the door were razed to the ground. The violent explosion made the bustling street quiet. Afterwards, it was like dripping a drop of water into boiling hot oil. The people on the whole street fled in panic. What a weirdo! Help! My car is gone. What? I just bought a cup of coffee, and my company is gone? What about my mortgage? Where is the hero? Go find a hero. Mom! You're willing to attack ordinary people just to threaten me. You really overestimate my moral standards. Although Tao Qian was dismissive of such threats. But if he just walked away, wouldn't it be a waste of entries? Even if the entries are useless, at least there are still kill points. Humph, if you want me to go with you, I don't have any objection. Tao Qian replied indifferently. This shocked the staff of the Hero Association who were accompanying him. Wait, doctor, we have called nearby heroes to come to support. Just wait 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Because the Hero Association has very strict control over many information. The fact that Tao Qian has the ability to kill ghost-level monsters in seconds is basically known to only a few high-level officials and heroes such as Child Emperor and Sweet Mask who are highly involved in the operation of the Hero Association. Even Tornado did not realize it until she failed to defeat Tao Qian with her superpowers. Therefore, these staff members think that Tao Qian is just a scientist who is powerless. Obviously, the organization to which the robot on the opposite side belongs also thinks so. Shut up! The robot's eyes flashed red, and it directly shot several lasers at several staff members. But what it didn't expect was that someone would be faster than the laser. Tao Qian had just reached several important cooperations with the Hero Association, and now he was embarrassed to watch the other party's people die in front of him. Therefore, when the mechanical core of G3 just issued an attack command to the weapon module, Tao Qian had already taken action. Although the interval was no more than 0.1 seconds, it was enough to determine the life and death of these people. Haha, although I am also interested in your organization, I didn't say I would go with you directly. Tao Qian took off his glasses, untied his tie, and moved his hands and feet on the spot, saying with a hint of mockery. Little thing, please don't be too fragile. His eyes fell on the huge body of G3, but he didn't stare at the head, but on the chest of the big robot, as if there was something hidden there. As soon as these words came out, G3, who was about to continue chasing, stopped immediately. In an instant, countless red lights shot out from it, almost locking all parts of Tao Qian's body. Drive. Tao, I admit that the organization's information database has a lag. And you should have a certain ability to protect yourself. But as a robot used for testing, another main function of mine is to collect information about the opponent. Please believe me, whether you are a physical ability user, a mechanical cyborg, or even a superpower user. Even if my action fails this time, the organization will create a corresponding restraining model in a very short time. You know nothing about the power of machines. The giant robot said, and took the lead. The heavy sword in the robot's hand was as light as a feather, and it slashed down towards Tao Qian. The power of the sword shattered the street under Tao Qian's feet, and countless gravel flew away. That's it. I'm afraid it's not as good as the gorilla a few days ago. Tao Qian stepped lightly to the side and dodged the slash. He was not in a hurry to use the energy bomb, after all, such resources delivered to the door were rare. He still wanted to get more wool. The giant robot missed the attack, and took the opportunity to raise the sword horizontally and slashed at Tao Qian. Hey! This time Tao Qian did not dodge again, but stretched out his hand and grabbed the sharp blade. The robot's force of at least several tons seemed to sink into the sea, and even the sword itself was caught by Tao Qian. It wanted to withdraw the weapon, but found that it could not pull it at all. The red mechanical eyes flickered. Is this the power that ordinary humans can possess? Dr. Tao Qian, we are more interested in your secrets. This guy was relieved to see that Tao Qian was not an ordinary person. Then there was a crackling sound all over his body, and in just a blink of an eye, countless weapons of all sizes were aimed at Tao Qian. The next moment, not only did it fire red lasers, but it also fired dozens of micro-missiles from the robot, dragging long tail flames towards Tao Qian. Humph, I don't know what you mean. Tao Qian shook his head, his body swayed, and at the moment the robot fired its weapons, he appeared on top of its head. He hugged down with both hands and pulled. The huge mechanical head, with a long mechanical spine, was pulled out of the robot by Tao Qian. Sizzle. The robot made a lot of noises, flashing electric light, and then a burnt smell came out. Really, such a big guy is really not as good as my gorilla. Note, the armored gorilla currently works as a loader in the laboratory to make a living. As a puff of black smoke burst out of the robot, the huge body fell to the street with a bang. But Tao Qian did not give up. Instead, he looked inside the hole with a playful look. He reached out and pulled again. Another small robot struggled to be pulled out by him. Please stay, click. Tao Qian shrugged, too late. Ding. Detected lootable entries. AI Intelligent Core, Purple, the third generation of self-iterative intelligent AI invented by unknown scientists, with computing power 10 times that of the previous generation. Energy Furnace, Blue, able to flexibly use various natural resources to supplement energy, including but not limited to solar energy, fire energy, wind energy, water power. You killed a large robot of disaster-level ghosts and obtained 1000 kill points. Tisk, only this much. Tao Qian smacked his lips, a little dissatisfied. However, this time was not without gain. This AI is not bad, I can upgrade Jarvis when I go back. Go home. P.S. A new author. If this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collection and flowers. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 33, The Insect God Almost Loses Control, The Temptation of Monster Cells, Supplement 2. I am going to make up for yesterday's 5th chapter. I have some things to do in the next 2 days, so the update will be late. Tao Qian was not the only one who was attacked. On the way back, he got the news that the laboratory was also attacked. Thanks to the 2 ghost-level monsters he raised to watch the house. Under the protection of the mosquito girl and the gorilla, the laboratory converted from the shelter only had a hole punched in the wall. The attacker was also a G3 model robot. At the reminder of Kino's, the opponent's mechanical core was also left behind. Your followers killed a large robot of disaster-level ghosts, and you get 750 kill points. My followers also killed me? Tao Qian's eyes flickered. This is a pleasant surprise. In this way, he often doesn't have to worry about being too busy. But when he returned to the laboratory, he found that the trouble was far from that simple. The expensive experimental equipment was scattered all over the floor. The laboratory table was in a mess. The armored gorilla had a broken arm. The mosquito girl even had a broken horn and claw. Fortunately, the instigator, the insect god, was imprisoned again because of the exhaustion of accumulated energy. Dr. Tao, you underestimated this insect monster. Kinos pointed at the surveillance and said to Tao Qian. The evolution and iteration speed of insects is very fast, even after becoming a monster. It's just that this evolution and iteration is passive. When you use it to do various experiments, you are actually forcing it to adapt to various injuries and continue to evolve. As someone who successfully created the Azure rhinoceros beetle, I should have a lot of say in this regard. Tao Qian nodded silently. After gaining enough power, his mentality was indeed a little inflated. Before, he only used some monster remnant organizations for experiments. But some time ago, he let the dying insect god go. Fortunately, the laboratory did not suffer too much loss. Well, this loss can be attributed to the destruction of the robot, and then ask the Yingzi and other investors to provide more financial support. Who doesn't know how to make false accounts? Tao Qian did not deny Kinos's professionalism. It's just that this guy is very ambitious, and Tao Qian does not completely trust him. The main reason is that he is reluctant to give a subordinate position to this old man. Does Dr. Kinos have any new ideas? He asked deliberately. Of course, after entering Dr. Tao's laboratory, I found that my previous goals were too narrow. Now I have new goals. Kinos pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to Tao Qian seriously, but I still have a question that I want to get Dr. Tao's answer. After breaking free from the restraints, this big bug did not rush to escape, but tried desperately to open your storage room. It seems that something in it is attracting it. Kinos nervously adjusted his glasses again. Dr. Tao, can I know what is in it? After all, I am the chief researcher, assistant of the laboratory, and I should have the right to know. Tao Qian pondered for a moment and felt that there was no need to hide some things. In it, there is a monster cell obtained from a mysterious channel. Just a monster cell? Kinos asked doubtfully. Of course it's not an ordinary monster cell. Tao Qian explained, according to the monster who owns this cell, this is a part of the body of a great being, and taking it can give people real power. Hehe, what is real power? Just relying on this inhuman thing in the lab dish. He looked at the insect god who was imprisoned again, his tone full of disdain. This thing that even he doesn't recognize is worthy of being called evolution? Real evolution should be like a boiled egg, breaking the shackles engraved on human genes, breaking through natural limitations, and becoming infinitely stronger. Tao Qian then took out the monster cell forgotten in the corner of the storage room. Kinos looked at the so-called cell in front of him, who had been sealed for an unknown period of time, but was still active and even beating, with a solemn expression. When I saw it, I had a desire, as if I could realize any wish as long as I swallowed it. Doctor, I feel the same way. The armored gorilla who had his arm reattached said in a muffled voice. Master, Erica didn't say it clearly, but Tao Qian already understood what she meant. Even the half-dead insect god locked in the culture dish raised his head slowly and stared at the outside eagerly. Unexpectedly, Tao Qian squeezed the cell into a ball of blood mud with a light squeeze. Don't think about this dangerous thing. Our research results will be more powerful than it. The cell was destroyed, and the eyes of everyone in the field instantly became clear. It's so scary. I seem to have been affected by something just now. Yes, I actually had the idea of taking the cell from Dr. Tao. I'm really crazy. Isn't that courting death? Erica. Why did I think of that way? Tao Qian sneered when he saw this. Cold, this thing can amplify your desires and make you have some unrealistic fantasies. If I'm not mistaken, if you take this thing, you might think of going to XX place to meet XX people, and then your life and death will be completely controlled by others. Okay, go back to work. Tao Qian returned to the office and thought again and again. According to the original work, this thing is a product of Wang Dashi. And Wang Dashi is a powerful monster born by psyches through the near-death evolution theory. But, is it really so simple behind this kind of thing? You know, Lu Dan got the black cube that can convey the will of God from the Monster Association. Even in the Monster Association, there is a dragon-level coder who is completely empowered by God, Wandering Emperor. If you say there is no trick here, even dogs will not believe it. As I was thinking, the office door creaked. Erica walked in on tiptoe. Master, I got injured today. Need to supplement nutrition. P.S. New author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34, the heroic association explores the uninhabited area of City Z, Strange Sounds in the Desolate World. 1. City Z. No Man's Land. Golden Ball and Springbeard walked into this mysterious area with trepidation. They carefully explored around while chatting about the information they knew. Compared with other areas, the number of monsters in City Z far exceeds that of other urban areas. It has been about 10 years ago that the frequency of appearance has increased year by year. Finally, due to the frequent appearance of high-level monsters a few years ago, the residents here moved to the city center to live. As a result, even the basic facilities such as tap water and electricity were not shut down in time. By the way, the housing prices here are very cheap now, brother, don't you consider it? Don't joke. It is said that there are terrible monsters living here. Maybe there is a community of naturally generated monsters. Or maybe it is a monster queen who breeds all kinds of monsters. Who knows? Isn't this the purpose of the association sending us here? As long as we find out the truth, we can also become top heroes. The two passed by pieces of ruins and were somewhat shocked by the current situation of the no man's land. After all, I have never seen a place with traces of fighting almost everywhere. At first glance, it is the wreckage of a vending machine cut by the claws of an unknown creature. There is also a big hole on the ground that was smashed by something unknown. On the wall of the building, there are dried but still recognizable bloodstains. All signs indicate that there seems to be some powerful creatures with strong territorial awareness living here. As the two walked, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Springbeard, did you hear any sound? Golden Ball asked suspiciously. Springbeard looked solemn, listened for a long time, and then said uncertainly, it seems to be some earth, please, give the yuan, to. The voice was far away from the two, and it was intermittent so that they could not distinguish. What made the two more hesitant was that there seemed to be two different voices at the same time. Springbeard touched his beard. Did I say it right? There is indeed a community of naturally occurring monsters here. And now, they are performing some kind of sacrifice. Sacrifice. This word seemed to touch upon some taboos of the two. They looked at the empty streets ahead, their faces hesitant. How about reporting to the association first and asking for support? Golden Ball carefully asked his companions for their opinions. No. Springbeard decisively rejected him. If we two A-level heroes both ask for support, the association will definitely send S-level heroes to investigate next. Where will we get credit by then? Golden Ball also nodded subconsciously to express his agreement. If it wasn't for the credit, for the hero points that can improve the hero ranking, who would take on such a task? Let's go ahead and take a look. What if they are just some ordinary monsters? They just happen to be the stepping stone for our upgrade. Springbeard said, pulling his beard. Both of them are heroes who are very confident in their own strength. At the same time, they were dissatisfied with the A-level number 1 masked sweetheart occupying the position. So the two continued to go deeper. As the distance got closer, the intermittent voice became clearer and clearer. Earth, friends, please, please, give me the vitality. I need, quickly, raise your hands. The two looked at each other and had their own guesses in their hearts. Vitality? What is vitality? Is it the name of strength for the monsters? Vitality, give it to me. Does it mean that the monsters have mastered some kind of cultivation skills? What do these monsters need? What does it mean to raise your hands? Is it some kind of ritual? These traces left on the ground are undoubtedly not formed naturally, but left by monsters. They may use some method or fight to seize the vitality in each other's body. The two discussed, their hearts pounding. They felt as if they had bumped into some great secret. Suddenly, there was a movement from behind them. There's something. Is it a weirdo? Let's go check it out. At the same time, in a residential building not far from them, Saitama brought Genos, and the two raised their hands. He shouted to the sky. Friends on Earth, please, please give me your vitality. I really need your help now, raise your hands to the sky. The two shouted 100 times before they put down their hands. Genos felt that he had not changed at all. Teacher, does this training method really work? He asked hesitantly. And Saitama, who didn't want to wash clothes, was trying hard to sense the so-called vitality. After hearing this question, he grinned and his painting style became serious. Genos, do you remember what I told you? Under those conditions, I persisted in training for 3 years to have the strength I have today. You have only practiced for a few days now. Genos lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, teacher, I know I was wrong. Starting tomorrow, I am willing to double my training. Saitama looked at him with a black line. Mr. Tao once said that we should not rush training. If you double your training and achieve it before me, won't I be embarrassed? No. I have to practice more at night. Genos asked, did Dr. Tao say that? Nonsense, of course he didn't. Okay. I'm going to buy groceries. Genos, you clean the room. Yes, teacher. Weird man. Golden ball, let's go. Golden ball. Damn it, let's ask the Hero Association for support. Director. Golden Ball 28 in A-level can no longer fight. Springbeard 33 in A-level is in a tough battle. The unshaven middle-aged man pondered for a moment and gave a decisive order. Send a message and ask nearby heroes to come to support. No Man's Land. A street after a fierce battle. Infinite Cumbia Man sighed when he saw the two heroes who had lost their combat effectiveness. What? So boring, it's rare to meet two heroes, and I didn't even scream. It doesn't look like there are many people living here, there's no way to become famous. But when it turned around, it happened to see Tao Qian who was rushing to visit Saitama's house. Human. Tao Qian was also stunned. Weird. Evening. Saitama's house. Well, it's really rude, Tao Jun, you always bring so much food. Hey? There's so much kelp. Hospital. The director who came to visit Springbeard and the other two got a heavy news from the two heroes. A group of suspected monsters. They seem to be offering sacrifices to something, praying for a resource called vitality. The chairman of the board let out a sigh of relief. This news is very important. The association is very grateful for your efforts, please concentrate on self-cultivation. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, Are You Serious? The harder you work, the stronger you become, too. Well, it's another relaxing day. After a full meal, several people squeezed into Lu Dan's cramped apartment, looking up and counting the stars. By the way, Tao Jun, the kelp you brought today is very chewy, where did you buy it? Saitama suddenly turned around and asked. It's a byproduct of the company's experimental production, and it hasn't been put on the market yet. Tao Qian dismissed him lightly. Also, Saitama, kelp actually doesn't have a hair growth effect, and it's useless no matter how much you eat. What are you talking about? Lu Dan suddenly felt unloved. By the way, Saitama, it seems that we haven't had a competition for a long time. Tao Qian suddenly said. Lu Dan's puzzled eyes immediately swept over. Competition. I have already given you the title of the King of Hot Pot in the No Man's Land. Do you want to snatch my title of the King of Instant Noodles? You are really a ruthless person. Tao Qian curled his lips. Who the hell wants to snatch the title of the King of Instant Noodles from you? I mean, should we play something else? For example, finger guessing, or something. When he heard that it was not a must-lose event, Lu Dan immediately became interested. Ha ha ha, if it is finger guessing, Tao Jun, you really found a good opponent. Who in the whole no man's land doesn't know that finger guessing is the entertainment activity I am best at? Don't you think so, Genos? Genos, who was in a daze, said, "Ah? What does it have to do with me?" But he quickly reacted, "Dr. Tao, the teacher is right. Tisk, whatever your teacher says, you will say yes, yes, yes." Tao Qian exposed him without any hesitation. Then he turned his eyes to Lu Dan. "Since you are so confident, how do you play?" The boiled egg smiled evilly. "One round determines the winner. Rock, paper, scissors. Best of 3 rounds. Best of 5 rounds. Best of 7 rounds. A hole. You must have cheated." If the boiled egg had hair, it would be so angry that every strand would stand upright. He had scratched more than 100 times just now, but he actually didn't win a single round. This is unscientific. No, this is very scientific. Tao Qian adjusted his glasses. New words are not enough. Saitama-kun, your mentality is too unstable. I don't need to cheat to deal with you. But as long as you admit defeat, I will teach you the 98% winning rule of rock paper scissors. How about that? Winning rule. The red-hot boiled egg instantly returned to its original state, inexplicably excited. Okay. Tao-kun, I lost, please teach me the winning rule. Ding. The long-lost voice finally rang again. You defeated the hero Saitama in the finger-guessing contest. Do you want to randomly copy one of his entries? Another lottery? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained the entry. The harder you work, the stronger you become, blue, dot. Forget it, at least I am one step closer to the legendary limiter. The harder you work, the stronger you get, blue, each training session will improve the corresponding attribute. Concise and to the point. And the earlier obtained I'm bald but I'm stronger, blue, hair loss, but the training effect is increased by 50%. Tao Qian. The effects of these two entries are simple and clear. At this time, Tao Qian searched the entry library. Infinite kelp head, purple, turn hair into kelp that can be infinitely extended and tougher than steel. Even if it is cut off, it can grow again. By the way, if this entry can analyze the effect of hair regeneration, can it offset the effect of hair loss? Hey? I remember there is a guy called Demon Longhair in the Monster Association. Let's do it together then. Before copying the limiter, there is actually a certain upper limit to the increase in strength. So Tao Qian is not in a hurry. After accepting this entry casually, Tao Qian also kept his promise. This involves a certain psychological category. The first one is to follow the order of scissors, rock, and paper. You should do what the other party did last time. This is called consistency dependence. You can also keep an eye on the rules in advance, such as strictly following the order of scissors, rock, paper. This is called the priming effect. You can announce what you are going to do in advance to disrupt the other party's thoughts. This is called subconscious information. And this term related to psychology. Its principle is: for people with different personalities, you can also. Hulu Lu Dan has fallen asleep. Tao Qian turned his head to look at Genos, who was writing furiously on the side. The other party also looked at him. Dr. Tao, you are really knowledgeable. Genos lowered his head, afraid that Tao Qian would see his blank look. Yes, he has been recording. But he didn't understand these words at all. Even when he took out some vocabulary lists, he had to search online to find out what they meant. There is no way, he is only 19 years old now. And he became a biochemical man because his hometown was destroyed 4 years ago. To put it simply, illiterate. Not much different from a boiled egg. By the way, Dr. Tao, I have a question. Genos suddenly became shy. It's about the cultivation of vitality. I have been practicing with my master for more than a week, but I haven't generated any feeling about vitality. Dr. Tao, I want to become stronger. Is there any way to accelerate it relatively? What? You actually practiced? FK. Mama EP. Boiled egg, are you serious? Tao Qian was speechless. But looking at Genos's hopeful eyes, he didn't want to extinguish the boy's unrealistic dream. Well, how to say it? Tao Qian crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression serious. Genos, there is no shortcut to cultivation. Genos's expression was serious. Sorry, I was impatient. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 36, Huge Meteorite Attacks, Saving City Z, 3. Master, the Hero Association just sent an urgent message. Erica knocked on the door of the office and walked in quickly. The Hero Association claims that a meteorite suddenly changed its trajectory and will land in City Z in 40 minutes. The association hopes that the master will evacuate immediately. Meteorite? Tao Qian pressed a button, and the skylight on the top of the laboratory immediately opened. The blue sky immediately appeared in front of the two. At this moment, nothing can be seen in the sky. Generally speaking, it takes less than 4 or 5 minutes for a meteorite to enter the atmosphere and land on the ground. So, the meteorite that changed its trajectory is still in outer space. But the warning broadcast in City Z has begun to broadcast. The streets are already crowded with vehicles trying to escape from City Z. For a while, there were the sounds of vehicles honking everywhere, and many people burst into hysterical curses because of traffic jams. But Tao Qian was not in a hurry at all. Even if the sky fell, there were still boiled eggs to support it. Why was he in a hurry? Afterwards, Tao Qian gave an order that made Mosquito Girl a little confused. Erica, call the Yingzi and ask if it was Tornado who did it. Tornado has the ability to summon meteorites. Moreover, when Fubuki came to Tao Qian to purchase goods a few days ago, she was caught by Tornado again. After trying to crush Tao Qian to death again without success, this airport left a cruel word. I will crush you sooner or later. Now there are some signs of incompatibility between the two. In this way, Tornado is highly suspected of committing the crime. When the Mosquito Girl called, the Yingzi fell silent immediately. Hey, don't say it. It seems that many people do assume that Tornado did it. They just don't dare to ask her or mention it in person. Master, the Yingzi asked us if we need support. If we do, they will send a helicopter over. Erica hung up the phone and continued to ask. Haha, if you really want to support sincerely, do you still need to ask? It's clear that she wants to take this opportunity to control Tao Qian a little. Childish. Tao Qian silently gave his evaluation of the Hero Association Council, then stood up and walked out. Erica, tell Dr. Genos to focus on his research, I'll take care of the meteorite problem. Yes, Master. Soon, Tao Qian came to Lu Dan's house. What? There's a meteorite. Lu Dan, who was dreaming that Genos was expelled from the Hero Association, asked in surprise. He then opened the curtains. I didn't see it, Tao Jun, where is the meteorite? By the time you can see it, it will almost hit you, Saitama-kun. Tao Qian had no choice but to give Lu Dan some more science about meteorites. But Lu Dan didn't want to listen at all. It's so troublesome, Tao Jun, just tell me when the meteorite will hit me. Tao Qian looked at his watch, there are still 20 minutes. Ah, there's still time, Tao Jun, do you want to play rock paper scissors? I've been practicing for a long time recently. Lu Dan raised his head, full of confidence. Genos hasn't beaten me in a long time. He's just letting you win. Tao Qian thought. One round will decide the outcome. Best of 3 games. No, best of 5 games. How is that possible? Best of 7 games. You cheated. Can't you let me win once? Tao Qian took a deep breath and calmed down. I told you what I was going to do from the 10th game. Lu Dan scratched his head. Really? I remember you taught me that this can't be believed. In the end, it was Tao Qian who let him win, and Lu Dan finally won a game. Ha 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 ha. Tao Jun, I won. Saitama Jun, there are 10 minutes left now. On the rooftop of the Z-City branch of the Hero Association, Genos and a burly old man with silver hair looked at the sky together. A white dot appeared there, and it was coming towards the two of them quickly. Silver Fang Bang, the owner of the Flowing Rock Fist Dojo, the third-ranked hero of the Hero Association's position. Even such a powerful hero looked at the sky with a serious expression at this time. It seems that I'm going to die this time. The meteorite is getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, a large robot flies quickly from the horizon. Without even looking at the two people on the rooftop, it directly launches countless missiles. Metal Knight Bahua, a genius scientist, the 6th hero in the position of the Hero Association. Genos hurriedly shouted, Bahua, do you want to join forces? He was responded by an AI voice without emotion. I refuse, I just come to test the power of the weapon, that's all. There is no way, Genos has to release the core energy and fight hard. Young people have great firepower, the speed of the meteorite's descent seems not as fast as before. Bang squinted his eyes and sighed. Really? Genos asked in surprise. Ah, sorry, it seems that I saw it wrong. As if he felt that he was about to die, Bang actually made a joke. FK, stinky old man. Genos almost spit out a mouthful of diesel. Then, with his energy exhausted, he looked at the unbeatable meteorite and couldn't help falling into despair. Is this where I will die? Just then, a careless voice came from behind. Ah! Genos, you fought beautifully. Genos turned his head and shouted, Teacher Saitama, run! What? Who would run away? Boiled Egg looked at the meteorite approaching his head and thought for a while. Turning back to Tao Qian, he said, just as we discussed just now, I will defeat it, and you help me clean it up. After seeing Tao Qian nod, Boiled Egg jumped suddenly. The force was so great that a huge crack was directly stepped on the ground of the rooftop. No matter what it is, don't fall on my head. Ah! Boom! A loud noise shook the earth. Meteorite! The meteorite is broken. Bang was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Who is this person? But then, something happened that almost made him lose his jaw. Tao Qian fired countless energy bombs. He smashed the larger pieces of the meteorite that had been smashed by the boiled egg again. Wow, young people today are really amazing. Am I old? P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37 Ehaha, Tao Jun, I did it, Supplement 1. 3 days after the meteorite incident. In the office, Tao Qian was listening to the secretary's report. The Ying Association is very grateful for the master's contribution to the meteorite attack, so it sent a few new orders. Tao Qian nodded indifferently, you can handle these small matters. And. Erica hesitated. What else? Because you did not completely evaporate all the meteorite fragments, some secondary disasters still occurred, so some negative voices were generated in society. Please rest assured, these voices are focused on your friend Saitama. But according to the investigation, it was found that someone actually deliberately spread some negative comments. The source of the comments is a member of an organization called the Vest Brotherhood. They are dissatisfied with Saitama's direct promotion from C-level 250 to C-level 5, so they want to incite public opinion attacks on him. Oh, things go around in circles, and those who should be scolded will still be scolded. Most ordinary people are creatures who want more after getting something. Or to be more precise, they are not worried about the lack of things, but the inequality. If everyone died in the disaster, naturally no one would gossip about it. But the disaster was solved, but not everyone was spared. Some people lost their jobs because of bad luck and injuries. Some people hurriedly put their properties up for sale in a critical moment, but failed to take them down in time after the crisis was resolved. There are also some people who think that the Hero Association is making a fuss and causing losses to themselves in other aspects. According to common sense, these people's voices are actually very small and weak, and will eventually disappear with the passage of time. But if someone intervenes, it will be different. In fact, many heroes have different reasons for engaging in this industry. For example, Lu Dan simply wants to be a hero. Of course, it would be better if he could become famous and be praised by others. For example, King was forced to do it and passively accepted the hero identity and benefits. For example, Genos accepted him as his apprentice because Lu Dan promised to sign up with him. Tornado? Maybe it's because Blast once saved her, and Blast is the #1 hero in the Hero Association. Metal Knight was attracted by the funds behind the Hero Association. Bang wanted to promote martial arts and was bored. Atomic Samurai, because there was a lack of challenges within the Sword Saint Society. And many other reasons. But for more A, B, and C-level heroes, it was either for fame and fortune, or for benefits, or even as a job. There are many more. It is mixed with various desires. Many people naturally attach great importance to the ranking of heroes. Among them, Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole in the Vest Brotherhood are representatives. Before the meteorite disaster, they were ranked in the B-level and the front position among the C-level heroes. Among them, Vest Tiger was ranked 5th in the C-level. Well, he was just squeezed to 6th by Lu Dan. At this moment, in Z City, a block that suffered some damage. 2 people blocked Lu Dan who was strolling. Hey, you are the S-class hero's follower. You must be the bald guy who passed the hero test through a backdoor. The 2 laughed at Lu Dan unscrupulously. As if they were afraid that more people would hear them. I heard that the hero test originally did not have an interview session, but because of a bald guy who entered the venue with the great doctor, an additional interview session was added to the last test. Ha, I heard that even with a backdoor for a bald guy, he still only ranked 250th, which is so embarrassing. The 2 people's words attracted more and more people to watch the fun. Unintentionally, they all cast their eyes on the bewildered bald man in the middle. After the 2 brothers in vests found out, they performed even harder. I can't believe it. It's too much. Are you really not heartbroken at all by the tragic scene in front of you? Look at these innocent citizens, don't you feel guilty at all? You actually, still swagger out and hang around, do you think everyone should be grateful to you? If you ask me, you are the culprit who caused everyone's injuries. It's just a meteorite, it will be handled smoothly by other heroes. People like you have caused such a big disaster, do you still want to be a hero? The 2 people sang the same tune and directly put a huge black pot on the boiled egg. The boiled egg, who was accused by them, did not react until the people around him began to accuse him. Ah? Are you talking about me? For a while, a huge anger filled his heart. I worked so hard to eliminate monsters for everyone. I patrolled everywhere so hard to protect everyone's safety. But these people. Can I really borrow vitality from these people? Do these people have the vitality that Tao Jun said? If these people are unreliable, how can I practice? The boiled egg was full of doubts. The Vest brother did not stop when he saw the good. They were getting closer. Everyone, look. There's something wrong with this guy. Do you want to harm the people here? As messengers of justice, we, the Vest brothers, will never allow scum like you to continue to mix with us. Watch this. Vest tiger pounce. But Lu Dan just grabbed his fist with his hand. Ah! It hurts. My hand is going to rot. Spare me, spare my life. I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense. Please let me go. But Lu Dan seemed to have made up his mind. An inexplicable force surged in him. What? If you have any opinions, just say them. You are noisy, so you will say bad things about people behind their backs. If you have any opinions, tell meteorite. I am not a hero because I care about your opinions. I want to do it myself, understand? I want to borrow vitality from you. It seems that I am the only one who has vitality. It seems that the boiled egg seems to be exerting all his strength. The corners of his clothes and cloak also fluttered without wind. Accompanied by the horrified eyes of the crowd, a subtle but pure white light gradually condensed on his head. Well. Anyway, the light shone on his bald head, which was almost visible, and then reflected in the eyes of the crowd, which was very dazzling. Even Genos, who hurried over to persuade him, was stunned. Is this the vitality bomb cultivated by the teacher? It's really dazzling. As expected of the teacher. At this time, the boiled egg seemed to have discovered something. He reached out and picked it up from the top of his head. Ah! Is this the thing? It seems, it's not very powerful. Pinch, tap, rub. Suddenly, he realized something. Mr. Tao. I did it, I did it. Lu Dan can even catch the dimension slash, so it's reasonable to release the energy in the body in a different way. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38 Silver Fangs, Dr. Tao, do you want to learn boxing? Supplement 2. Z City, Laboratory. A sturdy old man sat opposite Tao Qian, holding a cup of tea and savoring it carefully. After squinting his eyes and drinking the good tea in front of him, Bang Gu put down the tea bowl and said with a smile. I never thought that someone like the doctor would enjoy life so much. It really opened my eyes. He looked at the classical and luxurious decoration in the office and couldn't help but admire it sincerely. Nonsense, don't you see how much money I spent? Tao Qian and the old martial artist were polite again. This old man's social experience is several levels higher than that of the boiled egg. No matter what the topic is, he can connect it. He is so polite that you think he is here to flatter you. But when Tao Qian introduced the product to him, he didn't feel his desire for the so-called evolution. What is this old man doing here? Tao Qian finally decided to ask directly. Mr. Bangu, I am very happy to see you, but is there anything I can do for you? Haha, young people just can't hold their temper. Bangu said slowly. I wanted to get some more good tea. Then his face became serious. Actually, I have no other intentions in coming here. I just want to invite Dr. Tao to visit my dojo someday. Bangu looked at Tao Qian in front of him, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Tao Qian, who has upgraded to a black iron body, is already 188 centimeters tall. Tall and strong, wearing a straight suit, one can even vaguely guess the muscle outline like marble sculpture inside. Such a person is a good seedling born to practice martial arts. There is no fighting spirit or fighting power in this world. Martial artists choose disciples, except for those who pay for further study, mainly based on physical fitness and conditions. And Tao Qian's state at this time, if described by ancient poetry. White teeth, red lips, handsome eyes, eyebrows that are always clear, thin waist and wide shoulders like an ape. He looks thin when dressed, but has flesh when undressed. Whether it is a famous martial arts master or a lustful woman, they will scream when they see him. Bang was naturally not surprised. In addition to Tao Qian, he also planned to find the boiled egg that smashed the meteorite with one punch that day. In order to avoid the lack of successors in his Liashui Shattering Rock Fist dojo, he planned to accept 2 people as disciples. Invite me to the dojo as a guest. Tao Qian was a little surprised. Although they were in the same city Z, he didn't know the old man in front of him. The only intersection was that they met on the rooftop of the association a few days ago. But he thought it through. This old man is quite greedy. Not only did he set his sights on the boiled egg, he also wanted to pick up this ready-made one. As a guest? In that case, no problem. Will you go? Of course you will. After all, martial arts skills can also form skill-type entries. If someone is willing to teach, he is willing to learn. It is always good to have many skills. The third day. The flowing water and broken rocks in the lush forest. Tao Qian ran into Liu Dan and the other man again. In front of Tao Qian, Liu Dan was as pent up as a boiled crab, but his excitement was beyond words. Mr. Tao, look, I succeeded in my practice. With Genos's respectful and admiring eyes. As Liu Dan held his breath, a small ball of light gradually appeared on his shoulder. What? This time it was Tao Qian's turn to be shocked. No, buddy, is this even possible? Has the Dragon Ball world begun to invade? Tao Jun, look at me. Tao Jun. Tao Jun. I saw Liu Dan holding the ball of light, wantonly ravaging it, squeezing it into a circle, and even playing with it like a yo-yo. Tao Qian realized that something seemed wrong. Liu Dan's spirit bomb seemed different from what he imagined. It seemed to be just a stream of qi extending from his body. It was completely different from his electromagnetic energy bomb. At this point, Tao Qian could only sigh at the specialness of Liu Dan. After all, he was the original protagonist. Dr. Tao, I have a question I want to confirm with you. When the boiled egg was showing off like a child, Genos came over and whispered. I'm sorry for doubting you before. Genos lowered his head, respectful like a child. I'm having problems with my practice now. Teacher Saitama, he modified the practice formula. That's right. The boiled egg's head suddenly appeared beside the 2 of them. What do you mean by asking people for energy? It's not only embarrassing, but also useless. Those people are so selfish, how could they lend us energy? So, I'm borrowing from myself now. After that, the boiled egg held his hands to the sky and shouted loudly, Saitama on the earth, please give me energy. As he shouted, the energy ball became bigger and bigger between his hands. Genos was a little embarrassed. That's it, but the teacher has achieved success in practice, but no matter how hard I try, I can't be as good as the teacher and Dr. Tao. Really, I'm very sorry. Snimmer, Dr. Tao, please guide me in practice. So, that's right. You're not a stupid person like Liu Dan. Isn't it normal that you can't practice? If you can practice, I will doubt whether there is something wrong with the world. However, it's better not to say this kind of thing explicitly to avoid undermining the child's self-confidence. Tao Qian's eyes turned and he thought of another bad idea. Genos. He said with a serious expression, cultivation is something that varies from person to person and requires an opportunity. Since you can't be sure which formula is more suitable for you, or maybe neither formula is suitable for you, then you can try both first. Maybe one morning when you wake up, you will feel like you are wrapped up. Then your spirit and your attention will move with a certain rhythm. That rhythm is sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes hot, and sometimes cold. In the end, you will feel the power gushing out of your body, breaking through some obstacles and finding an outlet. At that time, you will probably be able to practice. Don't get me wrong, Tao Qian is talking about serious practice. Genos was immediately grateful. Tao Qian even shared this experience with him. If he can't practice again, then the problem may really be with himself. Red bean paste is so delicious. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to collect, send flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 39, The Dojo's Dilemma, Bang's Shock, 1. I have to go to the hospital these 2 days, sorry, I can only try to update, and the inadequacy will be owed first. Unlike many martial arts schools in Z City, Bang's dojo is terribly deserted. Only a chicken-headed disciple Chalanzi accompanied him. Old man Bang, where is the beef you mentioned? Bring it up quickly. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Dan couldn't wait to shout. Bang chuckled. I am an old man, and I finally tricked you here. Do you want me to treat you? Okay, beat me first. Unexpectedly, Lu Dan was excited. Rock, paper, scissors. This was the first time Tao Qian saw a fox-like smile on Lu Dan's face. Old man, has no one told you? I, Saitama, am the man known as the king of rock, paper, scissors in the no man's land. For a moment, Lu Dan was domineering, and his face was full of confidence. But even if there are only 5 people in the dojo, there will still be people who spoil the mood. No man's land? Then you are the only one left at most. Chalanzi interrupted. Lu Dan scratched his head in distress. He couldn't explain. Humph. There is no point in talking too much, let's see the truth with our hands. The dim dojo. The hidden master. The weak disciple. The master who came to challenge. For a moment, the whole dojo was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Saitama-kun, do you know who your opponent is today? Bang's vigorous and powerful voice echoed in the empty room. It's Silver Fang. The 3rd S-class hero of the Hero Association, the current master of the flowing water rock smashing fist. Are you ready? The ancient boxing master was so full of momentum that even Tao Qian couldn't help but look sideways and re-examine the strength of this martial arts master. But Lu Dan was like nothing happened. With a whoosh, he dug out a piece of snot. Old man, let's compete, stop making such a fuss. Humph. The old man and the young man looked at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. The first round begins. Tao Qian, who acted as the referee, announced loudly. Before he started to shout rock, paper, scissors, Lu Dan and Bang Gu suddenly spoke at the same time. This time, I will use fists/paper. What? Both of them were shocked at the same time. This Lu Dan/this old man doesn't look very smart/looks very stupid at first glance, how could he also use this trick? But Tao Qian didn't give them time to think. Rock, scissors, paper. Scissors versus rock, Bang Gu wins. Round 2, Bang Gu wins. Bang Gu wins. Bang Gu. Lu Dan lost so badly that Tao Qian couldn't bear to watch. Since he doubted himself in the first round, he was led by the old man almost throughout the game. Alas! I should have known that this guy is not very reliable except for fighting monsters. Seeing that the boiled egg had entered the red temperature state again, Tao Qian winked at the old man. The old man was also a smart man, and naturally he also realized that the boiled egg's mental state was very unstable. Just in case. It's better to let it go. Saitama wins. Ha 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 ha. I won, come again. Tao Qian looked at the sight of Lu Dan, and saw that Genos also had a helpless look on his face. What? The old man wants to take us as apprentices. Lu Dan waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned his eyes and said to the side. I'm not interested, Genos, you go. As long as you agree. You won't bother me anymore in the future. But who would have thought that Genos replied very seriously, Teacher, what I want is absolute destructive power, not learning any self-defense skills. It is obvious that neither of them thinks highly of martial arts. One is absolutely confident in his own strength. And the other is simply ignorant. Only Tao Qian thought for a while and said. Why don't you show us Mr. Bang first? Bang is also a smart person, and he knows what they are thinking by looking at their expressions. So he didn't refuse. Okay, let me show you. He was so focused and calm. Suddenly he made a move. In Tao Qian's eyes, the flow of time seemed to slow down, and Bangu's smooth movements had a certain strange rhythm. From a scientific analysis point of view, it was just the swing of his arms within a certain range. But it gave Tao Qian a mysterious feeling. He narrowed his eyes, and the portable AI began to analyze at high speed. The traces of the swing of the elbows just form a perfect circle. The hands are rotating, and the center of gravity of the upper body is constantly moving, but it has never left the scope of the hands. These moves seem weak and powerless, and the arms are swinging at will, but if someone attacks, he can directly take a defensive posture at any time. There is even a stream of air flowing everywhere along the meridians in his hands. Assisting attack or defense. Ding! Bangu is trying to teach you martial arts, and you can copy the entry flowing water shattering rocks, purple. Do you want to copy it? Tao Qian would naturally not refuse. Flowing water shattering rocks, purple, a kind of ancient boxing, the origin of which is no longer traceable. It can deflect the attack with a strange force, weaken the attack, and the attack that would cause serious injury or even death if hit head-on will lose its original effect. Although it is only a purple item, the effect is very outstanding. Unlike simply increasing defense and toughness, this martial arts routine is like a superpower psychic shield. As long as it is used properly, it can greatly improve a person's strength in a short period of time. Even if the physique is ordinary, it can be entangled or escape from the wolf and tiger level monsters. It's not in vain. Tao Qian looked at Bangu with more interest. I remember he also has a breathing method. If you don't have the ability to empty the boiled egg in a short period of time, it seems to be a good choice to get the items of these S-level heroes for free. Tao Qian seemed to have opened up some ideas. He began to consider the feasibility of this situation. But the boiled egg on the side did not think so. Yawn, so boring. What to eat tonight? Lewd Egg looked at Bang's slow movements, his eyes blank, and his soul was flying away. This action obviously aroused the dissatisfaction of Bang's eldest disciple Chalanzi. Hey! My master is teaching you the secrets of the dojo, you should at least respect him. Bang also stopped at this time. If you are not interested in boxing, Saitama-kun, I have a breathing method here that can practice chi. Chi. Lewd Egg suddenly became energetic. He held his breath and stretched out his hand to gather a spirit bomb in the air. Is it this kind of chi? Ah! Bang's face was full of shock. True chi, out, out. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading. Please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40, The Fan Ghost, The Encounter with the Fubuki Group, Supplement 1. Unlike Tao Qian who released electromagnetic energy bombs with the power of the word, Lu Dan is a serious release of internal energy. Let's not consider the power and the length of the pre-swing for now, just talk about this eye-popping operation. It almost made Bang kneel down and become his apprentice. But I don't know if Lu Dan was led astray by Tao Qian. At this moment, his intelligence and brain power seemed to have reached their peak. Ha ha ha. Ask me, Saitama, for strength. Otherwise, you will be like Genos, and you can't practice it no matter how hard you try. Genos, thank you. But to be honest, this operation is indeed too bizarre from any angle. As an old martial artist who has practiced hard for a lifetime, Bang easily noticed the clues from the performance of the two. Then, what? Do I have to raise my hands every day and shout for people to lend me their vitality? Whether this way of practice can be successful is another matter, but it's really shameful. The old man is good looking. At first, he would rather be killed by a meteorite than abandon the dojo, and was called a coward who abandoned his family and career by others. If he really practiced like this, and was seen by others, wouldn't it be embarrassing? But among the 5 people, there will always be a sage. Teacher, in your dojo, I am probably the only disciple left. Chalanzi gave an assist at the right time. But he didn't know that as soon as he said this, Bang's eyes became sharp. This disciple, I can't keep him. If I don't expel him, even if I practice secretly in the future, I will be laughed at. But if I expel him, wouldn't it be confirmed that I want to practice secretly? Or find a reason to beat him to death? Bang was not a good person when he was young. At this moment, he even thought of more than 100 silent plans to harm people in his mind. For example, find his old lover when he was young, seduce the disciple, and then catch him in the act. Use the excuse of disobeying orders to directly destroy the other party. For example, let the disciples register for the hero profession that he doesn't think much of. Kill the other party by pretending to be a monster. For example. But then, the alarm bells in his heart rang. He felt that if he really did this, he would probably fall into a bottomless abyss. Hey, I'm so old, and I have to make such a choice. It's really embarrassing. Bang Gu took a long breath and his expression calmed down. He bowed deeply to Tao Qian and others. Thank you Dr. Tao and Mr. Saitama for your selflessness. I just lost my temper. This trip to the dojo ended hastily. No, it doesn't count. After all, Lu Dan came to eat beef. Tao Qian also left Bang Gu his contact information. In fact, I am also very interested in ancient martial arts. If Mr. Bang Gu is convenient, you can discuss it with me at any time. Then Tao Qian took a stance, and a few moves of the skilled level of flowing water and rock-breaking fists made Bang Gu tremble again. What is a genius? I just demonstrated it once. He actually copied it perfectly. With such talent, I am afraid that even my former disciple would find it difficult to catch up. On his way back, Tao Qian suddenly received a call. Ding ling ling, hello, is this Dr. Tao? I am the 3-section stick lily from the Fubuki group. Master Fubuki is in danger. Please come quickly. Nunchaku lily? Tao Qian's mind was filled with the image of a girl with lilies on her head, using nunchakus as weapons. She seemed to be only 14 years old. Tisk tisk, she is still young and still doesn't learn well. She is learning to play with lilies. The world is really going downhill. By the way, you didn't even report your location, how can I support you? Tao Qian shook his head and called back, but found that the call was no longer connected. There was no choice but to find the Ying Association and retrieve the action records of the members of the Fubuki group. Then he kicked into the sky and flew towards the target. As the largest small group in the Ying Association, the Fubuki group has become stronger recently. It's not just because they have Fubuki, a famous general, as their team leader. It's not the quick money-making side job of their team leader. It's mainly because Fubuki became rich suddenly after talking about several big deals with Tao Qian in a row. He can even get the water of hope that is limited in supply even in the Ying Association through secret channels. Well, it's the kind of evolution potion that is non-toxic, non-polluting, and has no side effects. It can be called a 3-no product, but it has a very powerful effect. According to the results of the mechanical analysis developed by Child Emperor's recent hero physical dataization plan. After taking this potion, the data of many heroes have shown temporary growth to varying degrees. And with the appropriate training plan, this growth can even be fixed. I have to say that this is already a miracle drug. For many heroes who do not have superpowers but insist on being human and are unwilling to be mechanized, it is undoubtedly a great blessing. Under this premise, Fubuki, who can obtain additional resources through small paths, naturally becomes a hot commodity in the eyes of middle and lower level heroes. As the Fubuki group becomes more powerful, their actions become more frequent. Fubuki relies on superpowers, and ordinary tiger level and wolf level monsters, as well as B/C level wanted criminals, are naturally easy to catch. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Hellstorm. As Fubuki, who has a famous general's weapon and a rich granary, activates his superpowers. A strong wind that could lift several tons of objects swept towards the monster. But the next moment... Ha ha ha! What do you think my fan head is used for? The fan head monster who spoke from nowhere laughed wildly, and then the fan on his head spun violently. A stronger airflow directly blew the wind of Fubuki back. All the members of Fubuki group were blown to the ground. Well, I have become so much stronger, but... Fubuki had tears in her eyes and hated her weakness very much. Fortunately, this ghost-level monster named Fan Ghost lacked sharper means of attack besides the strong wind. Under the strong wind, all he could do was to control all the members of Fubuki group in corners and other corners, so that they could not get away. Nunchaku Lily seized the opportunity and called for help. After a while, a voice suddenly came from the sky above the waste gas plant. Hee. Then, a dazzling energy ball directly opened a big hole in the ceiling. And it seemed to have eyes, and it rushed straight towards the monster. Sizzle, a strange sound. The whole monster was directly evaporated. Everyone was also rescued. Then, a tall body slowly landed on the ground. Reached out to Fubuki. I said, "Why are you so embarrassed every time I see you?" P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 41. Don't be sad, Tornado, small ones are also cute. Supplement 2. Humph. None of your business. It seemed that someone had seen her in such a sorry state that Fubuki's expression was very bad. Yes, I know that even if I don't care, your sister will come to save you. Tao Qian had no intention of being gentle with women, and continued to provoke her. Fubuki's full granary was fluctuating, and it was obvious that she was already full of anger. If I hadn't been unable to beat her, I would have. Just then, a strong spiritual pressure came from one side. Boom! A sound. The thick cement wall was directly opened by someone. A little girl with short green hair, a cold expression, a long skirt slit to the root of the thigh, and no one knew whether she was wearing panties, slowly floated in. Fubuki, how long are you going to show off? But when she entered the house, her eyes suddenly became sharp. Tao Qian. The little fist slowly clenched. Why is it you again? Why are you everywhere? To be honest, Tao Qian likes and enjoys the feeling of being stared at by women. Unless the other party is on top. Oh no, it's not impossible to go up there. As long as it's not too high, it should be at least half a head taller than me. Even the bear pattern inside is faintly visible. It's really too dishonest. With her strength, is she still afraid of being seen? Humph. Tao Qian exerted a little force on his hand, and Fubuki was involuntarily taken into his arms. The strong masculine breath instantly filled her nostrils. Her other hand also subconsciously hugged Tao Qian's male waist. This scene made Tornado's eyes burst. The veins on the two small fists were exposed, as if they would attack at the next moment. Tao Qian was not panicked at all. Tornado, I saved Fubuki just now. When she was in danger, you, who claimed to be protecting your sister, why didn't you show up in the first time? The magnetic voice made Fubuki more obsessed, and also further added to Tornado's anger. She knew that Tao Qian was making excuses, but she couldn't refute it. But, given her strength, why bother to refute? Blizzard, come back here right now. Tornado held out his hand from above. A strong pressure instantly appeared on Tao Qian and everyone in the warehouse. Hwalala! Except for Tao Qian and Blizzard in the middle, all the others were blown against the wall and fainted. Tao Qian, I want you to let go. Right. Tornado was already furious, and his tone was full of chill. But Tao Qian seemed to have heard nothing. Not only did he not let go, but he even put his other hand directly around Blizzard's waist. He even pinched and patted her in front of Tornado. Blizzard's body suddenly trembled, and then softened again. Only Tao Qian felt that she seemed to be holding him tighter. Sometimes I really feel strange, you two are actually sisters. One has such a good touch, but the other, Before Tao Qian finished speaking, he felt the pressure in front of him suddenly increase. At the same time, Tornado in the sky grabbed with his other hand. Fubuki felt it more clearly. A strong grip that she could never resist grabbed her, trying to force her out of Tao Qian's arms, pulling her towards the sky. But Tao Qian held her very tightly, and the two forces tore with her as the center. She opened her mouth to say something, but found that she was no longer able to make any sound. Tao Qian's sense was still more acute, and he let Fubuki go with one hand. Tornado. Fubuki is your sister, you will hurt her if you do this. Tornado's arrogant voice came from above. Tao Qian, this is a battle between you and me, I just don't want her to be your bargaining chip to resist me. As Fubuki was pulled to another position by her. One high and one low. One small and one big. Two bodies stood facing each other. A battle was about to break out. I'm going to twist you into a dough twist. Tornado pushed with both hands. A light flashed in his hands, and a surge of power descended on Tao Qian. Along with it, there were waves of telekinetic force field shocks. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary dragon-level monster, in the face of this move, there would definitely be little power to fight back. Either the strength was consumed in resisting the pressure, and the telekinetic shock was beaten into a sack, or it was focused on resisting the telekinetic force, and was wrapped up by the pressure and twisted into a knot. But Tao Qian was different. His expression was solemn. His body still swayed slowly. He subconsciously used the flowing rock-smashing fist that he got from Banggu Dojo in the morning. The fist was like a stream, and the momentum was like a torrent. Not only did he show no pressure under the super energy storm, he could even use the airflow brought by the fist to reversely wrap the telekinetic shock and let them cancel each other out. What? Is this Banggu's old man's boxing? It's a bit troublesome. As the second S-level hero, Tornado was naturally no stranger to Banggu, who was the third. Before, she had also tried to test the other party. It was also easily resolved by Banggu with the flowing rock-smashing fist. No, that's not right. Tao Qian's response seemed to be more relaxed than Banggu's. Damn it, is he going to summon a meteorite to kill him? While Tornado was thinking wildly, Tao Qian, who was in the center of the storm, seemed to have returned to an experience in the past. the days when he took old men and women to practice Tai Chi at the Elderly Activity Center. Slow and slow. His whole body seemed to be immersed in the water, and countless fish followed the undercurrent to attack him. One grab, one release, one retraction, one push. Easily resolved. Before he knew it, he had already entered a state of unity between man and nature. Even before he knew it, he had already mastered the initiative of this fight. A huge force field vortex spread out with Tao Qian as the center. In the blink of an eye, Tornado was rolled in. Tornado was anxious and felt the changes in the surrounding environment. But it was too late. The vortex of Tao Qian's position engulfed her and continued to output superpowers. She only felt that her power was constantly being output, but the other side seemed to be another black hole. Even she herself could not move except for releasing her power. Tao Qian. What did you do? Panic. Powerless. This was a feeling she had never had since she was rescued from the Yudu organization by the explosion. She felt like she had entered a big millstone. If she was not careful, she would be crushed to pieces. She actually participated in making that millstone. Will she die here today? Tornado suddenly grinned. Well, anyway, in this world, except for her benefactor and sister, everyone regarded her as a monster. Her benefactor was missing. Her sister was still hostile to her. I am afraid she doesn't even have a close person. It's a pity that she won't see the day when her sister gets married. Suddenly, the roar of Fubuki sounded on the side. Doctor! Wake up! Stop it! And Tao Qian at this time. In the haze, it seemed that he saw Fubuki working hard under him, looking up and shouting something at him. Ha ha, hallucination! Wake up! Wake up! Ah! He suddenly woke up. The vortex of his position disappeared instantly. Then, a green, light body fell straight from the sky. Tao Qian subconsciously caught her. Pinch. FK, a man. PS, a new author. If this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42, Fubuki, you don't want anything to happen to your sister, do you? My toothache is really terrible. Dr. Tao, my sister. Fubuki looked at the man in front of her with a very complicated look. Just a few months ago, he was just a young man who had to rely on himself to pass by and rescue him to escape from the hands of a monster. In just a few months, he has transformed himself into an important figure who is better than the Hero Association, although he has not joined the Hero Association. So much so that she has to rely on the kindness of the other party to live the life of brand name clothing and luxury cars that she dreams of. I don't know when it started. Every time Fubuki sees the other party, she feels her heartbeat speeding up. She doesn't understand what this is. Can it be eaten? Can it make her defeat her sister who looks down on her? In the past, she knew it was difficult. So she created the B-Level Enthusiasts Club Fubuki group. Trying to grow into someone who makes her sister look at her with a sidelong glance through the power of the group. Well, I can only say that dreams still need to be had. But Tao Qian gave her a big surprise next. Evolution potion. Or the kind that has beauty effects. Can superpowers be improved after birth? Yes. But she lacked confidence when facing Tao Qian. What else does she have besides a large granary, a delicate face, and a slim figure? In fact, she didn't understand. The above is actually enough. Don't worry, she's just exhausted. Tao Qian came back to his senses and looked at Fubuki with a strange look. Oh, what did she do in the hallucination just now? Indescribable. Tao Qian threw the airport in his hand to Fubuki. Only then did he notice the entry of the fan ghost. Harness the power of wind, purple, deal with the enemy by rolling up a strong wind. Wind affinity increases by 50%, which can create a huge wind force that can blow 10 tons of weight, and at the same time lacks the means of compression. Mechanical reassembly, blue, even if it is divided into several large pieces, or even a piece is missing, it can be reassembled and reborn. The premise is that it is not broken too much. 2 not so good entries. But the purple entry just happens to perfectly cover the effect of Fubuki's superpower, and the effect is even stronger. If I give it to myself, I can only use it to clean the dust in the house. But if I give it to the girl on the opposite side, it may make her superpower more powerful. The key is how to give it. What kind of relationship should I give it to? He doesn't have the habit of letting people get it for free. At this time, the pleasant prompt sound rang again. Ding! After a hard and arduous battle, you defeated the second-ranked hero in the S position, Tornado of Trembling. Do you want to randomly copy the entry on the other party? Nonsense, do you still need to consider it? Of course. Ding! Copy successfully. You get the entry Psychokinesis, gold, dot. Damn. 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 One shot hits the soul. Single draw out gold. Psychokinesis, gold, innate powerful mental power, can interfere with reality more deeply at the physical level. The description is short, and the effect is very strong. Tao Qian closed his eyes and felt that the whole world had changed. It was different from the attachment to the earth he had when he obtained the Earth Apostle. The feeling given to him by the telekinesis was that everything in the world had turned into lines and patterns. In his eyes, the building in the distance was nothing more than an ink painting drawn with a few strokes. It seemed that as long as he moved his mind, the fortress made of reinforced concrete could be twisted, reversed, or even rolled into a ball. He could make it round or flat. In his eyes, Tornado, Fubuki, and others in front of him also became some kind of moving objects made up of several different color blocks. If he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, maybe he would consider splicing the same colors on the objects together. Well, in that case, the people would definitely be gone. This is an inhuman perspective. Tao Qian forcibly suppressed the mentality of playfulness and frolicking. After trying hard to suppress it, his perspective finally returned to normal. When he looked at Fubuki again, he found that she was blocking Tornado and looking at him vigilantly. Tao Jun, what's wrong with you? Your eyes were so scary just now. Tao Qian didn't explain too much to her. Instead, he asked, what kind of scene do you see when you use your superpowers? What? Fubuki was full of doubts. What do you mean by what kind of scene do you see? Damn, I forgot that she was semi-illiterate. Tao Qian took a lot of effort to explain to her clearly, asking her to describe whether her feeling about the world would change when she activated her superpowers. No. It's normal, I just feel like the airflow around me is real. That means everything is normal in their eyes. Does that mean I'm not normal? Of course I'm not normal. But, what's wrong with me? Tao Qian's first thought was Earth Apostle. This universal auxiliary item has a bonus effect on most of his items. Tisk tisk, could it be that my superpowers are stronger than Tornado's now? This may be true. Temporarily suppressing his doubts about the new power, Tao Qian looked up and saw Fubuki still looking at Tornado with worry. Your sister is fine, she's just exhausted. Come back to the lab with me, give her an injection, and she'll be alive and kicking immediately. In theory, Tornado's superpowers are extremely powerful. It's impossible to use up her abilities with ordinary means. However, this semi-illiterate person is just wasting his abilities. He doesn't understand science at all. Tao Qian defeated him with the vortex driven by the flowing water rock smashing fist. It can be considered a victory of science. By the way, call the Hero Association and ask them to take your team members back for treatment. They came out to fight monsters, but they all ended up in the ICU. You, the team leader. Alas! Fubuki was scolded so much that she didn't dare to look up, but just silently followed Tao Chien with Tornado in her arms. Although she formed the Fubuki group, but for a long time, she also felt extremely tired. The strong heroes looked down on her small group. The weak heroes couldn't help much, but just wanted to come in and hug their thighs. She shouted that the big sister led the way, but who knows what she was thinking in her heart. As a superpower, Fubuki not only has enough strength to gain a foothold in the A level. At the same time, her 5 senses are also different from ordinary people's sharpness. During this period, the Fubuki group was not smooth sailing. After all, the benefits obtained from Tao Chien could not benefit everyone fairly. Apart from anything else, she consumed more than half of it herself. Her confidants also had almost no management ability. During this period, many people joined and many people left. She was very tired. She also wanted to find a warm embrace to lean on. "Stand firm, I'm going to take off." Tao Chien's voice came from beside her. Then Fubuki felt her body clear, and a familiar sense of weightlessness came. She forgot that she was still holding Tornado, and she didn't stand firm for a while, and her hands grabbed around her randomly. "Hey, where are you grabbing your hands?" P.S. A new author. If this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 43, Tornado, you don't want to make your sister worry, right? Early morning. The morning sun shines on Tornado's face. "Ha! I slept so well. It's so happy to have no phone calls to disturb me in the morning." Her 2 small arms were raised in a big letter, but she jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. "What? What is this place?" Although the big bed is very soft, the pink decoration is also very cute. But this is not her little nest. What happened yesterday? I think Fubuki is injured. I'll go save her. Did you find her with a nasty man? Man. Yes. Man. She remembered everything instantly. Tao Chien. Her superpowers burst out instantly. The pink holographic projection in the room was directly washed to pieces. What appeared in front of Tornado was a bare, smooth, pure white wall. It was full of technology. It just didn't look good. Shua. A door suddenly opened on one side of the wall. At the door, the tall Tao Chien was holding the red-faced blowing snow. The two walked in together. "Hey, the little devil who never grows up has woken up." Tao Chien opened his mouth and successfully provoked Tornado's anger. "Who are you calling a little devil?" Tornado's whole body exuded a green light. The violent superpower seemed to have found its target. Endless pressure directly grasped Tao Chien. It seemed that he would be twisted into a dough in the next moment. So easily angered, and you still say it's not a little devil." Tao Chien's response today was more at ease. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. A superpower fluctuation that was no less than Tornado emanated from him. Even this superpower faintly suppressed Tornado. "What? Are you also a superpower user?" Tornado was shocked. "How could you be stronger than me?" She couldn't accept this cruel reality for a while. All along, superpowers have been her biggest and only reliance. "No one in this world is stronger than me." She firmly believed that her superpowers could solve all problems. If they can't be solved, then increase the intensity. But at this moment, a man she usually looked down upon. Experience has superpowers stronger than her own. Tornado's world collapsed. At this moment, she even recalled the past. When she was 7 or 8 years old. Abandoned by her biological parents. Sold to a mysterious research institute by her adoptive parents. Her brain was subjected to inhumane research every day. That experience made her hate the so-called scientists in laboratories. So, when Tao Qian appeared beside her sisters, especially beside Fubuki, Tornado's reaction was so great. No. Impossible. You were definitely not a superpower before. What did you do to me? Tornado was running wild, with murderous intent in his eyes. Before today, Tao Qian had never shown his superpowers. Even when he first knew him, he escaped from the attack of the monster with the help of Fubuki. So where did his superpowers come from? Tornado knows there is only one place that can create superpowers. You do. The organization that locked her in a cage and used electric shock equipment to study her every day. That organization is back. Not only did he target himself, but also his sister. She would never allow it. Die. Die. It was as if a dragon was turning over. The entire laboratory, and even City Z, were shaking violently. It seemed that the next moment, the entire surface of the earth would break away from the earth's crust. Under this powerful spiritual pressure, people within a radius of dozens of miles felt as if they were pressed by the weight of a mountain. And Tornado, who was at the center of the psychic storm, her entire pupil had turned pure green. It meant that she had almost lost her mind. Then, pop! Tao Qian went straight through her psychic shield, and a head slammed into her forehead. Under the powerful superpower, there was a fragile body comparable to that of an ordinary person. Tornado fainted instantly. She was held in the arms of Fubuki, who came quickly. Doctor, my sister, oh, I'm so sorry. Fubuki's face was still flushed, and she looked at Tao Qian evasively. Although the two did not have a good thing last night. But by observing Tornado's condition, Tao Qian did enjoy enough benefits. Until now, Fubuki's head is still a little dizzy, and she feels like she is walking on cotton. After all, people with superpowers are more sensitive. It seems that the effect of the potion is good. She recovered quickly, and her superpowers are a little stronger than before. Tao Qian listened to the alarms in the city outside, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he looked at Fubuki. When you can provide a solidification effect, you will be one step closer to your dream of surpassing Tornado. No love words can catch up with the lethality of this sentence. Fubuki was moved to tears. Tao Jun. You. I will never forget the scene when you stood in front of me before my ability awakened. The air was suddenly filled with the sour smell of pity. Another cry came from the door. Erika walked in with her hips twisted. She silently glared at Fubuki, and then looked at Tornado's airport with disdain. She came to Tao Qian with her granary. Master. Doctor, the Hero Association called to ask if there was any disaster just now. And invited you to leave City Z and live in City A. They also asked about Miss Tornado's whereabouts, saying that they couldn't get through to her on the phone. I only heard that she came to see you yesterday. Erika looked at Tornado again, took out her phone, and compared it with the photo. When she looked at Tao Qian again, her eyes were full of admiration. The master is really indifferent to the cold, and he can even do this to a child. Doctor, do you want me to help you reject them? She suggested. Tao Qian did not deny it. After sending away the secretary who wanted to listen to gossip, Tornado also slowly woke up. You. Before she could get angry, Tao Qian used his superpowers to restrain her first. Ahem, listen carefully, Tornado. What you think has nothing to do with me. I wanted to study you before, it was indeed my fault. I can guarantee that I won't have similar thoughts in the future. Blink if you understand. Tornado blinked frantically. Very good, I can tell you one more thing. Tao Qian touched her short green hair. It feels good. Like the hair of a short-haired cat. My latest research is close to success. It can enhance a person's mental strength, it's a superpower for you. Most importantly, it should also promote secondary development. Tao Qian squatted in front of Tornado, smiling like a deceiving devil. You don't want to be like a child forever, making your sister worry about you. After all, you are almost 30. You are an old girl. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 44, Alerting the Enemy, the upcoming Seafood Hotpot, 1. Tornado's superpowers are very useful. For several days, Tao Qian kept trying. Telekinesis, mental shock, super shield, psychic chain, super power binding, energy acceleration, and so on. At the same time, he went to the flowing water rock shattering dojo. With the secretly filmed scene of Bang shouting people on Earth, lend me your vitality, plus Bang's half-hearted reluctance. Successfully obtained the skill entry Just Awakened Breathing Method, Orange. Just Awakened Breathing Method, Orange. Ancient martial artists discovered that by adjusting the breathing rhythm, the body can be more in line with nature, and eventually achieve the so-called unity of man and nature. Activating the breathing method can greatly improve the body's various qualities, reactions, damage, and recovery speed within a quarter of an hour. Very powerful skill entry. Moreover, because of different types, it can continue to stack attributes with other entries. Combined with entries such as Earth Moon Guardian, Super Strong Warrior, Purple, and Superman Potential, Purple, etc. When the firepower is fully opened, it is equivalent to the power of dozens to dozens of Tao Qian superimposed together. I wonder which one is better than Boros in the energy release state? Tao Qian opened the attribute bar with ease. Name, Tao Qian. Race, human/evolved. Disaster level, Dragon Peak. Kill points, 26,814. Follower, Mosquito Girl. Entries, Earth and Moon Guardian, Gold, Psychokinesis, Gold, Just Awakened Breathing Method, Orange, Extreme Survival, Orange, Super Strong Warrior, Purple, Superman Potential, Purple, Environmental Perception, Purple, Energy Storm, Purple, Guardian Transformation, Purple, Gap Wandering, Purple, Amazing Wisdom, Purple, Electric Shock Boy, Blue. Entry Library, Expand. Well, the quality and quantity of the monsters we have conquered recently have declined. As a result, the speed of obtaining kill points has also decreased. According to Tao Qian's estimation, it is likely that the underground of City Z, Sykes, has exerted his strength. The Monster Association is accumulating strength and waiting for the opportunity. And this opportunity seems to be not far away. But for Tao Qian, this period of time is very difficult to endure. He wanted to upgrade the Earth Moon Guardian, Gold, again, but it requires a full 40,000 kill points. I want to curse. How many monsters do I have to kill? The wolf level only gives a few dozen to 100 points. The tiger level gives 200 to 400 points. The ghost level gives 500-1500 points. Even the dragon level and Monster Association Cotter level monsters, like Meow Meow, who is a dragon, only have 7,500 points. Damn, why is the world of One Punch Man not the kind of apocalyptic world where monsters crawl around and monsters run rampant? Damn, even the kill points have to be accumulated slowly. Hey, let's see if there is a chance to continue to travel through the world in the future. And now, he can only wait for the seafood pot and the aliens. Tao Qian looked at the blue sky through the dome. Damn, come on, I can't wait any longer. The Hero Association is in a meeting. These mortal cotters seem to have endless meetings. It seems that no matter what the topic is, a large group of people will be called into the meeting room. And the topics are all kinds of strange. Including but not limited to The movie starring the C-position hero in the hero group scheduled to debut this year. Project preparation work. How to persuade Tornado to shoot AI advertisements work. About the start of the hero real estate project partner recruitment work. About the strengthening of the hero behavior code jointly signed by Sweet Mask and the head of the hero discipline supervision section, acting ACUSMA work. About the approval of the collective response of B and C level heroes to increase wages work. Oh no, the last issue of salary increase has been rejected in advance. So. The meeting room that seems to never be empty. The quarrel that seems to never stop echoes. It seems to have become some kind of weird talk within the association. The Monster Association is also in a meeting. Thanks to Tornado's previous reaction that was too intense. The underground fortress of the Monster Association has collapsed in many places. Big had to send many monsters to plug the loopholes everywhere. The most important task is to open up the passage from the Monster Association to the underground mine as soon as possible. That is one of the important sources of income for the Monster Association, S**X. Well, another source of income is to provide the flesh and blood cells of failed monsters to Tao Qian's laboratory under the name of a third party. This, after all, resources cannot be wasted. After all, Lord Wang Dashi is so gluttonous, and he has to split monster cells every day. At the same time, the cultivation of monster cells requires a huge amount of nutrients. These are all bought from human society. In the Hero Association, Tornado's instability has posed a great threat to us. I hope someone can volunteer to help the association solve this problem. Big leaned on the soft sofa, looking at the hundreds of weirdos sitting in the hall. Which idiot has been disobedient recently? Then, she fell in love with the awakened cockroach at first sight. This bug is disgusting to look at, it's you. Awakened cockroach, this task is handed over to you, no problem. Awakened cockroach. If it has watched the Dragon Country TV series, it will definitely have an impression of a famous scene. Benboerba, go and get rid of Tang Seng and his disciples. Saitama House. It seems that all the weirdos have disappeared recently, so boring. Lu Dan stretched and looked out the window boredly. And behind him, Genos had a weird posture, as if he was doing some kind of ritual. He lit an incense burner towards the boiled egg. Then he put his hands on his forehead, bent his upper body and pressed it to the ground. Saitama teacher on earth, please lend me your vitality. Saitama teacher on earth. On earth. He did this for 100 times in a row. He changed direction. He changed his posture. He held the sky with both hands. People on earth. Laboratory. With dark circles under his eyes, Kinos knocked on the door of Tao Qian's office excitedly. Dr. Tao. There is new progress in the experiment. On the sea. Waves rose suddenly. Huge black shadows seemed to appear one after another underwater, swimming quickly towards the distant land. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 45 Seafood Buffet, Self-Defeating, Energy Bomb Haha, Supplement 1. At the beach of City Z. A giant octopus-headed monster crawled out of the sea and was destroying the streets crazily. Human. If you don't want to be killed, listen carefully. I am a messenger from the deep sea. Leave the ground to our deep sea tribe. And you humans, ha ha ha, just exist as our food. Bang. After a flash of white light, the monster disappeared directly above the waist. Then another flash of white light evaporated the rest of the monster. Saitama-kun, I won this time. Tao Qian stood on a tall building and said with a relaxed look. Next to him, Lu Dan looked furious and waved his fist at Tao Qian. What? I just can't adapt to the new moves. Wait for me for another day. Oh no, 2 days, oh no. In short, I will definitely defeat you. Humph. Tao Qian shrugged and confirmed seemingly unintentionally. So, Saitama-kun, are you admitting that you lost to me? Today's record is 4:0. Combining the record of the past few days, it has reached 19:0, Saitama-kun. According to Liu Dan's suggestion, the two decided to use Genki-dan to eliminate the monster. Unfortunately, after Tao Qian copied the superpower term, the energy bomb was almost instantaneous. How could Liu Dan, who needs to charge, compare? Liu Dan put his hands on his waist, his chest heaving, and after a while, he was still like a deflated ball. If you lose, you lose. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful voice rang in Tao Qian's ears. Ding, you defeated Saitama and can randomly copy an entry belonging to him. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the entry Saitama Spirit Bomb, Blue, MMP. Tao Qian finally knew what it meant to be trapped in one's own trap. Saitama Spirit Bomb, Blue, transport the energy in the body out of the body to form an energy ball to attack the enemy. The charging time is 0.5 s. If you feel bored while charging, you can shout Saitama on the earth, please, please lend me your energy, to pass the time. At this time, Tao Qian's mood could not be described by a word of wow. He wanted to be quiet. Liu Dan didn't seem to notice Tao Qian's state. He stared at the octopus tentacles scattered on the ground, thinking. Then he asked to the side. Genos, how about we eat takoyaki tonight? Genos, who had no sense of existence, why don't you just say you want to eat monsters? Monster attacks come and go quickly. Ever since Liu Dan learned the so-called spirit bomb, he has been determined not to wash clothes anymore. However, this certainly saved Genos the time to wash clothes for Liu Dan. But because it was a long-range attack, many merits lacked effective witnesses and were in vain. Liu Dan therefore remained at sea level. Although he didn't care about it. After copying the Saitama Spirit Bomb entry, Tao Qian didn't want to continue competing with Liu Dan in killing monsters. He was a little autistic. It was a new morning again. J City. When the cows and horses were enjoying their busy work, there were always some people who made their lives peaceful for them. On the warm beach, many handsome men and beautiful women were basking in the sun. Suddenly, a large group of bubbles gurgled out of the sea. Splash! It seemed that something was moving under the sea. I saw several huge monsters with squid heads, strange fish heads, crab heads, and shrimp heads rushing out of the sea. From now on, we, the deep sea people, will rule the ground. Resistance is useless. Accompanied by the terrified scream of a rich girl with a large granary, the monsters began to destroy everywhere, wantonly venting their desire for destruction. From time to time, nearby heroes came to support. Unfortunately, J City, located in the northeast of the supercontinent, is not a densely populated city. It is a seasonal tourist city. There is only one A-level hero, Stinger, stationed there. Most of the others are B-level and C-level heroes. It's like one comes and one goes. And Stinger's condition is also very bad. At this time, he is already bruised and swollen, and his physical strength is on the verge of overdrawn. But he can't retreat. The civilian area is behind. Haha, you are quite durable, the slippery fish tribe. My precious spear bamboo shoot is also very excited to fight with so many guys. His fight was not without results. At least several tiger and wolf level monsters have fallen around him. At present, there are only 4 enemies left in front of him. He held the bamboo spear tightly and roared in a low voice. Roar! Bamboo shoot! Look at me piercing with a tidal wave, 4 consecutive piercings. Using the bamboo spear to gain momentum, he jumped high and swung the bamboo spear quickly. With lightning speed, he opened a big hole in each of the 4 monsters in front of him. Hoo, is it over? Standing among the monsters' broken limbs and arms, the poisonous stinger raised the bamboo spear. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. So many monsters with disaster levels almost as high as gods were defeated by me alone. The victorious poisonous stinger began to get complacent again out of habit. The next moment, bang, a muffled sound. A huge fist hit him directly in the lower abdomen. Hey, you make me very unhappy, can you die? A weirdo who looks closer to human form than other deep-sea people suddenly appeared on the street. With one blow, the stinger was seriously injured. At this time, Lu Dan is still on the way. Bang! Another muffled sound. The A-level hero Lightning Max who came to support was punched hundreds of meters away. Defeated. Angel transformation. The S-level hero Sexy Prisoner who escaped from a nearby prison roared. Angel random strike. Countless fist shadows fell on the weirdo. But when the move ended, the weirdo was unscathed, and then he defeated the Sexy Prisoner with a flurry of punches. At this time, Lu Dan is still on the way. Don't worry, the shelter has undergone many transformations and is absolutely safe. The staff in the shelter are still trying their best to calm the panic of the people. The next moment, boom! A loud noise. A big hole was directly opened in the reinforced concrete wall of the shelter. The Deep Sea King, who had recovered from the rain, walked in with a grin. At this time, Lu Dan was riding the bicycle of the unlicensed knight and was still on the way. In front of the J-City shelter, Genos was almost torn apart. Fortunately, he was a mechanical cyborg. As long as the energy core of his brain and chest was not damaged, he would not die. But he was already at his limit. At this time, Lu Dan had already gotten off the unlicensed knight's car. Still on the way, the Deep Sea King, who defeated 2 S-class heroes in succession, was extremely rampant. The unlicensed knight who tried hard to stop him was lying on the ground before he could even meet him. Facing the crowd in the shelter, it stretched out its long tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. Surrender? Hee. Whether you surrender or not, you will die. I will kill you all. The Deep Sea King laughed. He enjoyed the feeling of playing with his prey very much. But when it was still thinking about how to cruelly play with the prey in front of it to death, a voice suddenly came from behind it. What a coincidence, I have the same attitude towards you weirdos. Who? The Deep Sea King turned his head suddenly. I saw a tall figure floating quietly in the air behind him, staring at it with disdain. At this time, the boiled egg was still on the way. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Chapter 46 The End of the Deep Sea, Tao Qian's New Plan, Supplement 2. Detected that the following entries can be plundered: Sea King, Pollution, Deep Sea Adaptation, Purple, Sea Humanization, Blue, Electric Eel Tongue, Blue, Acidic Saliva, Blue. You successfully plundered the entry Deep Sea Adaptation, Purple. Deep Sea Adaptation, Purple. You can freely roam in the deep sea and shallow waters, offsetting the impact of 1,100 atmospheres of pressure. The Deep Sea King has many entries, but most of them are related to various marine life, which is almost useless to Tao Qian. Only this entry that can help people live under the sea caught Tao Qian's attention. Undersea Adaptation. Since ancient times, humans have been full of imagination about the sky, underground, and the seabed. With the advancement of technology, humans have gradually realized the appearance of space and the appearance of the Earth's underground. But it is still difficult to completely conquer the deep sea. It is not just humans who find it difficult to survive in it. The main reason is that with the current technology of human beings, it is difficult to create a cheap living space that can withstand pressures of up to thousands of atmospheres. But this deep sea adaptation, Purple, and Sea Clan King, Pollution, brought Tao Qian new ideas and plans. However, this plan is destined to last for a long time, so let's put it aside for now. The first thing Tao Qian has to face is some heroes or people who come to seek help. Please sit down, Mr. Jetman. Tao Qian politely asked the man in front of him to sit opposite. At the same time, he also looked up and down at this too-weak mechanical transformation man. Jetman, he is just an ordinary person who wants to be a hero very much, but has not been able to achieve it due to insufficient strength. Fortunately, he later won the lottery, so he found an organization to do mechanization transformation for himself. Unfortunately, the organization he found was just a fake organization with a lot of advertising. After he was cheated of all the money he won, he was only listed as a B-level hero. Tisk tisk, he is the worst cyborg. In the world of One Punch Man, there are actually quite a few cyborgs. The most famous one is the legendary Genos, the unbeatable warrior. There is also Metal Knight Bafoy, although he almost always controls robots to fight remotely, he actually transformed himself. The coder of the Nia Heroes organization, Vi Bigaza, who will appear later. This super popular idol, because of jealousy of Kamen Rider, took the initiative to apply for experimental transformation, and finally became a biochemical robot with a transformation ratio of 71%. Destro and Elimin, who also belong to the Nia Heroes organization. These two are tower guards of the Nia Heroes organization, part-time operators who control defaulters, with body transformation rates of 94% and 95% respectively. It is almost equivalent to keeping only one brain. Finally, there is the Jetman in front of you. The transformation rate is unknown, but it seems not high. Weak strength, although a cyborg, but still can only use fists to fight monsters. Dr. Tao, we met before in J City. The jet-like man spoke with a nervous mood, a little uneasiness and fear. Don't be anxious, talk slowly. Erica, serve the guest a cup of coffee. Looking at the beautiful female secretary twisting her hips, the man's soul was almost hooked out. Drive. Tao. It's like this, I heard that you have a potion that can enhance strength. Tao Qian listened to him quietly, and then rejected him without hesitation. Sorry, Mr. Jetman, our laboratory has reached an exclusive cooperation with the Hero Association. You are also a hero who fights to protect people. According to the regulations, you are eligible to apply for potions. There is no need to come to me. After hearing this, Jetman's face showed a very complicated look. Drive. Tao. You don't know that as a B-level hero, if I hadn't fought side by side with Mr. Snake a few days ago, entered the ICU together, and lived in the next bed. I don't even have the qualifications to know the existence of potions. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and kept squeezing the cup with force, making it creak. Doctor, I'm just an ordinary person. I won the lottery by chance and was cheated. I have nothing now, but I have determination and courage. If the doctor is willing to give me a chance, even if I am a test subject, it doesn't matter. Please. Doctor. But Tao Qian, who was sitting opposite the man, was not moved. He just snapped his fingers lightly. Erica, the visiting time is up, please come back next time after making an appointment. Then, a man was forcibly taken away from the laboratory by the 1.8-meter tall female secretary. Tao Qian was left standing in front of the window, watching the outside world silently. It is not difficult to guess that his invention is monopolized by the top leaders of the association. For the association, B-level heroes like Chong Tianman and more C-level heroes are more tool-oriented. Tools only need to do the work, why do they know so much? At the same time, most S-level heroes have their own lives and careers, and there are not many who are willing to listen to the instructions of the association. Therefore, the focus of the association is to win over A-level heroes. They have strength, but not that strong. They have a goal to improve themselves, and are willing to fight for hero points and benefits. This is of course not surprising. It's just this kind of situation. Tisk tisk tisk, no wonder they were squeezed by the Nia Heroes organization later. Tao Qian stood in front of the window and took a sip of coffee. At this time, the sound of the office door opening came from behind. Erica walked in. Master, there is a person outside who claims to be the leader of the Ice-Sky reincarnation cult asking for an audience. Ice-Sky reincarnation cult? Hellfire Sniff, a coder who was tricked into Nia Heroes. Later, because of injury, he was transformed, and the whole foundation was swallowed up by Nia Heroes? Then let's meet. P.S. A new author, if this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading every day is fun on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, A Few Things About the Shoe Cult and the Vibrant Social Groups in Another World, Supplement 3. Hello, Dr. Tao, I'm Hellfire Sniff. The man who came was a charlatan who looked very charlatan from his attire to his expression. Beside him, there was another burly man with a face full of flesh. He also introduced himself to Tao Qian. Hello, Dr. Tao, I'm Lu Meng from Lu Meng Group. Tao Qian raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that these two guys would have hooked up at this time. But think about it, a shoe cult and a vibrant social group are really a good match. After shaking hands, the two handed over a business card. The person who introduced us is Mr. Zedatz. Hey, the three unlucky guys are all here. According to Erica's whispered introduction, Zedatz is a wealthy entrepreneur and one of the investors in a research project in the laboratory. Well, a very small project. The leader is even that gorilla. FK, Tao Qian didn't know that the gorilla with a hollowed-out brain actually had this ability. Master, they are all former investors and partners of Dr. Kino's. They have provided financial support to the House of Evolution for a long time. Erica continued to explain. After Dr. Kino's joined the laboratory, the project at the House of Evolution was suspended. But the Master's research results gave Dr. Kino's a lot of confidence, so he introduced people to me. Tao Qian asked. Yes, Dr. Kino's was responsible for providing them with a kind of vitality potion and energy potion. Tao Qian waved his hand to interrupt her. It's the excitement base and the Tsubaki medicine, right? Erica was a little embarrassed, but still nodded, yes, Master. Damn. Kino's, I didn't expect you to have thick eyebrows and big eyes. You turned out to be a fake drug dealer. Then just tell them directly that I don't do this kind of small business. Tao Qian thought they came to volunteer to be test subjects. Being happy for a long time. Master, they learned about the evolution potion through unknown channels and wanted to buy it. Evolution potion again. How come the whole world knows about it overnight? Tao Qian frowned. This hero association is really a sieve. Find a reason to send them away. I don't like to be associated with such people. Tao Qian ordered. The world of One Punch Man is essentially an ordinary world with a complete world view, except for monsters and heroes. So in addition to the Hero Association and the Monster Association, which are absolutely opposite organizations, naturally, there are many large and small forces. Big conglomerates, big companies, shoe cults, vibrant social groups, and all living beings. In addition to the reincarnation in another world, there are even monster worship cult, association for surrender to monsters, etc. Among them, this reincarnation in another world is considered to be a relatively large scale. It has at least 3 million believers. That is 3 million leaks. As the leader, Hellfire's Neff made a lot of money through the selfless dedication of his followers. Compared with the previous 30-odd members of the Fubuki group, in addition to Fubuki wearing branded clothes, even the cars they used for travel were rented second-hand cheap goods. Of course, the current Fubuki has greatly eased the financial situation of the Fubuki group by selling her body to Tao Qian. They can even provide certain benefits to the members. But at its core, it is still just the B-level enthusiasts club mentioned by Tornado. After leaving the Hero Association, they are completely in the dark. Let's stop talking nonsense. The two people who came to visit did not get angry after hearing the reason why Erica sent them away. Instead, they politely handed over their business cards and asked Erica about any projects in the laboratory that urgently needed funds. The Hellfire's Neff also patted his chest and vowed that if there was a lack of volunteers, he would have plenty. Countless kind-hearted men and women who were defrauded of their property by him, in addition to working and donating every day, only have one life left to continue to contribute. Damn, what a scumbag. Such a person has not yet become a monster. Where is justice? In front of the silver-gray test bench, Kinos is staring at the monitor intently, watching the mechanical arm peel off the skin of the monster on the stage bit by bit, revealing the bright red muscle tissue, green blood vessels, and brain matter that is sticky into a mass of unknown substance. When Tao Qian came behind him, he pressed the pause button. I didn't expect the Hero Association to be more evil than I thought. Kinos' smile was very strange, with helplessness, joy, and sadness. Tao Qian shrugged, you think too much, these are all test subjects selected by Metal Knight. As far as I know, the association used to raise and imprison these monsters. It was for Metal Knight to use them to test the power of weapons. It's not the same as you think. Hehe. Dr. Kinos shook his head. Whatever they did with the monsters before, aren't they using them to realize their illusory ambitions now? Tao Qian was speechless. Drive. Kinos continued to sigh, hehe, they are just a group of mortals who are as cowardly as mice. They actually want to get involved in the power of gods without paying the price. How ignorant and fearless. No, you, a crazy scientist who created monsters, actually have the nerve to say this? Seeing Tao Qian's strange eyes, drive. Kinos shrugged meaninglessly. Let's not talk about this. I have some latest discoveries. Do you want to listen to them, boss? Don't waste your time every day on so-called heroic activities with Erica and that superpowered woman in the granary. Boss, you are a genius doctor that I admire. Your mission should be to lead mankind to the forefront of evolution. If you weren't my boss, I would have told you a long time ago. Kinos adjusted his glasses. If I'm not mistaken, the bald man named Saitama should have broken the shackles that God put on humans. That's the limiter. P.S. I'm a new author. If this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with your collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 48, Dr. Kinos' latest research results, Supplement 4. Dr. Tao, you are the most powerful, mysterious, and talented scientist I have ever seen. Kinos bowed humbly. However, compared to that weird bald guy, you are still in the category of human. Kinos waved his 10 fingers, and the display screen began to play the videos taken by various monitors. Most of them were scenes of Liu Dan solving various monsters with one punch. Only a few belonged to Tao Qian. No matter what kind of monster, he seems to be able to solve it with one punch. Kinos pointed to 2 adjacent videos and said, you know, many S-class heroes who are famous for their strong bodies can't do this. Whether it's the sexy prisoner, Black Light, or the Vest Sage. Or the Metal Bat, the Atomic Warrior, the Silver Fang. Even the Trembling Tornado and the Pig God who can't be explained in detail. The process of them solving monsters is either easy or difficult, but there are traces to follow. The sexy prisoner has a good growth ability, but he was just an ordinary strong man at the beginning. Blacklight has a body that he is proud of, but unfortunately, from my observation, he is very afraid of being injury may be a major weakness that can destroy his confidence. The Vest Master has the belief that he will win, and he will become more courageous even after failure. The Atomic Samurai's swordsmanship is superb. It is said that he got his name because he can split atoms with one sword. Mr. Silver Fang Bang is a member of the ancient martial arts clan. He has incredible chi to regulate himself. It is said that there are many martial artists like him in the whole continent. Metal Bat has an ability called momentum. The more injured he is, the more excited he is, and his fighting ability is also will rise. I personally think that this so-called momentum is also a kind of chi. Tornado is a pure superpower, rude and unreasonable. She was hostile to you, boss, but was defeated by you. Flashing Flash, I can vaguely guess that he seems to be from a mysterious ninja village. That village was once the most famous assassination organization on the continent, but later disappeared. But as far as I know, there are still many remaining ninjas who continue to engage in assassination work. Zombie Man, ahem, this should be my work. 6 of the Undead Experiment Test Subject Number 6, he later escaped from the House of Evolution. King. I don't have any record of him taking action, but according to the information of the Hero Association, this hero is unfathomable, possesses the Emperor Engine, and should be the kind of hero who uses a strong body or chi to fight. As for the Pig God, and the Police Dog Man, Kinos frowned. I suspect they are also weirdos, but they are just weirdos who can control their emotions and reason and are willing to protect humans. He turned his head and looked at Tao Chien. And you, the boss, are the strongest human I have ever seen. You not only have chi, but also awakened superpowers, and your body is also visibly strong. To be honest, I really don't know how you practice. Tao Chien shrugged and planned to continue to use the spirit bomb to get away with it. You just need to shout every day. Boss. Dr. Kinos interrupted him loudly. I'm not a weirdo like Liu Dan. You can't fool me with your lies. Tao Chien. I once exchanged your gene sample with Erica. There's nothing abnormal in the structure. Kinos continued. Oh no, my gene sample? When did it happen? What gene sample? Tao Chien grabbed Kinos and asked him to explain. That sample. Kinos adjusted his glasses, not embarrassed at all. I don't know how you made Erica so devoted. She asked me for the gene copy she had with me, and I asked her to exchange it with your gene sample. As a result, she let the sample stay in her body for a whole week before taking it out and handing it to me. At that time, the sample had lost its activity. But it doesn't matter. I just want to see if you are still human, Doctor. Tao Chien. Damn MMP. You two actually did this behind my back? Fortunately, my abilities are all word effects, and the tadpoles have no abnormalities. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unclear if I jumped into the sea? Doctor, the evolution potion is like a key that opens the treasure house of human wealth. During this period of time, we have mastered a lot of data on the research of monsters. It's time, Doctor, I apply to start the next stage of research. Human body experiment. Dr. Kinos said with a firm expression. Human body alienation and monsterization are different things. Although there is no difference between the two in the eyes of ordinary people. But scientists can keenly perceive the difference. Alienation is to open up the treasure house of human potential through means including hard work, and cultivate stronger humans. Monsterization is a change at the genetic level. According to research, even if animal monsters and human monsters are very different before the change, their mutated genes will converge after becoming monsters. This should also be the fundamental factor that the so-called monster cells can turn people or animals into monsters. Because monsters themselves are a brand new mutant species. It's just that the direction of their evolutionary mutation is different. Just like the reason why various strange creatures appeared in the history of species evolution on Earth. It's just that this kind of mutation is unstable and unsafe. But the evolution potion you invented, boss, has made up for this to a large extent. Its most significant function is not to make people younger and more beautiful. It's to activate cell activity and achieve greater results when humans practice. Kino stared at Tao Qian with burning eyes, and his voice was full of temptation. Doctor, start recruiting for the experiment. I can't wait to see the new chapter in the history of human evolution. P.S. I'm a new author. If this book is worth reading, please don't hesitate to send me collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 49, Experimental Volunteers Called, Commander Mizuki, 1. A piece of news swept the entire Hero Association in a very short time. Have you heard about it? There is such a laboratory, blah blah, that very effective healing potion is produced by them. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the Fubuki group, even if the top leaders of the Hero Association wanted to block the news at the beginning, they ultimately failed. Even in the other world, the iron law that the poor rely on mutations and the rich rely on technology still applies. Of course, the financial warriors who are supported by financial sponsors are not counted. So once the news came out, countless resumes immediately flooded in at the address of the laboratory. There were even B and C level heroes who rushed to Z City to line up overnight. And the Hero Association has only more than 600 registered heroes in total. Many people know each other, are familiar with each other, and even hostile to each other is also very normal. A group of people get together, and naturally, they start gossiping. Hey! Why are the Fubuki group ranked first? They got the news earlier and came earlier. Hey! It's different with S-class heroes. They are just B-class like us, but they are also arrogant. Say less. If that person hears it, you will suffer. Sharp Star, I heard that you came from the Fubuki group. Do you regret it now? The hero whose name was called had a strange hairstyle. He smiled disdainfully. That kind of organization is just a group of people surrounding a woman. People like us are just urged to work and don't get much credit. As soon as this statement came out, it was immediately recognized by many people. Hey, look, even the unlicensed knight is here, and he hasn't even taken off his bandages yet. SHH, I'll tell you in a low voice, I heard that Dr. Tao admires him very much and specifically asked him to come. Jetman, what is he doing here as a cyborg? I heard that he was cheated, and he ran out of money halfway through the transformation, so he was thrown out. The next day, the organization lost contact. Tisk, tisk, hundreds of millions of yen. Morning suspenders, cross keys, slicked back hair, red scarf fighter, fast puncher. Is this a C-level hero gathering? Who said that? Isn't that the B-level camp? Dark Flame Dragon Swordsman, this arrogant guy is here too. Why does that guy look like Snake? Impossible, he is an A-class hero. What's wrong with an A-class hero? It's just 2 eyes and a nose. I signed up for a martial arts school a few days ago. The coach said that I am a genius that only appears once in a century. Sooner or later, I will be promoted to S-class. Which martial arts school did you go to? The cool Deo school that has become famous recently. Ah! I have something to tell you. The master there said that I am also a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century. Look! It's the Commander Mizuki. And the Pink Wasp. Damn it, what are these women doing here? Isn't it better to go back and be athletes and models? That's right. That's right. The 2 women who caused the argument at this time did not realize that they had become the focus of the crowd. Pink Wasp ranked 25th in B class. Dressed boldly and coolly, the weapon in hand was also similar to the props of gymnasts. Commander Mizuki ranked 71st in B class. Not only does she have a curvy figure, but she also has 8 abdominal muscles that many men don't have, strong thighs and arms. She is an athlete. Hey, why are you here too? Shouldn't you be in the gym at this time? Pink Bumblebee glanced at Mizuki's muscles without showing any emotion, and asked with some envy and some disdain. It is said that this company has produced a new drug that can beautify and remove calluses, which is very good for the skin, so I came. But why are there so many people here? Pink Bumblebee quietly rolled her eyes. Oh, what a big-breasted and brainless silly girl, her head is full of muscles. I heard that she admires the silly big guy Haiguang the most. Just then, at the outermost edge of the crowd, another shining bald head came over. Lu Dan looked at the people in line and asked his follower in confusion. Genos, is there a new supermarket here? Why are there so many people queuing? Genos quickly opened the information board and checked for a while before answering. Teacher, this seems to be a laboratory, recruiting volunteers for drug trials. Recruiting. Lu Dan became excited when he heard it. Do you pay? I think you should. Then let's go to queue up too. Genos. Tao Qian and Erica stood on the roof, quietly looking at the crowd below. These heroes are in high spirits. It's because the master invented a good reputation. Erica pointed to Snake, who was hiding in the crowd. That A-level hero also used a gun to speed up recovery when he was hospitalized for an injury, and he came to the queue after tasting the sweetness. Tao Qian adjusted his glasses, but he looks like he dressed up on purpose. Maybe it's because he's an A-level hero and doesn't want to be discovered and embarrassed. Erica replied nonchalantly. Since you're here, are you still afraid of being embarrassed? At this time, Tao Qian's eyes were sharp and he saw a bright spot at the end of the queue. Why is that boiled egg here too? He's never been here before. Does he think this is a newly opened supermarket? Forget it, Erica, go and get the gorilla to hide. Let Kinos come too. Let him in for the interview. P.S. A new author, if this book is worth reading, please don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 50, Fubuki's Awakening, to become stronger. 2. Interview waiting room. Fubuki is putting on makeup. As a partner of the laboratory, although she is not the first to come, she has the privilege of not queuing. While putting on makeup, Fubuki is constantly thinking about the future of herself and the Fubuki team. To surpass her sister Tornado is the ultimate goal of life for Fubuki. But how to surpass? She has never thought about it. In the past, she had hoped that her superpowers would grow stronger than Tornado. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Later, she established the Fubuki team and tried to rely on the collective strength to attract Tornado's attention. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. During this period, she developed a style of doing things that was against Tornado in everything. Unfortunately, Tornado didn't care. Until she met Tao Qian. This scientist who was sometimes good and sometimes evil in his behavior and was full of interest in the two sisters. It seemed that he touched the pain point of Tornado being studied in her childhood. Tornado reacted strongly to this. Fubuki never got tired of it. Since she couldn't surpass Tornado in terms of strength, she would have a way to get her attention. But when did it start? Did her dream change from surpassing Tornado to surpassing Tornado and getting Tao Qian to join the Fubuki group? Was it when he rescued her for the first time? Or when she accepted his benefits and finally had the money to buy a luxury car and wear branded clothes? Or when she got that magical potion from him that could temporarily improve her mental strength? Or when she was rescued by him again and saw him defeat her sister with her own eyes? I don't know when it started. Tornado's invincible status in her heart collapsed. She discovered for the first time that Tornado was not actually that strong. As long as she could withstand the burst of superpowers and break her protective psychic shield, Tornado would be an ordinary, stunted girl. Well, strictly speaking, it was true. Tao Qian could do it, so why couldn't she? This was the purpose of her coming in. The previous evolution potion was not as useful as imagined for superpowers. After taking the medicine, the physical practitioner can stimulate cell activity and regeneration speed, strengthen the effect of exercise, make muscles stronger and more flexible. But how do superpowers practice? Even Tornado doesn't know. Therefore, the effect of the medicine on Fubuki is only to temporarily improve her control of the wind, and it can't make her superpower surpass Tornado. But this time is different. As a superpower, I have a hunch that the new medicine is likely to have a permanent effect on the improvement of mental power. Tao Qian's words echoed in Fubuki's ears. It also aroused her ambition again. Although there are many ways to surpass Tornado. Leading the Fubuki team to enter the A level, S level, and isolating Tornado is one way. Attracting more advanced S-level combat power to join the Fubuki team and help suppress Tornado is the second way. But how can the above be better than having superpowers that surpass Tornado? For this, Fubuki is willing to pay any price. Any. After all, Tao Qian also fits her aesthetics. It's better than bald people and all kinds of weird people. Time passed slowly. Ta-da-da. With the sound of high heels, the beautiful female secretary opened the door of the lounge. Ms. Fubuki, please come with me for the interview. Erika looked at Fubuki with a calm look, without any emotional fluctuations. She had accepted her fate. As a dependent, she had no right to bargain with Tao Qian. As a secretary, her work ability was not very outstanding. As a researcher, she found herself dejectedly that she might not be as good as the gorilla. What to do? Be good. Tao Qian was interested in Fubuki. No matter what it meant, whether it was scientific research or physiological research. It was her duty to share the master's worries. Get it? She even took the initiative to invite more female heroes. She really put herself in the right position. Fubuki entered the interview room. The only interviewer was Tao Qian. There was a contract on the table. I'll sign it. Before Tao Qian could ask, Fubuki said directly. This made Tao Qian feel very confused. Do you want to see the contract first? No, I believe you. Okay. Actually, there was a problem with the contract. There was a contract inside. He wanted Fubuki to become a dependent. In this way, Tao Qian could help her improve her strength quickly and conveniently. And create a sample case for the laboratory. He had prepared a lot of tempting conditions. He didn't expect that they would not be used. He watched Fubuki sign her name on the document. Tao Qian's dependent column, which had not been touched for a long time, also quietly added a new name. Dependent, 2/3 Fubuki. Disaster level, Devil. Possessing entries, Psychokinesis, Wind, Purple, Attribute Enhancement, Purple, Hell Mist, Blue, Psychic Flight, White. Psychokinesis, Wind, Purple, can control the power of wind, wind affinity plus 50%, wind control plus 50%. Attribute Enhancement, Purple, temporarily improve the target's overall quality and old injuries, and improve its combat effectiveness. Duration 1H. Hell Mist, Blue, control the strong wind force, roll up dust and gravel to attack the enemy, and can easily eliminate monsters below the tiger level. Psychic Flight, White, the ability to fly to low altitude using superpowers. The entries can be copied without consuming kill points. Tisk. These entries are inversely proportional to Fubuki's figure. Quite barren. But it doesn't matter, Tao Qian will take action. He handed Fubuki a potion. Drink it, I made it specially for you. After becoming a dependent, although Fubuki did not have a clear concept, she developed a deeper sense of dependence and trust in the man in front of her. She didn't suspect anything, nor did she ask about the ingredients of the potion. She took it and drank it all. At the same time, Tao Qian directly inserted the relevant entries such as control the power of wind, purple, into Fubuki's entry group. At this moment, Fubuki suddenly felt something. She was filled up. So much information flowed in front of her eyes. She fainted directly. The master is really good to her. Erica said faintly at the door. You wanted to? How about turning you into a bug? Tao Qian raised his head and suggested. Erica shuddered. Forget it, I'm fine now. Don't worry, I'll catch a vampire for you later. Tao Qian remembered that the Monster Association seemed to have a real vampire. The entries on the other party were idle, so it was better to give them to her own followers. Really? Erica's eyes lit up. Then some spring waves flowed in her eyes. Master. Tao Qian ignored her. Now is not the time to do things. Take Fubuki to the lounge to rest first, then call the next one. After a while, the door creaked and was pushed open. Unlicensed Knight, meet Dr. Tao. P.S. A new author. If this book is still worth reading, please readers don't be stingy with collections, flowers, votes, and comments. Any data is support for the author. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.